hold the clicker in one hand.
Forward and backwards. Okay. And then if you do want to do it, it's the sunshine. Okay. Like it does that little whatever.
Test it out. Okay. And then this is just the same thing we talked about. Just remember. Okay. Just remember.
So in that case, we're just reading on that is written classroom stars.
Take a deep breath. You can't think. Say, take a deep breath. Nobody will notice it. When you give it oxygen, extra oxygen, it helps us think. Very focus.
Okay.
Okay. So every kid that
No, just the point's not.
Oh, because it's got
they were just like, think about what I'm doing. Like, you look back at your slide, take a breath, and then move on. You don't know your
I could never do it online.
screw it up.
Make a
No,
copy
no,
of
no,
that.
just keep going. Just talk about your journey, right? This is your story. This is your brag. This is the only time people have to use brag.
Literally.
But this is, right? You know, like, this is what I've done. Look at all that I've done.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of it. You should be proud of it.
Thank you. Is it on?
It's on right now.
Okay.
So if you happen to push that, it's a standby. It'll just blink. Push it, and it'll start up again.
Okay.
It's not a big deal. Got it. Yeah, you can test it. Just say testing.
Testing, testing.
So, okay. And so then she has it up there. You're gonna try the clicker.
Okay.
She doesn't have it.
I'm trying to.
Celebration.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, you have done hard work. Truly.
Mhm.
Hours of hard work.
So now it's just
This is just
doing
I'm
it.
telling I had something really cool happen to me.
Yeah.
I'm telling you about it. And
Okay.
we're all like,
Let's go with it.
wow, that's I mean, we're all here like that's so cool. Right?
Yeah.
That's truly how
I
it
think I have
works.
it done.
Just say, excuse me. And then,
I mean, sometimes I stumble when I'm talking to somebody, right? You just keep going. Or you're like, oh, sorry, you know, whatever. You're like,
Yeah.
you just, it's fine.
okay.
If you start to feel like,
You know, I probably just did it directly into
or
the
I
class.
can't catch my breath,
Mhm.
take a deep breath. I can't say that enough.
Okay.
Like, because we stop breathing. For some reason, I'm nervous, I don't breathe.
Yeah.
So, first.
And I'm excited about being first.
Yeah. You're going to start pretending.
Mhm.
I just emailed you an account. Yep, we got her in. Alright, so we want to put you up to Taylor.
Okay, can I test this?
We have a break to check that.
Yeah, we'll check it out. So you're going to be pointing at this.
Where am I putting it?
Oh, here, let me see.
Is
Yep.
the
Yeah, I can put it in. That's why we test it.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, try it out.
Alright, are you ready?
So like I point at that
Yep,
and
yep.
then
Point there.
But even if you're just like this, usually it's pretty good.
do I go?
To start us off this morning.
Hello and good morning. My name is Taylor Yates, and today I'm going to be telling you all about the project that has slowly become a major part of my life these past several months. For my project, I centered it around developmental pediatrics. For my internship, I interned at UVA Battle Building with their developmental pediatric nurses. For my community service, I organized a special needs basketball clinic. And for my research, I dove into the topic of socialization of children with special needs. The main reason behind me centering my project around this, which you might not be able to tell just by looking at me, but I personally have a deformity called spina bifida occulta. This is a birth defect where part of my spine never fully fused together when I was born, which led me to have to navigate through dealing with chronic back pain. But luckily, with the help of my amazing nurses and a multitude of different procedures, I'm now able to live a relatively pain-free and active lifestyle, which inspired me to want to provide others with those same opportunities I was given. One quote that I focused on throughout the entirety of my project is "One person can make a difference and everyone should try" by John F. Kennedy. The reason this quote stuck out to me in particular is because small acts of kindness can make more of a difference in someone's life than you even know. This was especially prominent during my community service project because the entirety of my project was centered around providing others with opportunities I feel like they're not given enough of. As for mentors, I was blessed and lucky enough to have such amazing mentors. For my internship, my mentor was Ashley Thomas, who's an RN at the Battle Building. She was so helpful and welcoming. Going in, I was a little bit timid and nervous because it was such a new environment, but she immediately made me feel comfortable, and I was super appreciative of that. As for my community service mentor, her name was Miss O, and she is a special needs teacher here at Louisa County High School. She always made sure to go above and beyond to help make sure that the clinics ran smoothly, and I could not have done it without her. As previously mentioned, for my internship, I interned at UVA Battle Building with their developmental pediatric nurses on June 26th and June 27th for a combined total of 13 and a half hours. I followed around my mentor, Ashley, through her day-to-day life as a developmental pediatric nurse. She showed me the ins and outs of the career, and I even got to look at their software system, and that was really informative. I also got the opportunity of sitting in on different appointments with their nurse practitioners, which was an opportunity I did not think I was going to be able to get, so I was really appreciative of that. Additionally, I got to sit in on what's called a fellows meeting, where a nurse gives a presentation on a specific disability. The one that I got to watch was on ADHD. My goal going into this internship was to see if this unique type of nursing was something I'd be interested in as a career. I knew previously I wanted to do something involved with nursing, which is why I chose an internship involved with nursing, but I'd never previously heard of this specific type, because it's actually one of the only ones here in this area of Virginia, which has caused them to be backed up for like a year in advance, which is something I got to see during my time there. One of my most memorable experiences being there was being able to do play therapy with one of the patients during my appointments that I sat in with the nurse practitioner. Play therapy is where the nurse practitioner monitors the child's play and sees if their fine and gross motor skills improved from their last appointment to their current appointment. It made me feel like a real nurse because they even referred to me as Nurse Taylor, and it was just a really exciting thing. And I noticed from my first appointment to my last, I was much more comfortable and confident interacting with the patients. I also, from the first day, there was times where my mentor, Ashley, had to step out and handle stuff because she was at work at the time. So that left me to have to navigate what to do on my own. And at first I was really shy to go up and interact with new nurses. But by the end, I found myself just introducing myself to as many people as possible just to get that experience and gain more knowledge. And I found that the most memorable experiences I have was from when I introduced myself to new people. After my time at the internship, I learned that this is a type of nursing that I would be interested in. However, I would like to start out on a more fast-paced nursing like bedside and then slowly transition over into this type of nursing as I'm farther along into my career. As for my community service, I organized a basketball clinic here at Louisa County High School with the Louisa County High School and Middle School special needs students. I held a total of 3 clinics on October 18th, November 1st, and November 8th. I had coaches for the clinics be the Louisa County High School varsity boys and girls basketball players who kindly volunteered to be a part of it. I split them up into groups, and there was about 2 coaches under the 4 hoops that we had in the gym, and I sectioned off the participants under these hoops. We went through a total of 4 different stations: dribbling, passing, shooting, and defense. My goal going into this was to allow the participants this one-on-one time to get coaching outside of their designated basketball class during gym time. I felt like they're not given this opportunity to really perfect their skills because it is something that a lot of them are passionate about. Additionally, I wanted to provide an opportunity for them to socialize with children that they've not previously met before, and overall I felt like it was a great opportunity for the school system to come together and be integrated more. On the last day of the clinic, I held a series of interviews where I asked the participants and the coaches, as well as Ms. O, how they felt about the clinics, and the responses were overwhelmingly positive. All of the participants said they had such a good time interacting with their coaches and meeting new people, and they also felt that their skills improved. All of the coaches also said that they witnessed firsthand the participants improving, and one aspect in particular where they saw the most improvement was shooting. Ms. O even shared a really cool personal experience where she watched one of the participants, who I won't name, but they were working on in the classroom, him following directions, and she watched him follow directions from his coaches and do so with a smile on his face. So it was just so great to see that implement over into the clinics. However, one struggle that I did face during this clinic was communication. I learned just how important communication was, as it made the whole entire process go round. I had to email the principals to get their permission to use the gym. I had to email Miss O in order to start the planning process. And I also had to email a multitude of other people as well as the middle school teachers. At first, I was a little bit shy to do so, and I wasn't super confident in my ability to send these emails, but by the end, I found myself sending the emails and doing so with confidence and having a really good professional tone. Now, I even say hi to these teachers in the hallways and found myself much more outgoing when speaking to them. After conducting my community service, I learned even more the importance of socialization of children with special needs with children without special needs, which is why for my research paper, I dove into this topic even further. I researched how the lack of proper socialization of children with special needs in the school system affects them emotionally as well as academically, and what strategies can be implemented to help combat this issue. Students with special needs are more susceptible to being bullied because of their unique mannerisms and lack of social cues or social norms. And because these children without special needs are not commonly exposed to this behavior, they're not sure why they're acting in such a way, which can lead to just subtle teasing or severe bullying. To be exact, around 12% of children with special needs admit to being bullied by just the age of 7 years old. However, there are programs that have been implemented to help these children cope with this bullying that they may receive, such as the Bits of Hope Farm, which is a program where children with special needs who are experiencing bullying can come in on a farm and they get the opportunity to pet animals and just have this comfortable environment while also talking to counselors and professionals about what they're experiencing. Additionally, academically, children with special needs are around 5% to 15% more likely to struggle in school than their peers. This is because they're not integrated into the same classroom as their peers. As Ms. O stated in an interview that I held with her, it can be difficult to integrate these students into the same classrooms as others because they require a little bit more attention than their peers, which can therefore take away attention from the teacher and harm the academics of the other classmates. There are strategies being implemented to help solve this issue, such as Montessori schools. This is a school system where it's ideal student-led and student-based, so the student can move at their own pace and have hands-on activities and socialize with their peers and have more of a flexible schedule, which can be really great for students with special needs. As I've mentioned a few times during this presentation already, one thing that I'm definitely going to be taking away from this project is the importance of communication. I learned not only the importance of communication through emails, but also through face-to-face interactions. During my internship, I learned how important interacting with adults and doing so in a professional manner is, and I also learned how important it is to be able to send professional emails in order to make projects like this work. As for my advice for future BRVGS seniors, I would definitely recommend to break down the project into smaller sections. It can seem really daunting and overwhelming at first, but breaking it down into little parts can just relieve that stress, and this is a really enjoyable project if you can break it down and organize it. As for my future plans, I plan to attend Clemson Nursing in the fall, and I'll definitely be taking away the skills I learned from this project into my next 4 years at Clemson. I would like to thank my family for the emotional support they provided me throughout this project, as well as Ms. King and my mentors for helping me navigate through this project. I would not have been able to do that without them. I'll now be opening the floor to any questions. Yes.
Taylor, I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to keep it, let everybody else have questions too. Let me start with, you talked about wanting to maybe go into bedside before a specialization. What is your reason for that?
My main reason is I really like fast-paced work. I'm someone who I don't have a very long attention span, and I like to just be busy. And also I feel like bedside's a great experience. I've done a few internships where it's more of a fast-paced bedside, and I really enjoyed that. But I also did like this type of nursing, so I feel like maybe getting the best of both worlds and starting out with something fast-paced while I'm younger, and then slowly transitioning into this slower-paced, specialized type of nursing.
I'll ask one more, and then I'll just let everybody else have it. You talked about the benefits for the neurodivergent students, but there was a lot of integration with students from the basketball team, yourself, for example, who would be neurotypical. What do you see the benefits of the integration on the neurotypical student, the student who doesn't have any kind of a disability?
I think there's a lot of benefits. One of the main ones is just being more welcoming and understanding. Being exposed to people who are different than you can help you just to be less judgmental off the bat, because as I was saying in my research, it can be easy to judge people who are neurodivergent because of their unique mannerisms. But if you're more exposed to that, it can make you less judgmental and just more welcoming overall, which I think is a good quality. Yes, Ms. King? Yes, so the children with special needs participate in what's called the Medford Basketball League, and they actually made it to playoffs this year. And when we all got to, a lot of the high schoolers, I don't know if you all were there, but we got to watch them play here at Louisa County High School. And I don't know if you guys saw, but they were all dribbling the ball up the court. There were a lot of good shots being made, so it was really cool to see that firsthand, that improvement that was made. Liza? So this research paper was by far the largest research paper I've written. It was about 10 pages, which for me, that was a lot. And at first I was a little bit overwhelmed because it was such a large paper, but I was really able to manage it by breaking it down into smaller parts, which was my advice that I listed here in my presentation. I went ahead and got started early and outlined my paper first, and then broke it down into smaller parts and did my research, then went through and organized my research and applied it into my paper, and then did my editing. So I think just creating a strong outline first can make the research, like writing the research paper, easier. Mr. Harris?
Yeah, you mentioned that I guess UVA had the second only hospital in the state that has the developmental pediatric.
It's not the only one in the state, but as they were telling me, I think it was a few other nurses that I met, they were explaining to me that this is the only one in this area of Virginia. There's some up in Nova, but they're a little bit harder to like get into, and I think a little bit more expensive. So this is the only like really accessible one here in this area of Virginia, which I got to see how that impacted the patients, as there were a lot of emails being sent, especially the second day I was there, about parents who were a little bit angry about this situation, but there's just not a lot we can do right now. So hopefully they'll build another clinic and have like this be more accessible, because I think it is really important.
You advocate spreading it across the state?
Yes, I definitely would. Yes.
So one of the biggest things I heard a lot was communication. If you had to like make a suggestion, how would you improve the communication, either be it school system only or maybe even up to UVA? Like, what would you do to make that communication more obtainable or easier to get out?
With like specifically the UVA developmental pediatrics?
No, not necessarily that. Like you were saying originally in the beginning of the thing, that communication was like the biggest hiccup problem that you discovered. Like, do you have a solution? How would you make it better, the communication?
For my project specifically?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So for my community service and internship, the main thing that I struggled with was emailing, because specifically in my internship, those nurses are at work. So they're not able to respond to me in a timely manner. And often my email, I would notice it going down, and then I wouldn't get responses in a few days. So the main thing with that is I just probably at the beginning, I should have been better at sending follow-up emails, because I think I was like, oh, I don't want to bother them. I don't want to, but it's like they're not going out of their way to not answer me. It's just kind of how that works. So I think I would definitely be better at sending follow-up emails. And then for my community service, I think I could have improved on sending emails a little bit quicker. I was stressed with the whole planning projects. I've never planned an event like this. So I could have been better at sending emails more in advance, especially to the teachers, to get my coaches, the Louisa County High School players, out of class during regroup. I have to send emails to Mr. Blanchard, and I did send one like a day before, and I was like, oh, I probably could have sent that sooner. So I think just being more timely in my responses. Thank you. Thank you.
blue. Just gonna put some flowers here.
Oh.
Also get some flowers. So I'm just gonna put some flowers. Oh, okay.
This is forward, this is back. It's easy.
And this is forward.
This is forward. This is forward. Okay. All this is really big in Pharma. Yes, Brian.
Okay. So one of my favorite childhood memories was always going to the pumpkin patch as a little kid every fall. We would always ride this itchy, scratchy hay ride to the pumpkin field and pick the biggest and orangest pumpkin we could find. However, what I did not know when I was younger was that this is an example of agritourism. Hi, my name is Abby Bryant, and I chose to do my senior capstone project on agritourism and its impact on farmers and the community. Agritourism is defined as any activity that invites community members to participate in an agricultural business or on a farm. Some examples of these include a pumpkin patch, like I mentioned earlier, a U-pick farm, or even a rustic wedding venue. So I actually chose this topic because it combined my two favorite things, agriculture and tourism. So for agriculture, I truly enjoy raising livestock and growing crops. And for tourism, I enjoy being a part of the community and giving back when I can. Pictured here are my mentors. On the right, you have my PLE mentor, Sarah Mallory. She is the co-owner and co-founder of the Freckled Flower Farm, located in Montpelier, Virginia. And on the left, you have my community service mentor, Charles Rawson, with the Louisa County Agricultural Cooperative Extension. Both mentors provided invaluable insight and advice throughout each process of this project. For my professional learning experience, I wanted to see how agritourism works in the real life. So I interned with the Freckled Flower Farm, which specializes in flowers, events, and workshops. While I was there, I maintained flower beds, cut flowers for deliveries, helped with U-pick events, and one of my most favorite experiences was helping with an event called the STEM series. So this event involved local food, vendors, and music, and invited community members to participate. However, my portion of this event was called the Flower Bar. So this is essentially where there are buckets of flowers placed around, and customers got to pick from each bucket and create their own bouquet. However, one of the many challenges I experienced throughout my PLE was talking to people whom I do not know. Typically, I am a very shy person, so it was difficult for me to get out of my comfort zone. However, I soon learned that if I'm engaging and friendly with customers, then they will have a good experience and continue to come back to the business. And one of the biggest things I learned was from my mentor, Sarah Mallory. She taught me the importance of having employees in a business when she said that an agritourism business cannot function by one person. You have to have help and good employees. Overall, this was an invaluable experience that taught me the importance of agritourism and how it works in a real-life business. So in the spirit of agritourism and combining what I have learned from my internship, today I'm going to take you through a floral demonstration. So you will see before you that there are jars filled with water and pre-cut stems. And so I'm going to go over one aspect of floral design that makes a bouquet more attractive to customers. All right. So what you're going to want to do is pick one type of flower. There should be 3 stems of each flower. And then you're going to put, so this is called the triangle rule. So essentially you place the flowers in a triangle. So you're going to put 1 at the head and then 1 on each side. Oh.
Come on, Mr. Harris, do it.
Okay. And then you're going to take the next flower and you're going to do the exact same thing where you put 1 at the head and then 1 on each side. And then finally, you're going to do the last flower and once again, put 1 at the head and 1 on each side. Whew. So what I just took you through is an example of agritourism and what someone at the Freckled Flower Farm would actually be doing. For my research, I wanted to dive deeper into how rural communities like Louisa use agritourism to impact their social and cultural dynamics. So I looked at this through the lens of community involvement and economic development. And what I found was that communities who had agritourism businesses saw a greater positive relationship between farmers and community members. This also created an education aspect with community members learning how and where their food is grown. For economic benefits, both the community and farmers benefit, with the community benefiting from the increased tourism and farmers benefiting from increased income in the off-season or in addition to their farming activities. I also found that the agritourism market is a growing one. So according to Grandview Research, it is expected to grow by 11.8% by the year 2030. Ultimately, agritourism is a growing market that impacts both the community and farmers in a positive way. So for my community service, I wanted to take what I had learned from my PLE and what I had learned from my research paper, and I wanted to share that with the community. So me, alongside Tracy Hale Clark from the Louisa County Chamber of Commerce, and Sarah Sharp, Christy Hopkins, and Charles Rawson from the Agricultural Cooperative Extension, all worked together to plan a 5-part virtual agritourism workshop that was designed to do just that. So we had 5 sessions that taught people about the education and implementation of agritourism on their own business. However, we experienced many challenges throughout this as we had to transition from an in-person event to a virtual event. Unfortunately, due to impending winter weather that we had these past few weeks, we had to move online. And so that in turn led to a change in our marketing strategy. And we also had to inform the registration people and the speakers of the change. Despite this challenge, we had over 25 businesses and organizations attend this event or select to receive the recording. And as I just mentioned, we did record this, and this is recorded on YouTube, as you see up there, and on various websites throughout the county. However, one of the biggest things I learned was communication and collaboration between multiple people. This event was designed by people from 3 different organizations who all had different experiences and insights throughout this project. However, we all came together to make this event a success like it was. For my personal impact, I learned to never give up. Throughout this process, I was tested many times as I had to get out of my comfort zone and talk to people whom I do not know. However, I learned that these skills transcend into my future career and into my professional life. For future Governor School seniors, I would tell them this one piece of advice: make it your own. When I first started this project on agritourism, not many people knew what the topic was or what it was about. However, I kept with it because this was something that was important to me. So when you are choosing your topic, make sure that it is important to you and not something that looks good or would go good or would get you a good grade. In the fall, I plan to attend Virginia Tech with a major in crop and soil science. With this degree, I plan to pursue a career either as a greenhouse manager or a farm business owner. In either aspect, I would be sure to implement the practices that I have learned throughout this project. I personally would like to thank Mrs. King, my parents, and my mentors for all of their advice, encouragement, and help throughout this project. Without them, this project would not have been as successful as it was. I am now open for questions. Oh, yeah.
Couple of questions for you. So you said that Sarah at the Flower Farm
Mhm.
was talking about the importance of the right employee. Did she tell you what type of employee was important?
Yes, so she said that a good employee is dependable, reliable, and communicates well with people. And she also said that they show up on time and things like that. Yeah.
So your research on Louisa, did you find that Louisa does have agritourism?
So for my research paper, I didn't specifically go into Louisa. However, I did get to communicate with lots of agritourism businesses throughout my community service. So there's a lot of U-pick farms, a lot of farm markets. There's also a lot of farm wedding venues like Calliopes. So yeah. Oh.
For working at the flower farm, did you find most of the work from the city, or did you
So most of the people, yes, were from the central area. However, we did have some people driving a few hours for classes. I actually got to participate in some of those classes, and we had a few people drive from a ways away.
Follow up on Warren's question. Good employees, did your mentor say how hard it was to get good employees?
She did mention that, yes. She said it was very difficult to find somebody who is reliable and is on time.
And second, is there a specific, to start your own specific area that you concentrate on?
So I would concentrate on the environment. So like if you're starting an agritourism business, you need to make sure that your customers would want you to, like, they would participate. You know, like if you were to start a farm market, you need to make sure that people would actually come to the farm market and would be interested.
Who would you say has been your biggest influence in your passion for agritourism?
I would have to say that's my horticulture teacher at Louisa County High School. She taught me a lot, especially, she actually taught me about flowers too, but she taught me about communication and how to grow plants. And so that was actually the main reason why I want to somewhat go into greenhouse management, because of those experiences.
Then for your community service project, such a cool idea. My question is, who was your target audience and what was your measure of success?
Okay, so my target audience was people who either wanted to start an agritourism business or who had just started. So it was a lot of like businesses that had already been established. However, they didn't have an agritourism aspect. And then I measured the impact by how many people attended. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see like how many people actually started one after, but yeah. Okay, Danielle. Yes, so the 5 sessions that we had for our event. So the first one was about agritourism in Virginia, and this was talked about by Heather Wheeler from VDAX. And then we also had someone from planning and zoning, and we had someone from Farm Bureau Insurance to talk about insurance liability and safety. And then we had someone, more specifically for Louisa, we had someone talk about the Fermentation Farm Trail, which is basically a group of wineries that all collaborate together. And then for the last session, we actually had an agritourism entrepreneur, which was the owner of Southern Revere Cellars, Sheridan Grime, came out to talk about her experience in agritourism. Yes, so agritourism, like I said in the presentation, definitely provides economic benefits, but it's also proven to keep family farms together. A lot of times you'll have one family member who doesn't want to continue the farm. However, through agritourism, it allows for a greater, broader range of what you're doing on the farm, and so people become more interested and want to stay in that. Is that it all?
Put this on. This is just for the employees.
Perfect.
Okay. Push it again, it comes back on. Okay. So just make sure that you're like forward, backwards, exit, go back. It's not a big deal. If you want to point, it's the sunshine. Okay. You really shouldn't have to point at the computer, but if you're having trouble, you can point there. But it should pick you up.
Okay.
One thing I'm telling you is to breathe. You're out of breath. Think of what to say next.
Yeah.
Just take a deep breath, just like I did. Nobody will notice. It breaks the hyperfocus.
Mhm.
And it'll help you get back on track.
Okay.
Nobody knows what you're going to say. So if you change what you're going to say, we don't know. And it's okay. It's your story. Share your journey. It's your chance to learn. You're
Okay.
right, because you've done amazing.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any questions for me?
Mm-mm.
Is it all ready for you?
Okay. And I'll ask you over the microphone. Just be like, can you set a timer for 1 minute?
Okay, so that's good?
Yeah. Okay.
Sure I don't.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Connor Gammon, and I decided to do my Governor School Senior Capstone project on automation and pharmaceuticals. Before I begin, I want to ask Dr. Weedo and Mr. Harris to participate in like a little pill counting test. So I'm gonna make Dr. Weedo count. You have to count 90 of these in under a minute. Here's your little stick they count.
Okay.
And I want Mr. Harris to simulate a CVS customer that you would see. And so, yeah, your goal is to make her get distracted. And yeah,
I could do that.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
are
you
you
can-
Like half
I got it.
No, not yet. Here, I'll help you.
I want to see the customer opening the pill bottle.
Makes it
Yes.
even better.
Yeah, it makes it. Yeah.
You never know.
Here, Mr. Harris, I'll get this one.
90.
Could you open this one? Yeah.
You wouldn't believe this rash I got. It goes all the way.
All right, this one's open too. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
All right, you can go, Miss King.
here's what happened on Thursday night. I went out. I was supposed to get together with my special other. Guess what? She didn't show up. So then I had to go and get my nails done. Right? And I got my hair done up just nice. Don't you like my hairstyle?
Gorgeous.
Yeah. It looks pretty special. I was debating whether I should dye as a blonde. So what do you think? Do you think it would look good that way?
Purple.
Purple? Well, I don't know. Does it match my outfit today? And so, are we done? Oh, yeah.
There's 30
And,
and a half.
and so, have you done this for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes? Okay. Well, the doctor said that this will help my,
It's not contagious. Is it?
yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Weedo, how did you do?
I've got 10, 20, 30, 40, almost 50.
Almost 50?
I
Okay.
ended up on the floor and probably in my backpack.
Yeah, that's all right. And I don't know if y'all like candy, but I'll just give y'all some if y'all want some. So as you can see, she wasn't able to count 90 in under a minute, which is what you need to do to be a pharmacy technician. And I'll get more in depth into that when I talk about my research. But for now, I'm going to talk to you about my goal going into this project. And that was to learn what the atmosphere of pharmacy was like, because I've never been in a pharmacy or like behind the counter. And I wanted to see if I want to seek it out as a potential career in the future. For my quote of quality, I chose a quote from my favorite singer, Taylor Swift. And she says, "Just because you make a good plan doesn't mean that's what's going to happen." This perfectly represents my project, as I had many legal concerns with being in pharmacy that I had to work around with the help of my mentors and my coworkers. And I landed on an even better idea for my community service than I even thought of originally. So it's just, you have to work around and keep moving forward. I had the opportunity to work with 3 outstanding individuals. 2 of them were from my internship, the bottom 2, and then the top right was from my community service. We'll start here with, maybe, okay, maybe not. So Miss Jane Sullivan, she's right here. When I shadowed her, I saw, they're both pharmacists, and when I shadowed Miss Jane Sullivan, I saw a more legal aspect. She controlled more of like the insurance issues. She helped with that, and she also took note of stock in the pharmacy, while Mr. Chip Buff was more of a traditional pharmacist role where you would see in like a CVS or a Walgreens. He would check the prescriptions and make sure they were the correct drugs. And then for my community service, I shadowed Mr. Runnett, and he was able to provide me with connections from the Louisa Resource Council and a list of supplies I would need for my community service that I will get to talk to y'all about later. For my internship, it took place over summer at Montpelier Pharmacy, and I did various tasks that you would see a pharmacy technician do, such as counting fake pills. It was sort of like a final test for me to make sure that I was shadowing and listening to when I was working with them. And then I also got the opportunity to talk to some of the patients that were coming into the Montpelier Pharmacy, and I saw that a common problem occurring between all of them was that there was some problem in their prescriptions or with their insurance that they always had something to say about. So that's when I decided on landing with the research problem being automation in pharmacy and how it can benefit patients with their prescriptions. Two main areas where I saw automation can benefit is in drug-related errors and the pharmacy technician shortage. So I think since 2009, there's been a slow decline in the pharmacy technicians, and automation can fix this because, and there's this in one case that I wanted to talk to you about, was that it takes about 46 weeks for a pharmacy technician to be certified, and just from their learning, nothing else. And automation can cut it directly in half to 23 weeks through this online module, and you get the same amount of learning just with less time. And then the other main problem that automation can benefit is drug-related errors, which can mean many things such as the wrong amount of pills or the wrong dosage in your prescription. And it just sort of acts as a checking to make sure that it's correct. As you can see in the top right, I'm using a piece of automation. It's called Kirby Lester or Kirby, and it would automatically count the amount of pills that I was pouring into it. So it makes counting pills take less time, sort of how Dr. Wita was. If you had used this automation, do you think you would have done it faster? Yeah. So, and then for the drug-related errors, there was one case I wanted to talk to you about that still shocks me to this day, is that in an elderly nursing home, there was around 2,900 individuals or patients, and there was 2,300 drug-related errors in at least one of them. So that's around 77% having some issue with their medication, and that can be very harmful, especially for the elderly, because they have multiple medications that they have to get on a strict regimen, and one issue can lead to harmful effects in even death. For my community service, I split it into 3 separate sections, with this first section being learning the idea that I landed on with the help of my mentors and coworkers, and that was the idea of a mini first aid kit. These kits would be housed in these amber vials that you would see prescriptions in from CVS or Walgreens, and it would contain supplies such as Band-Aids, antiseptic wipes, mini popsicle sticks. And then once I got these materials, I contacted the 2 Introduction to Health and Medicine teachers, Ms. Bundrick and Ms. Spencer, and they allowed me to give a presentation on first aid and its importance. And they got to actually make the mini first aid kits with, I think, 3 each, and that resulted around 300 of them being made. During the presentation, I talked about the supplies that were in the mini first aid kits and talking about their importance. And then once I had the 300 of them, I went home and my family and I checked all 300 of them. And it took a while, but we checked all of them to make sure they had the correct supplies, which weirdly, in a way, connects back to the research of checking the drugs to make sure they're the correct drugs and not the wrong amount or the wrong dosage. This is me checking the supplies to make sure there's no issues with the mini first aid kits. And then once we checked all of them, we donated them to the Louisa Resource Council, and Mr. Runny gave them to the families that are within the Louisa Resource Council. For personal impact, I decided to give a survey to the Introduction to Health and Med students, and they graded me on my effectiveness in the mini first aid kit idea and in the idea of in the presentation of first aid. And thankfully, there was an overwhelmingly positive result saying that 87% said they learned something new about first aid, which is always good to know just in case of any emergencies. And then 96% saying that they thought that mini first aid kits idea was a good idea. As for personal impact, I had many improvements in my skills, especially my confidence in a professional setting. But the one I wanted to talk to you about today is that I actually got a job because of my internship at CVS in Louisa, and I'm now a licensed pharmacy technician. For my advice for upcoming seniors of Governor School, or anyone in this room can take this advice, is to utilize the people around you. You don't know how helpful they can be in certain situations. If I hadn't asked my friends to help photograph this event, I would have never been able to give you these pictures. Or if I hadn't asked my coworkers about issues in pharmacy, I would have never decided on my research project, and I would never have had a much impactful community service without the help of other people. So it's just talking to other people whenever you think you need help, or just if you don't know, just ask. It doesn't hurt. For my future, I plan to still work at CVS as a licensed pharmacy technician, and I plan to go to UVA. I'm not sure if it's to study pharmacy, but I know I want to do something in healthcare. For my thanks, I would like to thank my mentors and Miss King for guiding me throughout this project. I would like to thank my two photographers, Audrey and Chase, for allowing me to show y'all today my whole project and these very nice, high-quality pictures. And I would like to thank Anna for helping me with my research and giving me that insight that I didn't have being a new technician. And lastly, I would like to thank my mom, who has supported me not only throughout this project, but throughout my entire life. And I'm so thankful she was able to help me and give me advice when I needed it. So thank you all. And now I'm going to open up the floor to any questions.
Connor, why do you think there's a decline in pharmacy?
The one I saw that I think was probably it was how long it takes to get, certified. Because like I said earlier, it was like 46 weeks without the new implementation of the automation thing. And also, I think there was the low pay in addition, because you can't, all that work just for little pay doesn't like equate. So it's just people want a higher paying, and maybe you'd want higher pay for more, that work that they do, because they're always constantly doing something. They're never stopping. I think I've never like gotten an actual break technically, because I'm always working. I have to keep up with the prescriptions in the queue and stuff like that.
Is this in addition to like a bachelor's degree?
Yes, I think it is, because it's a separate school. No problem. Yes.
So you talked about the automation part helping cut down the time for getting the certificate.
Yes.
Are you worried about like future automation potentially getting rid of the job entirely? And then like, what are your thoughts like from the inside as to why that would or wouldn't happen?
Yeah, I noticed that in my research that was a common like thing people would say. I personally don't think automation could take it over, because there's still some parts during the process that like a human has to check. Like you can't like only use automation just to fill it. You have to do it yourself, and you have to make sure you're pulling the right drug. I mean, maybe in like the future, if they have like robotic arms that can identify, maybe that would work. But for now, I don't think it could. Yes, Abby. I would say the most common, besides the miscount of pills, because that happens a lot, even though it might not be as serious, is dosage errors. So if someone's getting like ibuprofen 600, but they really need 300, that can actually have a harmful effect instead of helping them. And so having dosage error be checked is very helpful in the process. Danielle? Mm-hmm. I would say the NICU were babies, because I know you did, you had babies in your project. But the NICU is also because there's a bunch of unlabeled medication in NICUs. And then psychiatric wards also are another place that medications are commonly misdiagnosed as. So just having automation to be a check for those things can benefit all of those places. Oh, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, with the automation, if you run into a problem with the automated, how does the individual correct it?
So, my favorite example is the Kirby Lester thing I showed you earlier, the thing that automatically counted the pills. If you pour them in too fast, it like beeps at you, and like it causes an immense hatred for that thing. And not a lot of the older technicians use it, but I like using it. It's kind of just being slow paced, and you just have to be patient with it, and it'll still be faster. You just still have to be patient. Does that answer your question?
Well, I was just wondering, like on giving the medication, and
Mm-hmm.
I find some error, and it's been automated.
Mm-hmm.
How common did your research show any like there were problems, and on the consumer end, how do you correct those situations?
I think having the human still there, like it's not like you want one just fully automation or just human. Having both of the hybrid kind of makes it to where you can check to make sure each is still correct and not anything's not wrong. Yes, Ms. King? Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things that we have just one person. They have to get a whole like message board and then they tell us and then we correct the issue and then that's how we do it. You- Thank you. No. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Send me one to your email, but I don't know if that's the one you want to use or the original one.
Which one do you want to
So
use?
the one in your email, if I can. I just changed it a little bit.
Did you send it to my BRBGS email?
I did. I think yesterday. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, thank you. So this is just for the recording. So I'm gonna
Yes.
put it right here.
Thank you, thank you.
Necklace. Is that okay?
Yep.
Do it.
Hope it doesn't hit it.
It's fine. It's okay. If you want to use the
Oh, I don't need to.
okay. If you just go back.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
I was trying to decide what hand to hold it in.
Yeah. You don't have to put it in.
I'm out. Oh, I'm so nervous.
Because the brain can't function without oxygen. Yes. So if you get out of breath. What do you notice? Just pause. It happens all the time. Yeah. I see kids do it all the time. You can. Hyper focus.
Okay.
Is it yours?
Yeah.
So if you don't, what is your plan?
Yeah.
Because the women just go out there, brag about what you did. This is your chance.
Yeah.
Like you have something awesome to say. Tell them.
Oh. I think my belt. Yes. Whenever you need. I don't know what hand I want to hold it in. How's that?
Should just work. You can try it right now.
Oh, but that'll spoil it.
Oh, is there something?
Yeah, will it get tangled? What if I just don't move?
Just don't. Yeah, but you just don't. Like,
Yeah, I won't. My hands are busy.
you don't have any. Yeah.
Exactly. I didn't know we were gonna have a microphone in our practice. Yes. In the back.
What? I want to. So you want to point it out?
Yes.
Okay.
It's pointing up. Okay.
Do it right next time.
Yeah.
And once you get started, just gonna be natural.
Yes.
Because you've practiced.
Exactly.
It's right here. Like the computer.
Yeah. Well, so should I look at the computer or look at the screen?
It's either way. Like when people look at change,
Okay. Yeah.
and that way you can see it. Go to that top.
Yes.
Yeah. Because tricks the body to be more relaxed, the more oxygen we get. So. Did you love your project?
Oh my gosh, yes. It's amazing. I'm like gonna get choked up. I loved it. Oh, now I'm getting dizzy.
Keep breathing. Not fast.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I'm gonna get up there and black out and then keep talking.
what I say? And it's without going.
Yes.
Come naturally. Excited about it. It'll be easy for you.
Yeah. I just want it to be great. That's the problem.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
This we want this to be pure cat. Like this is you.
Yep.
And that's all we want.
Yep.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Is that gonna mess you up?
No.
You don't want to play with your necklace.
I know. Yeah. I'm like trying to do it, but I can't.
So you have your hands full. That's good. So you don't
Yes.
have to mess
I want to press a button. That'd be so bad.
around. No, so if you press the button, let me just show you. If you push it, it just blinks.
Okay.
It just puts it in standby. It's not a big deal. So like you saw how it doesn't go perfectly. Just a big deal.
Yeah.
Right? Like because it's not.
Yeah.
Right? You weren't offended by that, were you?
No.
No. And so the same thing is true for you, right?
Yeah.
There and you have a little stumble or whatever.
It's
It
okay.
doesn't matter, right? Because we're all like,
Oh. What's the mouse? Does that matter? Oh, it's gone now. Yeah, perfect.
you don't want a big purple arrow.
No, it doesn't really match my color scheme. I like this red tie. It matches my nails. They're matching. Thank you. I did them last night.
Did you?
But I wasn't worried about having bright for my project. But it's okay. Yeah, I think it looks good too. Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's
A little accent.
Yeah. I didn't even realize it was
Thank you.
so fun.
I love fun
Shiny.
shoes.
Yeah. Keep breathing.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Miss Carr. I am. Thank you, thank you. Good morning. My name is Gabby McGee, and today I will be sharing my passion for politics. If I asked all of the adults in this room who voted in the latest presidential election or in any presidential election, the majority of those would say that they did. However, how different would the response be if I asked who voted in a state or local election? That is why I decided to focus my internship on state government. This is Delegate Amy Laufer, and she represents parts of Louisa County in the Virginia House of Delegates. Valerie Jarrett is the Chief Executive Officer of the Obama Foundation, and she served as a senior advisor to President Obama. In her words, "For we, the people, are ultimately in control of our American story." This quote represents me and my project because I am so passionate about serving our American story with my own involvement in state government. One person who shares this passion with me was my mentor, Miss Aubrey Hobby. She was Delegate Amy Laufer's Chief of Staff, and I was lucky enough to serve my internship in their office with both of them while shadowing both of them. For the first piece of my senior internship, I was able to view the behind-the-scenes work of Delegate Laufer's office. I was able to watch them do Zoom meetings and respond to emails, which is one of the most important aspects of being a delegate, because they have to represent those in their community and in the districts that they represent. Within our state government, there is a House of Delegates and a Senate, which make up the Virginia General Assembly. Within state government, there is a House of Representatives and Senate, which make up Congress. So Delegate Laufer is one of Louisa's representatives in the House of Delegates. The second piece of my senior internship, I was able to view the constituent services aspect of being a delegate. I watched Delegate Laufer interact with so many constituents who are those people she represents. We visited a Crozet health fair, and she was able to listen and observe those community members. They were able to share the issues that they were the most concerned about with her. This allowed her to go and take those issues and develop the legislation that she would soon propose in the General Assembly session. This is the most important piece of being a delegate, because you have to represent those issues that matter to your constituents. The third piece of my senior internship was at a committee meeting in the General Assembly building in Richmond.
Delegate Loffer was the chair of this committee, and these committees, which all delegates participate in, allow them to further develop that legislation they would go on to propose. The final piece of my senior internship was in January when I was able to visit the General Assembly session and watch Delegate Loffer propose and vote on that legislation that she developed, as well as all the other delegates. This was my visit to the General Assembly building in Richmond and to the Capitol building. I thought that this was the coolest thing ever because I loved getting to watch the delegates debate and vote on that legislation that they had spent so long working on. While I was in the office with these two incredible ladies, they were able to share the issues that they were the most passionate and concerned about with me. This led to my research topic of women and democracy and my burning question: what factors influence female electability in government, and how can female underrepresentation be combated? My research showed that the biggest factor contributing to female underrepresentation is the mass media, and how that affects gender stereotypes and negative stereotypes against women running for government. One of the solutions that I found, just like Valerie Jarrett, was that professional female businesswomen that are already established must take an effort to support and give opportunities to young women coming into government so that they would have those opportunities provided for them so we could continue pushing and combating underrepresentation. Although both of these topics centered around state government, I was so lucky to be serving my senior capstone project in a presidential election year. This allowed my community service to focus around the presidential election. I served in voter services and in voter registration. The first piece of my community service, I set up a registration table at the high school here to register seniors about a month before the election. My faculty and principal were so helpful in helping me set up this table and so that I could register all these seniors at a senior meeting. I was able to register 20 seniors that day, while countless others took the information and would register on their own time. Those who registered with me all agreed that my table was very helpful and that I could help with any questions that they might have had. The second piece of my community service I spent on the UVA campus in Charlottesville. I worked with a voter services group based in Charlottesville and with Who's Vote, an organization directly on the UVA campus. We spent that day talking to college students and helping them all register. This was much closer to the election, but I was so excited to get to talk to all of these college students and for the girls who worked with Who's Vote, because they were able to share their majors and their other passion for politics with me. The final piece of my community service was when I worked as an election page on election day at Louisa County Middle School. I greeted over 1,000 voters that day, while over 2,000 voted at that location. This significantly allowed me to grow my people skills and my communication skills, while I could be a friendly face to all of them. The biggest takeaways that I took from this project within my internship was to listen to everybody. No matter what their beliefs are, or if you agree or disagree, always listen, because we can learn from everybody. By working with my own constituents in Louisa and in Charlottesville, I learned those communication skills and how to keep a positive mentality when I was talking to anybody. This whole project allowed me to secure my hopes and dreams about pursuing political science in college and ultimately working in government. I will be pursuing political science at Christopher Newport University while minoring in leadership studies, while also getting to play college golf. I interviewed and applied for the Honors College at Christopher Newport and for the President's Leadership Program. Without this project, I might not have been ready for those interviews, and it definitely made me passionate about what I would go on to pursue. The best advice that I can give to future Governor School students is to find something that you are passionate about and that you want to learn more about, and to pursue that, because that pushed me through my entire project and throughout the entire year. I was always passionate about government and I wanted to learn more. But I learned more in this project experiencing it firsthand than I ever have in the classroom. And I hope that all future students, no matter if you're in governor school or not, can find that passion and you can pursue it wherever you are. Another piece of advice that I would give is to take advantage of every opportunity. I met Delegate Laufer last summer at Virginia Girls State. When I heard that she represented Louisa, I made it a priority to introduce myself, and that ultimately secured my internship in her office. I am so grateful for this opportunity and everything that it taught me, and for Ms. King and all of her help, and for getting the opportunity to serve in Delegate Laufer's office. This was a very high-level and professional internship. At the beginning of my project, I had no idea that I would be able to secure such a professional environment. So I want all of the future governor school students to set your sights high and don't be afraid to go after something high level or an extreme community service event. Thank you so much for everything, and now I'll be taking questions. Yes, Ms. Richardson. Yeah, so say the beginning again. Yes, yes. The different sides of the aisle, you mean? I was definitely able to feel a sort of environment when I was visiting the General Assembly building. I was able to talk to many senators and delegates about their stances in the aisle and what brought them to pursue government and things like that. I found a common ground for all of us, especially me. Our goal and all of the senator and delegates' roles are meant to serve their community and make the world a better place. I think this is the #1 priority that our government should have, and that's my goal for pursuing government in the future. Yeah? Yes.
Do you see yourself being like a supportive role in government, or do you actually office?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you see yourself in
Yes, in 15 years, maybe, my goal is to pursue law school after I study political science, and then to ultimately run for office. I would definitely start in state government, but my ultimate goal is to be a congresswoman. And I think that is so important that we bring more congresswomen. Only 33% of state and federal government is held by women. So I think as a younger student, pushing more younger students to pursue that will ultimately combat that underrepresentation. Any other? Yes. Yes. Yes, absolutely. So I was able to do 2 interviews at Christopher Newport, one for the President's Leadership Program and one for the Honors College. Both of them asked me a few different questions, but I was able to connect all of those to my passion for this project. I was able to use this project as an example in both interviews for the skills that I've learned, and I believe I was able to leave a great impression on my interviewer because I had already experienced a professional environment like that, and interning and even interviewing my mentor and Delegate Laufer. I was able to use all of those skills for those interviews. I think the best thing that we can do as students is to think on our feet, and this project definitely taught me how to do that. Yes.
So you were able to be with your delegate when she was meeting with her constituents.
I was.
Did you see any difficulty for her in battling maybe her personal thoughts and feelings versus what her constituents wanted?
Yeah.
And if not, how do you see yourself handling that in the future?
Yes, one of my favorite things that I heard that day was a police officer who came to talk to Delegate Laufer about some issues that he was having in his job as a police officer, especially in their pay. He was able to voice his concerns, and I truly could not tell which way Delegate Laufer was leaning, where if she would support his concerns or not support them. I think that's the #1 thing that we can do and that I can do. Because just like I said, I really learned how to listen, no matter if I agreed or disagreed, and I learned that from Delegate Laufer because she was able to go past all of her personal beliefs and to truly listen to those people. Because how else are we supposed to learn and develop? Yeah. Any other questions? Great, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Me too.
Really put your nose in it, but I am gonna wash my hands after this, so it's okay. They're fine. This one's the one that probably hasn't been cleaned yet, so it is chill.
So how did you get it not to smell like stuff?
Just leave it out. This has been airing for months, since September. So it's just been chilling in Miss King's room. But yeah.
All right, so this is forward.
Mhm.
This is back. If you want to point at something, it's the sunshine right there.
Okay.
And if you go past your slide, just push back. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to be facing that. Like if you have trouble, that's what it's communicating with. But
Okay.
you should just be able to hold it and push it.
I want to make sure. Oh, it's right there. Okay. I'm just fixing it. That's all right. Hmm?
If you can't catch your breath or you can't think of what to say next, just take a deep breath and nobody will notice, and it'll kind of stop that cycle.
Yeah.
and give you
That's okay.
And you have a wonderful thing to share, so I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
doing a science demonstration.
Yeah, this is very research-based project. So, yep.
Thank you everyone for attending our second morning session. We're ready to begin. Before we get started, do I have any questions with new arrivals in the audience about the school? We're going to turn this over to you and the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is an eastern box turtle shell. I studied this species throughout the course of my project, and I learned about how humans negatively impact them. Hello, my name is Danielle Gordon, and my project was on eastern box turtles. My quote was by Rachel Carson. She was an environmental activist and a marine biologist. She worked to ban pesticides that were harming the environment. And although this project isn't about banning pesticides, this project is heavily based in conserving the environment. And this project implicates that humans are animals, and as animals, we are part of nature. So as we destroy nature, we are essentially destroying ourselves. This is the backbone of my project, as I think it's important to inform future and current generations about environmental protections and pass environmental policies. My mentor for both my community service and my internship was Mark Kettner. He works at the Clifton Institute in Warrenton, Virginia, as an eastern box turtle field technician. The goal for my internship was to learn and gain more experience about fieldwork, as using it as a potential career option in the future. And I did this at the Clifton Institute for 2 days over the summer. And the Clifton Institute is a wildlife preserve for native species to Northern Virginia to protect them against urbanization. During my internship, Mr. Kettner taught me about radiotelemetry. Radiotelemetry is the process where you put a tracker on a wild animal, such as an eastern box turtle. And this tracker emits radio waves that is received by an antenna, and then this antenna is connected to a radio receiver, which interprets those radio signals into beeps. These beeps become louder the closer you are to the tracker and softer the farther away you are from it. I tracked roughly half of the turtles during my internship, and when we did find a turtle, we would log the plant types in the area around the turtle, as well as any injuries it sustained in its behavior. After we finished logging this information, we would then pick a random point within a certain radius of the turtle and log the plant types in that area. This way, we would have a control for future analysis. Mr. Kettner also taught me throughout this process a lot about eastern box turtles themselves and how humans negatively impact them through things such as poaching and urbanization. This became the main inspiration behind my project and my research. On the last day of my internship, Mr. Kettner taught me how to fill out a protocol to collect certain measurements from eastern box turtles, as well as logging their behavior, determining their sex, and logging any injuries they've sustained. This will be taken every half year and to determine the progress of the turtles. Also, the Clifton Institute currently has a study going on that is determining how lawn mowing is affecting eastern box turtles, because lawn mowing gets rid of potential food and resources that eastern box turtles are very heavily dependent on. And this connects to my research very well because my research also discusses how human stressors impact eastern box turtles. My research question was, how do human-induced stressors impact the health and population of eastern box turtles? With my three main points being transportation needs, prescribed fires, and timbering. Transportation needs is the needs of humans to get from one place to another using mediums such as roads and cars. And this creates negative impacts such as direct mortality as cars run over eastern box turtles and kill them when they're trying to get from one end of their home range to another. It also creates genetic barriers through habitat fragmentation, as roads create isolated populations of eastern box turtles that are unable to exchange genetic information from one population to another. This means that they're more prone to stressors and are much more likely to be wiped out as a whole. Next is prescribed fires. Prescribed fires is the use of controlled fires to get rid of vegetation to prevent future wildfires. This creates temporary habitat loss as it gets rid of food and shelter that is essential to eastern box turtle survival. But this can be a good thing if it is done while they're brood mating, because the fires won't affect them while they're brood mating, and when they come out, it creates positive effects such as bringing back native species and killing the non-native ones. So they are more likely to be more healthy and survive when they come out of brumation. But unfortunately, if this is not done in this time period, it can negatively affect them by creating direct mortality, as they are very slow creatures and may be unable to get to microclimates where the fires are unable to reach. And because of this, they can sustain very serious injuries that significantly decrease their health or kill them. Lastly is timbering. Timbering is the collection of wood for human resources such as building materials. This creates negative impacts such as habitat loss, because clear cutting is often the use that is used to get all this wood. And this gets rid of the habitat as a whole, and eastern box turtles will die unless they will be able to find another habitat to habitate. Anyways, it also creates very significant temperature changes, such as short and long term. It creates short-term temperature changes because it gets rid of tree canopies, which is very important to regulate the temperature in forests. And without these tree canopies, the temperature in the forest will heavily increase in the summer and decrease in the winter. And as eastern box turtles are ectotherms, they're unable to regulate their temperature. So with these extreme changes, they may not be able to endure or adapt these changes. And they may have a very decreased health or die from this. It also creates long-term temperature changes, as cutting down trees releases greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, contributing to climate change and the warming of the planet. And because of this, if this warming happens too quickly, eastern box turtles may die because they may not be able to adapt as quickly as they may be able to otherwise. For my community service, I taught 2 ecology classes over the course of 2 days last semester about the basics of eastern box turtles, and I relayed information that I learned over my internship and the skills that I learned to them. I also brought attention to how eastern box turtles are negatively impacted by humans, and I gave examples such as poaching and urbanization. I also conducted an activity during the first day of my lesson. I taught them how to collect the length, width, and height of box turtle shells, as well as how to measure their weight. And this is what I'm going to demonstrate to you judges. I'm going to demonstrate how I did this activity with you, and I'm going to show you basically what it felt like. And you should have a second sheet of paper that they used, that they wrote down all of the information. We're not going to measure weight today. We're just going to use calipers to measure things such as length, width, and if you have a plaster on height.
So I'm going to walk around and I'm going to show y'all how to do this. And I won't be able to have a microphone because I have 2 hands. So first you're going to turn on your caliper and you should be able to see that it starts having numbers on it, right? Good. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to first measure length. So what you're going to do is you're going to have this firm part of the caliper and you're going to find the notch at the top of the shell. And if you may have a damaged shell and you're going to try your best if you do. So you're going to firmly plant it like this. And then you're going to move the movable end and you're going to hit the other end and make sure it's lined up with a notch. You should then see, it should be in millimeters, what the information is. And you should log that on your sheet of paper. And that'll be your length. And then we can do width if y'all are ready. You ready? Okay. And what you're going to do for width is if you have a male turtle, it will be a lot easier to see. But it should be more flared out towards the end of the turtle. And you will put your firm end of the caliper on one end and then shrink it to the other side. And then you will collect your measurements that way. And then for height, it may be very hard for you if you don't have a plastron. So y'all may be unable to do this, but you can try your best if you rest it like right here, where there's like a little flat area. What you're gonna do is you're going to line up the plastron. You're gonna put the firm end on the bottom where it is most flat, not where the part folds up, because that's how box turtles retreat in their shell. You're gonna put it here, and then you're going to shrink the movable part down. And then that's how you're going to gain your measurements for height. And after you're done measuring, I want to tell you how this worked. So what we did was, let me put this back. If y'all want to continue demonstrations with a plastron, here's a shell and another caliper. So what we did is after the students would collect their measurements, we would then rotate the turtles. And then this way they'd be able to collect different measurements and practice the skill that they would learn using calipers, which is new equipment to them, as well as weighing scales. The next day we applied these skills that they learned previous day to real data. And we conducted a small capture study so that they could find real eastern box turtles to collect data on and put these skills to use. And although we were unable to find one, because the one that we did find, we were unable to attain because they were in like a thorn brush, and that would be really painful to get. So we were unable to do that, but they learned the importance of field work and capture studies to the conservation of wildlife and the study of them. My project impacted me significantly. I didn't realize before this how significantly humans have drastically impacted wildlife and eastern box turtles, of course. I didn't realize to the extent that they have done this, and I learned this through my internship and my research. I also learned how to teach a group of students and conduct activities to help them learn, which is very different than just relaying information to a group of people. And 79% of the students that I had taught said that they learned more about wildlife conservation and the importance of it than before they learned about my lesson and learned through it, which was the main goal of my community service, because I wanted to teach these students, future and current generations, how it's needed for wildlife conservation, how much it's needed, and the importance of it. Advice I give to future governor school students who are going to be doing their capstone project is to, if you're unable to do the niche that you want to do, to expand your interest. Because I originally wanted to work with amphibians because I have a great interest in frogs. And the closest amphibian center that I'd be able to do an internship at was way too far away. It was like 6 hours away. I couldn't do that. So instead, I opted to expand my interest in the environment and pick somewhere else. So I found the Clifton Institute and that they had Eastern box turtle internships available.
And this worked out very well for me. I ended up doing this, and I learned a lot through my project, and more than I thought that I would, because I originally wasn't interested in Eastern box turtles, but I've developed an interest in it because of this project also. In the future, I plan to go to UVA and get a degree in political science with a concentration in government. I plan to use this to hopefully make change through environmental policy. Thank you to the audience for listening to my presentation, and thank you to Ms. King and Mr. Kettner for making my project possible. Are there any questions? Yes.
Camille, I want to applaud you first because you said a lot of words that I don't know, and I appreciate how you explained them.
Thank you.
Question that I have for you, because I am not going to be somebody who's going to go out into the forest and the woods and try to replicate it. But I do see turtles like on the roads.
Yes.
For us, or most of us who are not probably going to go down the same path as you, what are things that we can do to help minimize our impact on nature, turtles specifically, like a couple of easy things?
Yeah. So during my research, this couldn't really apply. There's one thing that can't apply to individuals. So Eastern box turtles often come out in the rain because they are reptiles, and they just basically become more active in the rain. And because of this, they come out and they cross roads often during the rain because they are moving and they're not just staying in one place, because they tend to move very slow. And this means that they often get hit, obviously. And the best thing you can do is, if it is safe to do so, sometimes it's not safe, but if it is safe to do so, to get out of your car and get the box turtle to the direction that they're going and help them cross so they aren't killed. That's the best way you can help them individually as a person. But if you are going into the government more so, or like having more overhead roles, what can help is implementing policies about prescribed fires to limit when they are timed, and also make policies about deforestation.
Do they brumate like all at the same time?
Yes.
So like in the state of Virginia, is it scientific that we know that they're going to brumate like during this time period?
They tend to brumate from October to end of April, early May is when they normally do it. They tend to go, because when they brumate, they go underground a few inches to get away from, the ice and everything that comes frozen over in frozen soil. And so they'll go underground, and they do this at 13.3 degrees Celsius most of the time on average. And it can depend by state, depending on how close they are to the equator and whatever, but they generally do go underground and brumate at the same time.
That could even be helpful just for most people, like burning leaves.
Yeah, leaves and like litter is very important to Eastern box turtle shelter. They tend to burrow under it often, so it's best not to do that if possible. Yes. From my research, they tend not to. Because I think to them it's too many factors to keep track of, and if they were to, they probably feel like they wouldn't be able to get anything done unless they did it during like the winter or something. Yes.
So with their threats of urbanization, did your mentor or did your research show that box turtles?
Population-wise? Yeah, so I don't know about Virginia specifically because you saw the graph for my research where they are located, but they have a 36% decline since 2003 to 2023, so they are declining, and 4 states have them declared as special concern currently.
Another question is, why the poaching?
By the what?
Poaching. I know there was a case.
Oh, poaching, yes. Yeah, my mentor said that, because I couldn't take any pictures of the trackers because he was worried about poachers coming and literally taking and killing the turtles. Apparently, the turtle shells are valuable if they are well preserved, and also they are taken as pets, and that's how often they're unethically attained. So when you're if you end up getting a box turtle as a pet, try to make sure it's ethically contained and like it wasn't taken from the wild. Because also when they are taken, they can spread disease to ethically produced Eastern box turtles. So, yes. Mhm. I don't know about not survive, but they will have like their health will decrease because they live for most of their life in a certain home range. And this home range is around like 2.5 football fields, if you want to think of it that way, is a very large home range. And if they are unfamiliar with it, they may not be able to get the resources that they are, they typically know where they are. And so they are less likely to survive, yes. Yes, Ms. Richardson? Okay. Oh, what's the Clifton Institute? It is a natural preserve for native species. Oh, the name, the Clifton Institute. Sorry. So it wasn't necessarily because, well, okay. So I will be honest, reptiles are kind of familiar to amphibians, and that's kind of why. So that was the main reason why, but it ended up working out great for me. But I didn't originally have an interest in Eastern box turtles before this project, so. Thank you.
What? You should always wash your hands when you touch dead things. You really should. Yeah. I'm gonna clip this here. So sorry, I'm not trying to. Oh, one moment. Morning, everyone. My name is Aubrey Pickett, and before I begin, I would like to first ask you all a question. By show of hands, how many of you have ever gone to the mall and been to a store called Anthropology? Yeah, it's always good to get disappointment out of the way early. This is not, in fact, about that. Instead, how many of you have ever gone to the mall and instead been to a nice quiet spot and have instead people watched and found observations and made inferences about those people? Yeah, what you all did was create your own anthropological study because you essentially did what Jane Goodall does with apes and watched. Without imagination or dreaming, we lose the excitement of possibilities.
I picked a Gloria Steinem quote because she is, as you'll come to find out, well, you should already know this really, but Gloria Steinem is one of the pillars of the feminist movement in America. And she's important to my project because of the aspect of the female sex and how they have impacted human evolution. And this specific quote will be pertinent to my community service, as you'll come to find out. For my shadowing and my professional learning experience, I've shadowed Dr. Bernard Means at VCU. He is an anthropology professor there and the curator of the virtual curation laboratory there, which is where I conducted my PLE. And during my PLE, I was able to learn the multifaceted parts of the different kinds of preservation that there are of fossils. This one, I will do a very big no-no and show you all my cell phone and come around with the judges, and you all will get to scan your own. And so, that was the wrong one. I'm sorry. Okay, then Mr. Harris can start then if you don't want to. Here, Abby. Yes, so what you're gonna do is I have small things here for you to scan, and you'll get to make your own 3D model of this said 3D model.
How do I stand something on myself?
Yeah, you'll see.
You can see this one.
Yeah. Then this is perfect. So you click this button here, and these red lines will appear. And what you'll do is the red lines will disappear as you do, or it's supposed to. The red lines are supposed to disappear. Let's try Danielle's turtle instead. The red lines will disappear as you go.
Oh, I got you.
And so that way they will create a 3D model like that one. And this other one was done with a 3D printer model. That one, you Photoshop out the parts that you don't need so that you are left with just that. And I also have one that I myself was able to scan. And it really hammers in the importance of fossil preservation because fossils don't always last forever. There's a natural degradation process, but also, you can look at it. But the natural process of it is one thing. And within it, there's also the need that there is a black market for fossils. And towards the end of my PLE, we actually had a break-in at the lab, and fossils were stolen, and we have yet to return those. They have not come back. Richmond News was able to do a story on it so that we can hopefully recover them, but unfortunately we haven't yet. And so that is a big thing as the lab does so that we can, for one, preserve fossils in case of situations like this, but so that we can also go through and preserve them just to have for future generations. For my research, I really wanted to find out what exactly the female sex had to impact on human evolution, because the only research we have as far as them is in relation to themselves and not in relation to other demographics. And I feel like women should be a part of something that they are, if that makes sense. And so with that, I've broke my research into two categories. I broke it into biological factors and sociocultural factors and how they intertwine with each other and how they focus in. And as you saw on the beginning of my slideshow, you saw what is linear evolution. That is not at all correct. I went back one. Linear evolution is in fact wrong because that's not at all how things progress naturally. What happens is you branch off into a tree and the tree instead dies off, branches of it do, but those that remain continue. And so up until recently, just to give you a timeline on this, how many of you know by show of hands who Lucy is in relation to science? Fantastic. Lucy, or Australopithecus ramicus, Australopithecus afarenus is 3.2 million years old. And recently in Ethiopia, they found Ardipithecus ramicus, which is 4.4 million years old, and his name is Artie. Artie should be right about here. Here's his genus, and here's Lucy. And so that just kind of shows you how long this whole thing has been going on to get to here, where we are here at the bottom. For my community service, I was able to intern with Mrs. Candace Bowerman, the ever so lovely. And she was able to connect me with different Girl Scout troops, and I was able to go through and talk to different Girl Scouts, and at the local Louisa Fall Festival, where I even got to reach a wider net of kids and talk to them about anthropology and the beginning of American archaeology. Getting to meet the Girl Scouts was probably the best thing that I could do. And my lovely assistant, Abigail, will be coming around with things for you all to do, because you all will get to do the activity I did with the Girl Scouts. The Girl Scouts not only got to go through and have part in their own anthropological study and go through and dig pieces of things out of the sand, or the dig kits that I created, but they also got to go through and pull out these pieces, articulate the skeletons within them, and then, I knew that'd get him, but they also got to go through and learn based off of what they saw, maybe where this person was from, and make their own inferences about it. And I also brought with me things that I brought back from VCU for them to look at. These will be passed around in the audience. This is a mammoth rib of a baby one. So here, you get to be the lucky test subject. Yeah. And I also brought with me frozen Charlotte dolls, because 1800s kids are very morbid. And so getting to work with the Girl Scouts primarily was probably the most exciting part of my project. Just to see their little faces light up and be excited about science was probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But also a favorite aspect of it was when I was at the Louisa Fall Festival, was how many parents I got to talk to as well, and how many of them got to go, I didn't know Thomas Jefferson was an archaeologist. Judging from your faces, some of you didn't either. Learn something new every day. All around, I got to talk to about 210 people, which for me was probably the coolest thing to have ever happened. It was honestly just very exciting that I got to see all this. This is my favorite picture from the presentation, from my entire project. This specific group was probably my favorite group, and this was a Girl Scout group from Albemarle County. And they were probably the most exciting group of little girls that you will ever see in your entire life, and they were so excited about science. And that in and of itself is my personal impact, is that I got to inspire so many young minds to be passionate about something and to be exciting. And honestly, their favorite part when I asked them was that they were excited that I asked them questions, and that they got to show off what they learned, and that they got to have their own experience. And it was the coolest thing for them. And I just developed an overall personal confidence seeing that, because if you had asked me from the day I'd started this project till probably about this moment, I would have told you that my project wasn't worth anything and that it wasn't something that I should be proud of. And in fact, this is something that I should be proud of because of this, and because I got to see so many people be touched by it. My advice to future governor school students would be to have confidence in yourself and to believe in it. And this goes for everyone. If you do feel that something is worth doing, then it's worth doing because you feel it is. For my future plans, I will be going to George Mason University and participating in the Honors College there. There I will be continuing anthropological research. I'm very excited about this. Thank you all. I would like to thank my mentors, Dr. Means and Mrs. Candace Bowerman, for letting me shadow them and for giving me some of the greatest advice from both of them that I will probably ever get in my entire life. And last but not least, I would like to thank Ms. King for supporting me throughout my project. Does anybody have any questions? Also, if any of you touched anything dead, I have hand sanitizers. That's also the #1 thing I learned, is that if you touch a dead thing, you should wash your hands. Yes. Danielle. Yes. The biggest thing that I think has changed is, and this is actually the pivotal point of my presentation, is lactation. The female sex's ability to lactate has revolutionized evolution because it essentially led to the formation of family units and then later sedentary civilizations. And a big thing that I noticed throughout my research was that, this is for you because you touched something. But I noticed that the biggest thing was that in earlier years during human evolution, before we were Homo sapiens, children would be breastfed until they were like 5 because they couldn't find food on their own. It was hard. And now they're weaned earlier because we're no longer nomadic and people are here to care for them. So they're usually weaned now earlier when they're about 9 months old or whenever their teeth start to come in. Emma? Yes. There is a story behind the dolls. So they are called frozen Charlotte dolls, and the Girl Scouts loved this story. This was also something that I enjoyed sharing with them, and they thought it was great. But the Girl Scouts were able to, or rather, it goes with this girl her name was Charlotte, and there was this big fancy party that she was invited to, and so she bought a brand new dress, and her mom told her that she needed to wear a coat because it was freezing outside. And she was like, no, Mom, it's going to be fine. Like, I don't want to ruin my dress. And so she goes and she leaves to go off to the party, but she doesn't make it there. And so they're searching for her the next day, and they find her frozen on her way there. And so my moral of the story to the Girl Scouts was you should always listen to your mom. So I think they liked that one just because it was scary, but also there's always a moral to the story with good kid stories. Yes.
Anything you would have done different?
If there was anything that I would have done different, I would have maybe picked a slightly older age group just because it's hard to teach kindergartners about a word that's larger than they are. But I do think, yeah, I think that would be the only thing that I would change is that I would pick maybe a slightly older age group. I talked to girls around between 5 and 8. I would maybe do 8 to 12 if I had to do it again. Audrey? It would probably definitely have to be lactation because women developed the ability to lactate. They were able to then form family units because fathers had to be more independent and focus on their children, on other children that they had rather than just the new one. Because mothers would be left incapable of doing it. And so it was also to prevent infanticide. Because fathers then were similar to how lions are now in the sense that they threatened their position. So that would also come into play. But they, when family units formed, they started becoming more sedentary. So they'd stay in similar spots and they wouldn't move as much. And so then civilizations formed. And then if civilizations hadn't formed, a lot of other evolutionary factors, especially the sociocultural ones, which serve as environmental pressures for humans, wouldn't have formed because we don't evolve the same way that animals do in that sense. We do and don't. Yes, Mr. Harris? Yes, the creature on top of the gravestone is actually a lamb. I was at Hollywood Cemetery on an excavation. Maybe it'll play. Because this is the 3D model that I made with the software that I gave to you all to try. With the one that you were struggling with. And that is this photo before. Is me taking it and using it. There was other software, but I had to pay for that. So this is free. And it's something that everyone can use. So if you all would like to try it, it's called Spaniverse, and you are welcome to download it on your own cell phones. And if you'd like for me to show you, I have no problem. Yes, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, and I couldn't resist. I saw
Dr. Weedo, I read that for your class. So see, sometimes things do circle back. So especially with my research, the biggest thing for me was the G6PD gene. So G6PD in your body is what prevents free radicals from destroying the integrity of your red blood cells. And when you have a G6PD suppressor gene, it lowers your chances. It will essentially, if you don't have it, your blood vessels will burst, which is not good, and it will lead to hypolimic anemia. And because most genes are actually passed down on the mother's side, because most genes, about 97%, are passed down through the mother because they're carried on the X chromosome. So you're more likely to get something from your mother than you are your father, because you have essentially double the chance to get it if she is. And a lot of women don't know that they have it, because in order to affect you, it has to be on both X chromosomes. And so when this specific gene is passed down, while maybe it's not a good thing in the meantime, it will actually prevent you from contracting malaria, because malaria also contracts against your red blood cells. But when you have this gene, it makes them an unhospitable place to live for malaria. And so therefore you have less of a chance of getting malaria or any other thing that attacks your red blood cells because of it. Did that answer your question?
Jacob, it's gonna be great. The question time. Said, just use the time for questions.
Well, and they did. They hit some parts.
All right. So I'm gonna put this on you.
Mhm.
This is just for recording. You look very nice.
Thank you, Miss B.
Forward or back. So like, if you skip a slide by accident or need to go back, just push the back area. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. And then this is if you want to have the pointer, it's the sunshine.
And what is this in the
So
middle?
that can move it for you, but sometimes it's a little harder to use.
Yeah.
So I always recommend using the arrows.
Okay.
Sometimes they go too fast.
Does this
with it.
control a cursor if I ever need it?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I will, but just in case.
Weird.
Yeah.
You can't catch your breath.
Mhm. It's okay to take a pause.
It's okay. It's all right. Nobody will notice because we all have to breathe,
Yeah.
right? And to break that cycle, extra oxygen to calm you down.
Can I ask you a favor?
Yes.
Could you run and get me a water while I'm presenting? Yes, please.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you.
Squeeze.
I'm gonna take a little sip right now. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
So if you want to take a drink, it's okay to go over and take a drink.
I know. Miss King has already
Okay, good.
like
Okay,
if you need a
take it.
breath or a drink, I'm okay. Actually, I did a last minute change to my presentation. I added a QR code for people to donate. So
Good idea.
I'm excited, but I'm nervous, but it'll be okay.
Really well. And you know what? Just let it be true,
Yeah.
right? Like show who you are.
I think so.
Are you ready?
Yep.
You got this.
Morning. You may be reading my title and wonder, what exactly is a third place? Well, to put it in simple terms, a third place is like your hangout spot. It's where you go to maybe engage in a shared interest with somebody. Maybe you go to see that familiar face that you really like to see at the end of a long day. Maybe you had a stressful day at work. And this is the focus of my project. I'm Jacob Ryder, and I wanted to focus on how these spaces impact and build our community. There we go. I think Helen Keller outlines it best. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. I feel like my project is the perfect example of this. Without the help of so many people with my project, I would not be standing in front of you today to present my project that I'm so excited to tell you about. Now, I think third places fit this quote perfectly. They allow people to build connections with others, and they allow people to make connections with others and maybe increase their efficacy in being able to achieve their goals that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise alone. So I'm going to go into a little bit of my research. Before, I had done a little bit of preliminary research before I took a deep dive. Basically, all I knew was what they were and that they were declining. And in my research question, I wanted to see what exactly is it about third places that is causing them to decline, and what are we missing out on by not having them in our community. So I want to first introduce the person that first coined the term, Ray Oldenburg. He is a sociologist and coined the term third place in the 1990s. In his book, The Great Good Place, he outlined that these third places have been disappearing since the 1950s, largely due to factors such as suburbanization and car-centric infrastructure. Now, as for what we lose by not having these places in our community is we lose the ability to build social capital. The social cohesion of a community is often hurt by not having these third places. And also, we spurn the benefits to our health by having these third places. So this research influenced what I wanted to do with my internship and my community service. I realized that Louisa does not have a lot of third places, and I wanted to bring one to Louisa County. But before I go into that, I want to introduce my mentors. Both are here today. I'm very grateful for having. My internship mentor was Tom Eglund. He is the senior planner of Louisa Community Development, and he showed me how to site plan review and other essential skills to being an urban planner. The other is Andrea Madison, who is the top coordinator of Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation, and she also has a background in urban planning. For my internship, I wanted to see how, as an urban planner, could I make a difference in the community. And I think my internship was pivotal in learning the skills that I needed to implement the third place for my community service. The first skill that I was taught was how to interact with the community, how to listen to the needs, and how to listen to the problems that a lot of the people that came into our office had. And then we would later defer or listen to their needs and then defer them to where they needed to go in order
to have the best chance of success for resolving their issue. The next one is, or the next skill that I was taught was how to site plan review. And for this, I would like to roll out this table and invite the judges to look at a site plan with me. That's perfect. Please bear with us for a few moments as we get a second table. These are very large. If you would like, I would like the judges to come up to the table so I can give a thorough demonstration. Do you mind if you hold this for a quick second while I unravel this? Thank you. Yep, that's one. So this is a site plan, and this is actually one of the smaller site plans, if you can believe it.
Really?
It is.
Okay.
So I was taught how to analyze, read, and give feedback to the developers that submitted these to us. What I first like to do is, of course, look at the cover page. The title will tell you what this project is for. This is a workforce housing project by the Louisa Housing Foundation. This is out of date, but I think it still illustrates my point perfectly.
Even with that date.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
There's a few key points of information. Of course, we have a key right here. This is always important. I like to reference this. I often flip back to the cover page to make sure I know what I'm looking at. Right here, we have important information like the date, who engineered it, who this was checked by, and when it was done. And of course, we have our signature box to make sure that every department has given this project the okay. Now, I would like to move to page 7. Exactly right there. Thank you. Now, you may be looking at this and think, wow, that is a lot to take in. And it is. When I first open these large overviews, I like to get my bearings and look for major landmarks. Now, if you look down here, you'll see that this is Davis Highway, and that this plan branches off of Chalkville Road and into the Resource Council. These buildings right here are the current buildings in the Resource Council. Now, I want you to look right here. This shows you everything that is planned to be built and modified in that area. As you can see, we have a bunch of housing. This housing would benefit people like police officers, EMT, firefighters, teachers, anybody who would be considered an essential worker in Louisa County. And I'm going to show you how to use an engineer scale. So, would anybody like to hold one? So, if you look on the side, you will see that each engineer scale has a number 10 through 60. And this shows you how many feet are in an inch. Now, the way you figure out the scale on a plan is it will usually be in about one of the bottom corners. In this plan, it is right here. It will tell you what scale to look for. Right there, it's 40. Little tip to remember is that one side is even, or one side is 10 through 30, and the other side is 40 through 60. So, Matt, I would like the people that have the engineer skills to match up the 40 section with the scale on the plat. You just hold it up, line it up, and make sure that the scale is correct. This is something that we have to make sure that we do to make sure that 1 inch is 40 feet. Take it all the way over here, and you'll see that right here, this is where the 1 inch mark is, and that it matches 4 right here, which corresponds to 40 feet. All these numbers on here, you just multiply by 10, and that gives you the exact amount of feet that are in it. Now, we use these engineering scales to make sure that all the houses, the sidewalks, the parking spaces are up to code with Virginia law. So one of the first tasks that I was given was counting parking spaces and making sure that they were all the right size. I know, a real riveting activity, but it did give me essential skills on how to use the engineer scale and to be meticulous when I'm reviewing these. I'm sorry. Yes, these are the parking spaces. Typically, if the engineers want to make it easier on us, they will number them, how many are in each spot, and that really helps speed up the process. This concludes my demonstration. You can walk back to your table. I will be accepting questions at the end of this presentation. If anybody in the audience would like to see this after the fact, it will be here to look at for questions. Now, I wanted to apply what I learned at community development to bring a third place to some community in Louisa. And at my time in community development, I worked with the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation. Now, the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation works to provide houses to essential workers in Louisa County. And so I took my skills that I learned in order to see what would be the best option for this place. In order to do this, actually, I'm going to hand out the judges. This is a survey that I made that was given to the residents of the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation. Let's take about half, and I'll grab the other half. Here you go. Now, I had to keep a few things in mind when I made these surveys. I had to make sure that they were accessible because a lot of the residents at the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation are older. I had to make sure that not only would these options be of interest to them, but they would also be doable for my projects in the limited time that I had to do it. If you look at the graph on the screen, as you can see, the community garden was the most popular option by far. Now, you may also see that a sports area was also the second most popular option, with 30% of respondents saying that they would, or 30% of respondents responded to this most positively. Now, instead of outright ignoring their suggestion, I went to look into the surveys and what exactly they liked about the sports area that I could implement into the community garden to make sure that I could make it as usable and accessible as possible for everybody involved. Now, this is a skill that I learned in community development, is compromising different interests to make sure that it benefits as many people as possible. Well, this project is still ongoing because I am collecting donations to collect materials to make raised planters for the community, just so that it's accessible to the elderly residents and best fits their needs. The QR code on the screen will take you to a website that I'm using to collect donations. It is run by the high school bookkeeper. If you want to donate, I would greatly appreciate it. It would mean a lot to my project and to the elderly residents of that community. Give you a couple seconds to do that. Has everybody got it? Okay. Now for my personal impact, I think the thing that impacted me the most was the lesson that I was taught how to benefit the community in a community service project. Now I know that may seem like a fairly obvious, lesson to learn, but there is a lot of intricacies that go into making a project that is conducive to the needs and the wants of the people that you are benefiting. At community development, I was taught that not only is the change that I want to see important, but it's also what other people want to see. That's also important, and I have to balance those. I have to balance what I want and what the community wants and or needs. And I applied that principle, as stated earlier, with my surveys. And I think this ties back to my quote. Together, we can do so much. I wanted to provide these elderly residents with the opportunity to feel included in the community, because oftentimes elderly residents are kind of alienated, and I wanted to bring a place where they could communicate and benefit from social interaction and just have some fresh vegetables that they could use to cook with. Now for my advice to future BRVGS seniors. Of course, the obvious, pick something that you love. It makes it so much more easy and enjoyable to pick something that you love and stick with it. But also, I give this with the caveat that you should pick something early. Everybody, no matter what, will come in with difficulties with their project. I personally ran into issues with the weather that made it more difficult to collect donations, and it also pushed back the planting season for when we would normally plant the vegetables for this garden. And so giving yourself time to work through these issues gives you a better opportunity to do what you want and make the most out of your project. As for my next steps, I plan on going to PVCC first and then to transferring to VCU in order to get a degree in urban planning. And then after that, I plan to get my real world experience and then get a job in the public sector to become an urban planner. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here and listening to my presentation. I am now opening the floor to any questions. It is actually, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about where this is exactly located, but it is a residential area run by Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation. If you have questions about it, you can ask, or you can look on their website or contact them. Oh, I can? Okay. Sorry, my mentor is here, so she gave me permission. It's off of Davis Highway. It is the Evergreen community in right off that, if you take a right on Davis Highway as you're going towards the high school, it's like right there. Yes, ma'am?
In working with the planner for Louisa County, did you say that you were part of conversations where you would hear what community members were?
Yes.
Okay.
Oftentimes, or?
Oh, sorry. Follow up to that.
Okay.
What did you hear from the residents of Louisa as a common need, or was there a common need?
To answer your first question, I was allowed to interact with community members, and I was also allowed to sit in on a lot of phone calls. Now, I do know that on some phone calls, I'm not allowed to specify what those exactly were about. The most common thing that I saw in Louisa was probably transportation issues, with the car infrastructure.
Like the need for like public
It's a lot of disputes between land ownership that you saw, like driveways and the mundane things, you know. Okay. Yes, Mr. Harris?
From your research, what makes a good third place?
There's a couple things that go into making a good third place. One is that it has to be local and accessible. And I talked about how urbanization and car-centric infrastructure kind of reduces their efficacy. It's mostly because they're not convenient to go to, and so people are less likely to go there after work because it's I researched that it's typically like a 30-minute drive from the suburbs to the city, which makes it much more difficult to establish yourself in these places or go when you want to. Another thing is cheap or free places typically do better because there is not a financial burden on the people that are participating in the third place. Thank you, I'm so happy.
It's not perfection. It's about you just sharing this is your time to brag about it. Your breath. Deep breath. Deep cycle. You got this. You've done the hard work. Now you're just sharing it. Thank you. Okay, I wait for her to introduce me, right? Yeah. Okay. She's the one that said, hey, next up is. Yep, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so you're fine. Okay. She's not saying that. Okay, come on, say hi. All right. Thank you.
So I would like to not make a whole lot of extra conversation. Danielle's water.
Good morning, my name is Danielle DeLauder, and I chose to focus my Blue Ridge Senior Project on technology and obstetrics. Since I was younger, I knew that I wanted to go into the medical field when I was older, but I didn't know exactly which profession. I tossed around the idea of being a veterinarian, a nurse, even a neurologist, but one that specifically stuck was being an obstetrician, which is what led me to pursuing this topic of interest. The quote that I chose that I think sums up my project pretty well is, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic," by Arthur C. Clarke. Arthur C. Clarke was a fiction writer as well as an inventor, and he wrote this quote in one of his books. I think this sums up captures what my project is about, because as I was going through my PLEs and my research, it really clicked to me that modern day technology, as we know it, is like magic in the sense that it saves lives, and it helps us prevent and heal injuries in a way that we wouldn't be able to without it. And this became especially clear during my PLEs. I completed 2 PLEs during my project. My mentor for the first one was Greg Sesney, as you can see on the left. He was the internship program overseer at Anton Par, which is where my first internship was. And my second mentor was Mandy Johnson, or Jamanda Johnson, who was a labor and delivery nurse at Henrico Doctors Hospital. And my first internship, as I said, was at Anton Par. Anton Par is a company that manufactures and sells analytical technologies to larger companies such as Apple, Google, Coca-Cola, and really any company that would need very precise measurements for their products. Their instruments measure factors such as density, viscosity, particle size, and things of that sort. So while I was there, while Greg Sesney was the overseer of the whole program, I was really working one-on-one with people who had previously been in the internship program that are now working within the company. And each of these people specialize in one specific instrument. So while I was there, each day I worked one-on-one with this person and learned more about their instrument specifically. And towards the end, as you can see here, I actually got to work hands-on with an instrument by myself. I worked with the viscometer, which measures viscosity, and I decided to measure the different viscosities of various transmission fluids. So while I was at the beginning of this project, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do going into it. All I knew is that I wanted it to be STEM-based. So when this opportunity was presented to me, I took it thinking that I could learn a lot from it and that it would be really interesting. And while it was, I didn't accomplish all that I had hoped to, which is what led me to pursuing my second PLE at Henrico Doctors Hospital. While I was there, I shadowed Mandy Johnson in the labor and delivery unit, and I really got to see the day-to-day of nurses and what goes on behind the scenes at hospitals. One thing in particular that I got to experience was I actually got to see a live C-section while I was there. So I was in the room during the procedure, and while the doctors or the obstetricians were going through with the procedure, Mandy was next to me the entire time, walking me through what they were doing, step by step, how the doctors were going through this procedure. And it truly was such a unique and interesting thing to experience and really eye-opening, like bringing a new life into the world and seeing like the happiness on the parents' face. It was so cool to see. But so taking my experiences with technology at Anton Par and obstetrics at Henrico Doctors Hospital, I chose to focus my research on technology in obstetrics. The leading question for my research was, what is the safest and most efficient way to detect genetic anomalies? And I focused this specifically within prenatal development. So I took a look into the difference between screening tests and diagnostic tests. For the screening test, I looked into the non-invasive prenatal test, the combined first trimester screening, and the NT scan. So all of these tests are completely non-invasive, meaning that they don't go towards the baby at all. So the baby is not at risk of anything. But since they can't take samples directly from around the baby, these tests can only give mothers the probability of her baby having a certain genetic anomaly. Whereas on the other hand, diagnostic tests, I look specifically into amniocentesis and chorionic villus sampling. These tests take samples directly from either the placenta or the amniotic fluid to run blood work to see if this baby has a genetic anomaly. And these are the only tests that can give a definite yes or no if the baby has this deformity or anomaly. And while I was doing my research, I began talking to my peers, asking them if they knew of any obstetrics training or units at the high school that they knew of. And I quickly figured out that most people don't even know what obstetrics is. So for my research, I contacted the nursing and EMT teachers at our high school asking if they had an obstetrics unit. They both got back to me, and I learned that the nursing class does not, but the EMT class does. And Mr. Ham, our EMT teacher here at the school, informed me that while they do have an obstetrics unit, they don't have any equipment to help the students train during this unit. So I took on the task of raising money for an obstetrics mannequin. And this mannequin will help the students in this class train and practice live births. And if you'd like to take a moment and scan the QR code I've attached up here, it'll take you directly to the link to my GoFundMe page. So on this page, you will see a brief overview of who I am, what my goal is, and you can also see where we are in the process of reaching our goal. All of the money that I raise will go directly to the school, and they will work out buying the mannequin for the EMT class. So if you'd like to help us reach our goal a little bit quicker, please consider donating at any point you can. This mannequin will not only allow the students to feel more confident and secure in themselves should there be a real life emergency, it'll also allow the mothers in these emergencies to be in better hands, knowing that these students are properly trained for the situation. For my personal impact, the one thing that I truly learned during this project was to trust myself. Leading up to this project and even during the project itself, I often become very overwhelmed and very stressed very easily with large workloads. And I end up convincing myself that it's too much for me to handle and that I can't get through it. And as we all know, there's a lot that goes into this project and a lot that we have to do to get to the final product. But as I broke down this project into smaller pieces and really worked through it, I began to learn to trust myself and be confident in my ability to complete tasks that are handed to me. My advice for upcoming seniors in Governor School is to please choose something that you are passionate about and interested in. At the beginning of my project, like I said, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, and I took the first opportunity that was presented to me. And while I did gain everything that I had hoped to out of this project, and it was a very enjoyable experience for me, the start of it was a bit rough because I didn't choose something that I knew I was interested in. So I would tell these upcoming seniors to do something that you know that you love. You can't ask someone else what they think you would enjoy or what they think you'd be interested in. You have to know that for yourself. And if you choose something that you think would be most convenient or would get you a good grade, it's not going to be an enjoyable experience, or you're not going to get all out of it that you had hoped. For my future plans, I do plan on attending a 4-year college, and this is actually JMU's campus because it is my top choice right now, but not confirmed because I'm still waiting on a few responses. While at whichever college I go to, I plan on studying biomedical engineering, and I hope to get my master's in this degree and go on to whichever career it takes me to. I want to say a special thank you to my friends and family for helping me through the more stressful times of this project, and a huge thank you to Ms. King for helping me through the harder parts. I'm now taking questions. Ms. King?
Think that the first one, which you started, you were a little bit
Absolutely not, no. So at the beginning, I was working with technology, and I knew I was trying to shape my project around the internship that I had, only with technology. So I was thinking like I could do something in environment or medicine, but I didn't know enough about either to really focus my project on either of those topics. So I thought that doing another PLE in a specific environment for either of those topics would help me a lot more, and it did. And I'm very, very glad that I did that second PLE. Yes?
Kind of to follow up with that, I think what you said was what you had hoped to get from your first was missing.
Yeah.
So first, I want to applaud you and some of the other students who have said, like, I was going down this path and I realized that I needed to pivot. Like, I want to applaud you because, like, that's life. Like, there's a lot of things that you can't control. But I'm just curious, what had you hoped to get? Like, what did you feel was missing that drove you to go to an additional PLE?
So going into this project, as I talked to other seniors before me, and they were talking about how much they loved their project and how much they personally got out of it and that they enjoyed doing it so much. And I felt that since I hadn't chose something that I was truly interested in, if I had kept with just this one internship, it wouldn't have been something that I would love learning about and love doing. So that's why I felt that I needed to do more to get to that goal. Yes? Yeah, so I hope to see myself going more into the medical side, like actually either designing or building equipment that would help in the medical field. I don't know about obstetrics specifically, but maybe designing products that would help like with neurological factors. That would be really, really interesting for me to do. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I looked into 3 screening tests, the FTS, which is the combined screening, the NIPT, which is the non-invasive, and the NT scan. The first 2 take blood work from the mother, and then they take what's called CFF DNA from that blood work, which is cell-free fetal DNA, which is where they're able to read the baby's DNA to figure out if it has a genetic anomaly. Whereas the diagnostic test, the amniocentesis, I believe this one, it takes samples directly from the placenta. And that one, and then they're able to run direct blood tests to see if there's an anomaly. And the CVS, which is the chorionic villus, that can be done either transcervically or transabdominally and takes samples directly from the amniotic sac to see if this baby has an anomaly or not. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
So well. Is on. This is on. Do you want me to hold your mic? Do you want me to hold your mic?
If you think you can't hear me, then yes. Okay. But I can try it without first.
Okay, I do need to.
Okay. No, I think it's okay. Open would be good, yeah. She's so sweet. Okay, am I gonna really mess up the audio with her?
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe on this side since she's facing this baby. You're okay, don't worry.
Is that better?
I think so, yeah. Okay. I know, right? She's magic. Okay.
Here, so forward and back. I mean, people have been using that too. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you ever want to point, it's the sunshine.
Okay.
And then here's the mic. Do you want to leave it here? Is that good?
Yeah, that's good for now. And I'll just walk back over.
Breathe.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I'm gonna clip the slide.
Do you want me to do this?
That might be good.
Just look over at me and I'll just.
Yeah, I'll give you a nod if that works. Okay. Perfect. Yep. Hi. As you can see, my hands are a bit full, so I'm going to do my best to project, but let me know if you can't hear me. My name is Emma Alpern, and my capstone project topic is the human benefits of animal companionship. So my quote of quality reads, "Until one has loved an animal, a part of one's soul remains unawakened." This quote perfectly embodies my capstone project. The picture you see here is my own cat, who I adopted in a very difficult time of my life, and probably most of our lives, which is the pandemic. I found myself in middle school, isolated, alone, and struggling with depression. And when I adopted my cat from my local animal shelter, she's been a source of companionship ever since. She reminds me that there are light and happy moments in the dark and heavy times in our lives. And because of all she's done for me throughout my life, I knew I wanted to focus my capstone project on something related to the benefits of animals. The picture you see here is my amazing mentor, Katya Simmons, and she was an immeasurable help to me throughout my whole project. She was so helpful even with my community service as well, that she became a second community service mentor for me. And I would not be standing here without her help. So her advice and her stories that she was able to give to me completely changed the course of my project. Katya's a very talented certified therapy animal handler and who's been visiting hospitals, nursing homes, funerals, and wherever else she's needed for years. And I actually met her through a community event in Louisa that she came to. This is my other mentor, Miss Jenny Thompson. Ms. Thompson works with Louisa County 4-H, and because of this, she has extensive knowledge of working with animals, as well as with families and children. And because of this, and my goal to target my community service towards these demographics, I knew that she would be a great community service mentor for me. I want to start talking about my internship in a place that may seem a bit early to start, which is on the way to the internships. The pictures you see here are from the car rides to my internships, and I never thought that this would be one of the most impactful parts of the visits, but they did end up being so. During these car rides, I was able to speak with Katya and learn about her experience working with therapy animals and the impact that she's seen her animals have on the people that she visits. And because of this, she changed the course of my project. I knew I wanted to work with animals, but I didn't quite have a project topic narrowed down. But because of what Katya told me about the ways that the ways that her animals have benefited humans, I knew that I wanted to talk about the human benefits of animal companionship. So now I'm going to talk about when I was actually at my internship, which was at Spring Arbor Assisted Living Facility. The picture you see here is me talking to some of the residents, one of which on the left has just finished telling me a story about how animals have impacted her life. And by speaking to these residents, I was able to learn that I am not the only one who has been impacted by the animals in my life. And I learned that there are so many people that would give anything to be able to interact with an animal and have some way to be brought out of these dark times. I want to talk about a very special resident, and I of course want to leave her anonymous, but I wish you could see behind the blur in this photo how wide her smile is as she pets the cat that you see here. This resident really made an impact on me as I interacted with her during each of my nursing home visits. She said something that really changed the course of my project, and what she told me was that she hadn't quite realized how much she missed petting a cat. And this made me realize that all of these people that are in a dark situation, in a hospital, in a nursing home, maybe going through a funeral or the loss of a loved one, need something to be brought out of that difficult situation. And this is often an animal that does so. Because of this interaction that I had with her, I knew that I wanted to spread this awareness to other people so that they can learn the impact that animals can have on them. Here she is again, and again, smiling so wide behind the blur in this photo. I think she loves this cat more than me, which is saying something. The picture you see on the right is something that was also very special to me, which is Spring Arbor's area called the Cottage. The Cottage is specifically for memory care patients, which means that many of these people were nonverbal and not able to communicate with me. Despite this, as I brought the therapy cat around to each one, they interacted with me and I could see the impact that the animal was having on them, even if they weren't able to speak to me verbally. Because of all of this, I knew that there must be something special about animals to have such a profound impact on the humans that they interact with, even if it's just for a moment. And I want to allow the judges to experience this, so I'm going to hand the cat off to you guys. Feel free to pass her around. She's very friendly. Okay, gotcha. I know you're going to be very excited. You can hold her. She is a Norwegian forest cat. A very big one. She's a big cat. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not on the computer.
It wouldn't be the first cat that's gone on this computer. Hello there.
Okay. Okay, now you can hear me. So because of the impact that I observed through my internship and my interactions with the people at the nursing home and what I learned from Katya, I knew I wanted to spread this awareness in my research paper and community service. Because of some of the interactions that I had with Katya and some of the research that I did in my own time, I knew that I wanted to focus my research on the human benefits of animal companionship, specifically with non-service animals. The reason why I decided to focus on non-service animals in particular was because of some of the things that I'd found in my findings, which was that non-service animals seem to have lower societal and even legal recognition than non-service animals. And because of this, I wanted to learn the impacts that non-service animals have on the humans that they interact with, and if these benefits are comparable to service animals. I also wanted to determine if these impacts deserve better recognition as far as gratitude and appreciation toward what non-service animals do for us. I can click now. In my research, I found that there are three main ways in which non-service animals interact and benefit the humans that they interact with. These three ways consist of social factors, physical factors, and mental factors. In the social category, Animals have been found to reduce loneliness and improve social functioning, especially in those that need it most, including autistic individuals and single people as opposed to couples. In the physical category, animals have been found to reduce heart rate, reduce blood pressure, and reduce stress as measured in tension. The mental category might be the biggest of them all, and as you are probably experiencing, animals make us very happy, but they also lower stress, depression, and anxiety through these psychological tests that measure this. My research findings led me to realize that non-service animals do have comparable benefits to that of service animals, and as a result, they do deserve better legal and societal recognition for the work that they do. For my community service, I wanted to take what I'd uncovered in my research and my conversations with Katya and every other step of this process and spread that to as many people as I could. So the picture you see here on the right is the logo that I designed for something that I held called the People Animal Wellness Fair, or the Paw Fair for short. I came up with the name and I came up with the logo, and the logo perfectly represents what this event was all about. As you can see, there's a human hand and an animal paw held together, and this perfectly symbolizes the connection between animals and humans that are necessary to benefit both parties. On the left, you can see the Facebook event that I created for it. You may have seen it. Thank you if you came. And you can also see here, if you didn't come, or maybe if you did, these are all the flyers that I created for the event. And if you've seen these, you are a victim of my marketing. So it's been successful, good to know. All of these were designed by me, and I put them anywhere I could possibly think of, both in physical spaces and in social media platforms. So I wanted to reach as many people as I could to talk about my message and spread it to as many people as I could. I want to highlight some of the things that I found the most impactful from my community service event. On this slide, you can see some of the organizations that attended the event. In the top left, there's the Louisa Community Animal Response Team, which focuses on what would happen to animals in case of a disaster. There's cat hair in my mouth. On the top right, you can see the Louisa County Animal Shelter, who brought animals that were up for adoption to meet the visitors. In the bottom middle, Lieutenant Sheridan from the Louisa County Sheriff's Office brought the Bloodhound Alley to meet all the visitors. Another thing I was very proud of was the opportunity I was able to give to small businesses to shine a spotlight on their business. Even if they weren't able to make sales this day, they were able to present their business to other people and get their name out there. I also want to talk about something that was very special to me, which was the opportunity I was able to give to other Louisa County High School students to get community service hours helping with my event. Yeah, some of you are on this slide. And on this slide, you can also see something that was very, a goal that I had in mind when designing my community service, which was that I wanted to specifically target families and children. So the pictures you see here are some of the kids' activities that I had available at the event. On the left were temporary tattoos of little paw prints that were $1 each. And on the right, you can see face painting, which ranged from $2 to $5 depending on the design. The reason I mentioned the prices is because all of the proceeds from this were donated to animal nonprofits at the end of the event. That's from both of these as well as the raffle. Again, I wanted to target my community service towards families and children, which is why I had an arts and crafts table run by my sister, who's giggling a little bit. And on the left, you can see a child who's making a bird feeder out of Cheerios and pipe cleaners. And on the right, my sister's teaching a young child how to make dog toys out of rope. So my reason for targeting this to families and children was that I wanted to foster a love and a connection with animals at this young age. And I wanted to spread the message that animals impact and change and benefit our lives from day one. I also was able to do something that was very special to me, which I called brag bags, and I have them for the judges. Yes, please. Sorry. I know, you get another.
Yeah.
So you're of course welcome to go through them and keep them afterwards if you'd like, but in case you'd like me to do it for you verbally, let me tell you a bit about what's in them. You can find lots of goodies in there, including fruit snacks, including pencils, erasers, bracelets, all themed around animals and paws. But possibly the most important thing, despite the presence of fruit snacks, which is very important, the most important thing in my opinion would be the informational brochures and flyers that are in there, which I found and printed myself or were given to me by organizations to help me with my event. All of these things address important topics, including how to recognize signs of aggression in an animal, how to properly take care of your animals, and many other important topics. My reason for doing this was that I wanted the people who attended my event to have an impact, to be able to experience the impact long after they left it. So by taking these brochures home, putting them on their fridge, giving it to a friend who wasn't able to attend, they can spread my message and remember what the event was all about after they leave. I've talked about a lot of very impactful things from my event, but I want to address two of what I believe were the most important to me. On the left, you can see this, this young child and this dog, and the reason why this picture is special is because this dog was brought by a shelter, and this child and his family adopted the dog at the close of the event. So because of my ability to bring the community together for my event, this animal found a home. And this seems to me to be a great example of what the event was all about, which is uniting animals and humans in relationships that will help both. On the right, you can see something that was also very impactful to me as far as the legacy of my event, which is a article that was published in the Central Virginian about my event. I was interviewed for it, and so were my mentors. And a reporter actually came out to my event and took photos of it and was able to spread the message to people that weren't able to attend the event or maybe did attend and forgot what it was all about. So by reading this article and having it around the community, I was able to extend the message again after the event closed, which was something very impactful to have a legacy of the event. Lots of impact here, but my own personal impact was that I was able to take something that was just a love for my own animals and a love for the pets in my life and extend it to a scientific approach, a professional approach, and spreading it to my community. And I was able to take this passion that I had for animals and turn it into something that had more meaning and more scientific value to it. I want to talk about my advice next, which closely relates to the photo that you see here. In this photo, I'm wearing a shirt that has the Paw Fair logo that my sister made for me, and I'm desperately clutching a little file folder of the flyers that I made for the event, and I'm so nervous. And I'm speaking to someone to advertise to my event before it ever happened. This is a small business owner, and my hope was not necessarily that she would attend the event, but just that she would hear me out. And by speaking to her and putting myself out there, I was more than successful because she attended my event and she hosted a booth at my event. By going out of my comfort zone, I was able to have something amazing happen, and that is my advice to future governor school students or anyone listening. This project will take you out of your comfort zone, and it will be uncomfortable, and you might regret ever choosing that topic or whatever it may be. But it is so worth it, and once you get through those uncomfortable phases, what happens afterward is so incredible, and you would never know it if you don't put yourself out of your comfort zone. My future plans are to attend the University of Virginia and major in psychology, and I want to pursue a career in animal behaviorism to further this knowledge. I want to thank many people, including my friends and family, of course, Katya and Ms. King. And I now want to open the floor to questions. Jacob. Thank you so much. So the event, I'm so proud of how it turned out, but it was a lot of behind the scenes, and I definitely want to highlight that fact. I counted because I was curious. I sent 216 emails related to this event, and of my 40 community service hours, that was 13 of them, drafting, sending, and responding. So there was definitely, emailing became my life for a while there, and I had so much professional communication practice and so much interaction with people that I wasn't quite prepared for, but was so valuable to learn and experience. And I was able to contact these vendors, reach out to them, convince them to attend my event, answer any questions that they had. Some of them had special needs that they were needing to accommodate for the event, and I was able to meet all those things and work out the details and the little nooks and crannies of the event. So that definitely took a lot of work, but I believe that it was very worth it. The cat's name is Tortoise. She's very cute.
The second thing I have in regards to that, how do you navigate like she being a tool versus like where does that work?
That's a great question. So I think it's very important to remember that at the end of the day, she is a living creature and her feelings matter, even if she may not be able to voice them to us. So while I think she has immeasurable impact on the humans that she interacts with and even the other animals she interacts with, it's very important to measure and pay attention to her feelings and how she's acting as well. For example, she was a bit nervous to be here. She was a little bit shaky, but she was also excited to meet everyone. So I think it's important to recognize when she possibly feels uncomfortable and find ways to navigate that situation, such as taking her in a quiet room, which we just did a little while ago, and give her a little break before she comes back and continues her service. Yeah?
You shared very vulnerably about your own battle with depression in middle school.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any ideas on how something like this could fit into the public school system?
Yes.
So many who are dealing with that.
Yes, so before I came up with the idea, which was largely based on my mom and Katya's help of the Paw Fair, my original idea was to bring the therapy animals into the schools and have them visit the people that might need it most. For example, the special needs classrooms or possibly the so-called like academic kids in the AP classes and the DE classes that are just stressed out of their minds with final exams, essays. Mr. Harris's class, I'm just kidding, and all those crazy things. So, and to find those people that may be very stressed and again, needing to be brought out of that situation and allow them to experience this impact. So while that wasn't the direction I ended up taking with my project, I definitely think it's something that could largely benefit, especially in public schools. Aubrey? Yeah, so again, there were so many amazing things that I was able to make happen. I'd say for my internship, my biggest goal was to kind of take this, this interaction that I was having with my animals and the passion of, oh my gosh, it's a cute cat, and turn it into something that was more scientific and professional, and how these animals are like scientifically, measurably impacting our lives. So I'd say that was my goal for my internship. For my community service, my biggest goal was to spread my message. So whether that was to community members or vendors that attended the event, to give them a spotlight to talk to people and help me spread that message, but also to spread it to them.
You did great. Just remember to breathe, right? That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Is that
Yeah.
gonna bother you?
That's good.
Yep. Think of what to say. Gotcha.
I'm gonna hand these out real quick
Okay.
before.
And then
Of course. Here you go.
Thank you.
This is for you. Of course. A present for you. Oh, I will not. Entrust. Here you go. Straw right there. Oh, there's a cat. That's so cute.
So forward and backward, we know that, right? Forward, backward. If you go past a slide, just go back slide to jump.
Got you.
If you want to point, it's the sunshine button.
Oh.
It's up to you. It is talking to this computer, but it should work if you just point it. Like you don't have to point it at the computer. It should work. Remember to keep it close to your mouth. You want to be able to hear you. You can test it out if you want.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'll
And
leave
then
it
just
myself.
remember to breathe. This is your story. This is your brag. You've worked hard. So share your excitement, right? But keep breathing. If you need to take a break and take a deep breath, it's okay, right? Okay? Any questions? I'm so sorry.
I don't think so.
Are the people here?
My last person just came in.
Okay.
Here, come sit down. Come sit down. Yeah. No, I haven't. Perfect timing.
We're gonna let them
Yeah.
fuss on the cat for a little bit.
Can I go fuss on the cat?
You can go fuss on
Yay! Oh, I didn't get to see the cat. Emma, can I see the cat?
Kelsey.
Hi.
Kelsey needs the emotional
I need it.
support.
Hello, baby. I'm sure you did amazing. Oh, you're so cute. They have all this in the YouTube feed, probably, of me just fussing over this cat.
Lose points in her grade now. Okay.
No, no. Actually, it proves Emma's project, because now I'm less stressed. It proves Emma's project. I love that cat.
I don't know about yours, but my street dog part of my is quite fluffy. That's so
Gotcha. Amazing. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Kelsey Lagon, and for my senior capstone project, I decided to focus on theater and its effect on the psychological development of children. So let's just go ahead and get started. So I chose this project because I've always had a great interest in theater. I began acting at 5 years old, and 12 years later, it is still one of my greatest passions. And I truly believe that I would not be the person I am today without my experiences in the performing arts, especially those at the Louisa Arts Center. The Louisa Arts Center is where I began my acting journey, and it's where I met some of my closest friends, including my future co-director, Connor Michael. So as I grew older, I realized that I wanted to almost give back to the new generation by providing some of those experiences that brought me so much joy when I was younger. Additionally, I wanted to explore directing and see if that would be something I'd want to pursue as a future career. So for my internship, I worked under LAC Executive Director Karen Welch, and alongside the other teachers that I worked with in my summer camps, she taught me various aspects of arts administration, like how to plan the events, time management, budgeting, and other business-related things. Now, for my internship itself, I worked for 3 separate summer camps at the Louisa Arts Center, the first of which being Camp Bravo, run by Caitlin Mole, as you can see right there. In this camp, students learned various aspects of percussive instrumentation. So over the 5-day camp, they learned various instrument skills and performed 4 songs on percussive instruments at the end of the week. This one was especially special because Connor, who counseled all 3 camps with me, we were able to compose 2 of the arrangements of the 4 songs. The first of which being an arrangement of You're Welcome from Disney's Moana on these drums, the Tubano drums, and the second of which being an arrangement of Shake It Off by Taylor Swift on the bucket drums. Now, my second camp was Camp Sight and Sound, also at the LAC, run by LAC Tech Director Alan Crummett. And in this camp, they actually worked in conjunction with Camp Bravo, so they ran all of the technical aspects of Camp Bravo's performance at the end of the week. So they learned various aspects of lighting, sound, set design, and a little bit of cinematography. And this camp was especially special because at the end of the week, students basically ran the performance on their own. So counselors and teachers such as myself, we watched to make sure that everything was fine, but those microphones, the colorful lights in the back called psych lights that you see, and all of the cameras were all completely set up and programmed by the students themselves. Of course, we watched just to make sure nothing went wrong, but mostly on their own. Now, my third and final camp was a 2-week summer camp called Camp Summer Theater Academy, which was run by my community service mentor, Eleanor Perkinson. And in this camp, students learned basics of acting and comedy. So they learned various sketches, scenes, and skits that they then performed at the end of the week. And this camp was extremely insightful in my directing because I was able to really get some hands-on directing experience. There were a lot of kids in this camp, so oftentimes we would split them up into groups based on their little scenes, and then they would work with various counselors or teachers so that we could give them one-on-one or individual feedback. And this was extremely insightful because I was able to really learn how to direct. And also I was able to see what it's like to be on the other side of the auditioning table and see what directors are looking for in an audition. Now, for my research, I decided to focus on how theater specifically impacts the development of children in their psychological state. Specifically, the development of certain socio-emotional skills, such as empathy and communication. Now, I found that theater especially helps in the development of empathy because they are able to explore different environments that they may not have explored otherwise. So they are able to then better connect with people that they have little to nothing in common with. When it comes to communication, theater is especially helpful when it comes to verbal communication and expressing any trauma that they might have gone through. So whether they are just watching or actually participating in theater, they are able to watch how characters react to certain scenarios that may be similar or the same as ones that they are going through in their own lives, and then apply it to themselves. So learning better ways to verbally communicate. Additionally, I wanted to focus on how theater can affect neurodivergent children, specifically children with autism spectrum disorder or ASD. And I found it was a very similar result, especially in the communication field, because theater honestly provides a little bit of a practice area for students to work on their communication skills, so they're able to practice any social skills that they may be having issues with in a safe environment without feeling any embarrassment. Now, for my community service, I worked with my lovely community service mentor, LAC Theater Manager Eleanor Perkinson, and I was lucky enough to be able to direct Diary of a Wimpy Kid the musical at the Louisa Arts Center. So Connor Michael, fellow BRVGS sophomore, came to me in summer 2024 with the idea to produce a musical, and I was immediately on board. After a little bit of discussion, we decided on Diary of a Wimpy Kid the musical because of its large youth ensemble cast and its recognizability of the source material to modern audiences. And after a discussion with Connor, Eleanor, and Karen, we decided that it was feasible for the LAC to do such a thing, which would have been, at the time, the first youth musical in about 5 years. So, very cool. we started holding auditions in September of 2024, and students were asked to bring in a 1-minute song and a 1-minute monologue that they then performed for us. And after 2 rounds of auditions, we held callbacks, which were a lot more similar to what we did in a typical rehearsal process. So I would like to hold a mock callback for you all. Mr. Harris and Mr. Robertson, would you be willing to perform for us today? Okay. Connor, could you come up here? If you two will follow Connor, he will give you the scenes you will be reading. I know. These are actual scenes that kids read at callbacks. So at callbacks, we gave them cuts of scenes and songs that they then performed for us so that we could get a little bit more of an idea of how they would perform as a certain character or their acting skills. And so you 3 will be filling the role of what Connor and I did during auditions. So as you see in those papers I gave you earlier, there is little spots on the bottom where you can write any comments on monologue, song, stage presence, character, dance, and any other notes. I will not be making them dance, unfortunately. So they're going to read the scene once. I'm going to give them some notes, and then they will read it again after I give them some notes. And I just want you to write down any feedback you may have. So, I should introduce you guys. Mr. Harris will be reading the role of Greg, Mr. Robertson will be reading the role of Rowley, and Connor will be reading the role of Shirag. So whenever you are ready.
I guess I get to start.
Buenos dias. Robbie, did you bring the extra fat pencils?
They are not bad. I use them because I've got finest motor skills. What are you doing?
I've been raising Shirag's desk up a little higher each day without him knowing.
Why?
Same reason I switched out his hoodie for a bigger one from the lost and found.
Great.
I keep this up all year. Just follow my lead.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Shirag. How you feeling? Are you feeling all right?
Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. You just look a little smaller. Isn't he a little smaller, Raleigh?
No way. I grew half an inch over the summer.
Something wrong?
My desk seems bigger.
Here, you dropped your pencil.
Amazing. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of feedback, and then we're going to do it again. So I know, this is great. So this is more similar to what I did in a typical rehearsal day where students would perform and I would give them notes and eventually run the whole show. We're not going to do that, don't worry. So one of my first notes is just making sure that you really work on your projection. So especially in live theater, when you don't have a microphone, you have to make sure that you can be heard without a microphone. And one of the best ways to do that is through projection. So you speak using your diaphragm. So I want you to imagine you are talking all the way back there. There's someone back there. So go ahead and say hi.
Hi.
That's much better. Yes, Mr. Harris?
Hi.
That's amazing. And then also, you guys were doing pretty well with this, but I just want to say it because it's a very good staple skill in acting. Connor, if you could come here. So this is called cheating out. So in normal conversation, you talk like this to the person, but because in theater, the audience is typically like this, when you're having a conversation with someone, you take your downstage leg, which is the one that's closest to the audience, and you turn it out. So then you can still have a conversation, but the audience can see your body and really get your emotions. So I would just like you guys to do that scene one more time, and keep in mind, you're talking all the way back there, and make sure that everyone can see you, your amazing physical choices. Now go ahead. Amazing! You're learning so fast.
Buenos dias, Greg.
Raleigh, did you bring your extra fat pencils?
They're not fat. I use them because I've got the finest of motor skills. What are you doing?
I've been raising Shirag's steps up a little higher each day without him knowing.
Why?
Same reason I switched out his hoodie for a bigger one from Lost and Found.
Oh, great.
I keep this up all year, and just follow my lead.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Shrek, are you feeling all right?
Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. You look a little smaller. Isn't he looking a little smaller, Rob?
Ha ha ha! No way, dude. I grew half an inch over the summer.
Something wrong?
My desk seems bigger.
Here, you dropped your
Amazing work. Everyone give them a huge round of applause. Wow, take a bow, take a bow. Here, go ahead, take a bow. Amazing, amazing. Thank you both so much. So after about, here, I'll give you a minute to get settled. After about a 10-week rehearsal process, we held 4 shows over December 13th through the 15th, in which we sold about 600 tickets and made about $8,000 in total net profits, with about $5,000 of cost of $13,000 gross profits and $5,000 cost leaves us with $8,000 that goes directly back into the Art Center to do more shows like this. And honestly, it was amazing. I'm just gonna keep going. So although that the profit was incredible and more than I expected, the most important thing to me was the personal impact. Over the course of this project, I felt as though I was able to really get to know each and every single one of the kids that I worked with. Whether it was members of the cast, members of the crew, members of my production team, I felt as though I was really able to make a true, genuine impact on them. And after our closing night, I sent out my impact survey just to get to know and see what I could do better next time. And I left a comments box for any positive or negative comments. And there was one anecdote in particular that really stood out to me from a parent. So I'm just gonna go ahead and read that. And it reads, "I was blown away at the care and pride that Kelsey took in organizing this performance. She was amazing with each child and very patient. She brought full energy each rehearsal and was always so positive. I can't say enough good things about this experience. My daughter has built confidence and made lifelong friends." And that anecdote right there was how I knew that I had succeeded in my goal. Knowing that I was able to have at least that much of an impact on at least one of the kids that I worked with made all of the challenges worth it. And I was so proud to be able to call myself the director of all of these wonderfully talented kids. Now, my future plans. At this point, I am still undecided in where I want to go to college, but I know that I would love to continue to pursue theater and also explore my other interests in marine and environmental sciences. But at this moment, there are some very exciting things happening at the LAC very, very soon. Recently, Connor and I were asked to direct our own summer camp, and we will be running Camp Broadway Voices in June of 2024. Additionally, Connor, Eleanor, Karen, and I are in the beginning stages of planning the next children's musical, which will be happening in fall of 2025, so keep a lookout for that. And on a more personal note, I recently accepted the position of the media and design intern, so even after Diary, I'm still giving back to the Art Center as much as I can. Now, any advice that I would have to any future Governor School seniors, just really pick something that you're passionate about. Throughout the entire time, although there were challenges throughout the rehearsal process and all of it, I didn't dread going into rehearsals. I was so excited to be able to get up each morning and work with such a group of wonderfully talented kids that even the difficult parts like writing the research paper or the more tedious parts of the process did not feel like a chore to me. I'd like to give extremely special thanks to Miss Karen Welch, Miss Eleanor Perkinson, and especially Connor Michael, all of whom I could not have done this without. Thank you all so much, and thank you all so much for listening to my presentation, and I'd like to now open the floor to questions. Oh, yes, Dr. Wida. Oh, the part that was most challenging for me was, especially during summer camps, because I was new to the whole directing process, was learning how to restructure my thoughts to properly teach the kids. So oftentimes, my brain would move faster than my words, and so I wasn't able to properly explain myself, and so I would have to use more descriptive language or repeat myself multiple times just to make sure that the kids truly understood what I meant. Now, the part that was most, my favorite part was honestly the end when we were doing the performance weekend for Diary, just being able to see all of the work that the kids had put in, see that payoff, and see the joy on their faces every time they finished a show, and seeing that they were proud of what art they had created. Yes, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice, when you had and I didn't realize that you guys would, like the scene designs and what the art was. How hard was it for you to delegate things out and be confident that the task could be taken care of?
It was a little bit of a learning curve. I had a wonderful production team. Connor helped me do everything. do not downplay his involvement. He was amazing. But I had a lovely team of stage managers and choreographers and tech people. And just at first, I was a little nervous, and I would often be a little overbearing just to make sure that things happened. But just knowing eventually I trusted them more and I saw the results that I needed. So it was a little bit of a learning curve to be able to delegate, but eventually I figured it out. Yes, Lily. So as an actor myself, I was able to really learn from what I liked in the rehearsal process. So being able to implement more things like, honestly, more games to help the kids get to know each other more, and just other more things that I liked as an actor myself. Yes, Danielle. Okay, so for my internship, I had 87 hours throughout the entire summer camps, and throughout the entire rehearsal process of Diary of a Wimpy Kid the Musical, I want to say it was about 130 hours total. We had rehearsals most weeks throughout the 10-week process from Monday through Thursday from 6:15 to 8:15 p.m. So over time, it really added up. But all 130 of them were worth it. Yes?
So it's not very often, I think, that we get to be here to witness the end of a project, but also experience like what you did. And that production was so incredible.
You saw it?
Oh, yes. It was so amazing.
Oh, thank you so much.
It was so good. I do have a question.
Yes.
I know that you have a really holistic experience when it comes to theater in general. You've done a lot of things, acting, directing, sound, singing, all these things. Do you have a favorite?
Oh, I really don't know. Honestly,
Like, you couldn't do any of the others forever. You could only do one.
acting. I think acting for sure. But the best of both worlds, if I could only do musicals forever, I'd be happy because that combines all of it. Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you all so much. Oh, yeah. I was just going to walk off.
Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Today is not only a celebration of
You're going to be great. Forward back. If it's not responding, make sure it's on.
Okay, so forward, back.
Yep. If you need the laser pointer.
Okay. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Jillian Kegley, and today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about sharks. For as long as I can remember, sharks have been my favorite animal. I first discovered this passion in 4th grade when I stumbled upon Shark Week. The episode featured Dr. Craig O'Connell, a renowned shark biologist, discussing the dangers of gill nets. These nets often are often used to intercept sharks to reduce the likelihood of shark attacks against swimmers. However, their indiscriminate nature often causes them to catch other marine species, such as stingrays, sea turtles, and dolphins. In addition, he proposed an innovative solution, a shark exclusion barrier created from PVC pipes and strong magnets, which would overstimulate the ampullae of Lorenzini, the sensory system located under their snout that allows them to detect electrical fields in the water. So imagine my surprise when I finally got the opportunity to work with Dr. Craig O'Connell and his incredible staff, Julia, Tim, and Stephen. For my internship, I traveled to Montauk, New York, with the intention of better understanding the realities of studying sharks. On TV, shark research is often depicted as high energy with back-to-back intense moments of chaos. Sharks leaping out of the water, scientists frantically trying to tag them, and other dramatic confrontations. However, I quickly learned that in reality, shark research is nothing like that. It involves lots of waiting and patience. So let me take you through a typical day. When we arrived on site, we would immediately start fishing. Fishing sounds boring, to be quite honest with you. The small movements created by fish naturally attract sharks, so it presented the best way to draw them in. By the end of the week, our efforts were rewarded. We caught 2 sharks. One was a 7.5-foot female sandbar shark who we believed to be pregnant due to her size. The other was a 5.5-foot sandbar shark who we tagged with a satellite device. This tag would track her movement up and down the coast of Montauk. This was a part of Tim's research project to graduate from graduate school. It was very fun to be a part of, and I appreciate Dr. Craig O'Connell and his staff allowing me to participate. We also got to see other incredible marine species. This included several dolphin pods and 2 juvenile humpback whales. Perhaps the greatest lesson I learned from Dr. Craig O'Connell is the importance of educating our youth in shark conservation. With that being said, I reached out to Thomas Jefferson Elementary School 5th grade science teacher, Miss Whitney Smith, about the opportunity to educate her 5th grade students on sharks and climate change. So rather than tell you what I did, I'd like to show you. The process being demonstrated is referred to as skeletal mineralization. Skeletal mineralization is defined as the building up of structural cartilage on top of pre-existing cartilage and elasma branches. An elasma branch is just another fancy way to say cartilage in his fish. These balloons represent sharks. This green one is unaffected by climate change. Just give it a minute. This is what we call neutral buoyancy. Neutral buoyancy, if you don't know, is it's when the mass of an object is equivalent to the mass of the object it's in, which allows it to remain just under the surface of the water. This blue balloon is affected by climate change. Specifically, the increase in ocean temperatures causes sharks, and specifically the pectoral fins, to gain weight, causing them to sink at the bottom. Does anyone have any questions for me about this right now? Yeah.
So in order for sharks to swim, they need to be able to breathe. The weight of their pectoral fins causes them to have to stop swimming, which means they can't breathe, so they die. Also, just the sheer weight of it would cause them to sink to the bottom. Unfortunately, this is new research, so there isn't a whole lot of it being done. What we do know is that this affects mostly juvenile great white, or not juvenile great white, just juvenile sharks in general. So it's not something that we necessarily have to worry about already grown up sharks. It's something that we should focus on for the future. Are there any more questions? Okay, now I'd like to tell you about my impact. Overall, the kids seemed engaged and pleased with their experience. However, one moment in particular stuck out to me. After my presentation, I had a young girl come up to me with a big smile on her face. She told me about the shark teeth collection that her father had been collecting for years. In the few weeks, the students were getting ready to start their oceans unit. She told me that she couldn't wait to bring in her shark teeth and share them with all her classmates, and that even more so, perhaps even bigger, she told me about how when she couldn't wait to get to high school. To be honest, I didn't really know why, but she wanted to join Blue Ridge, Virginia Governor School to do a project much similar to mine. To bridge my community service and PLE, I focused my research paper on how climate change affects sharks. Specifically, I focused on what I believe to be the most important shark behaviors: swimming abilities, predator-prey relationships, sheltering behaviors, and migration patterns. Increased ocean temperatures and ocean acidification negatively affects swimming abilities. Specifically, their pectoral fins become flexible, preventing them from achieving the high speeds necessary for hunting. This harms predator-prey relationships, as they can't hunt their prey, they'll die. Also, increased temperatures causes prey to move from one place to another so that they can have better environments for what their needs are. This affects migration patterns. This is demonstrated in the graph above. Specifically, this graph is tracking migration patterns of tiger sharks up and down the Atlantic coast. Tiger sharks prefer the warmer waters of Florida. However, if you look closely, you can see they're starting to inch closer and closer to North Carolina. The blue represents our colder months, so September to February. The red is going to represent our warmer months, March to August. The greatest lesson I learned from this project is the art of flexibility. For those of you who know me, I strive on structure. I run on a schedule, and I like to be in control of everything. You can't do that during this project. There are lots and lots of ups and downs, and there are lots of changes you have to adapt to. For me specifically, that involved my community service project. Due to the unforeseen weather we experienced this past January, I was expected to reschedule my project and ensure that it would be just as engaging for the students when I came. This is a skill that I hope to carry into my professional and personal life. To future BRVGS seniors, I recommend choosing a project you love. It makes it so much more fun, and it makes the hard things seem more easy. For the next 4 years, I will attend Coastal Carolina University and major in recreational and sports management. I would like to thank my family for encouraging me to do this project, my mentors, Dr. Craig O'Connell and Ms. Whitney Smith, for their tremendous support, and Ms. King for her guidance. I will now open the floor to questions. Sorry. Thanks, Courtney. Mr. Harris.
Well, first off, Jack White.
Yes, I think so.
Anyway, the tutorial there. So this case, seemingly don't sharks traditionally have their young in warmer water? So are you saying that is the research now showing that the water is so hot now?
It's not.
That this is causing the collapse of the shark population?
It's not necessarily that it's too warm now. It's just getting warmer. So I think during my research, one of the most interesting things I found was bull sharks. Bull sharks are mostly birth their youth in fresh water. So, and they're the only shark that can do that. So that's pretty fun. But we found, well, not me, scientists have found new nursery grounds in North Carolina, which is way farther than they've ever been before. The majority of them are in Florida. So not necessarily that it could collapse because most sharks thrive in warm waters. So it's actually, to them in that regard, it's beneficial for their migration patterns. But if we don't do something now, it could get to the point where too many sharks are dying from increased temperatures and eventually maybe collapse the ecosystem. From what I researched, I couldn't find anything on that. I could only find 2 studies actually done on it, and it just specifically mentioned that it existed and that it's a problem. But I think I think that's something that should definitely be researched in the future.
The person that you, by the way, very fascinating. I do not share your affinity for sharks. I'm gonna say it's the box turtle, but I'm not putting in the ocean. Hopefully it's a project. But question that I had is, Dr. Craig O'Connell, that's who you did your work with.
Yes.
What is the primary focus of their research?
So the primary focus of his research is the shark exclusion barrier. One of the things I got to do while I was there is actually help build some of it. And it's actually super simple. It just involves PVC pipes, a few bolts, and you put foam in it to make sure that it can float. And he's like, I don't know exactly what kind of magnets they are, but I know they're super powerful. So actually if I remember what he said correctly, this fall he's actually going to test it out for the first time on great white sharks up at Cape Cod. So his whole plan is to take out gill nets and implement his shark exclusion barrier to help humans and sharks interact and coexist better than they are now. Ms. Richardson? What do you mean? Oh, so I actually signed up for Dr. Craig O'Connell's shark camp, and that was my original intention was not to do my PLE, but what I had originally planned fell through, and my mom encouraged me to email him, and it worked out. Catching that fish on my internship slide, it was like 10 pounds, so that was really cool. It was a bluefish. They're like shark candy. That and bunker apparently. Yes. We did not eat any fish that we caught. We used them all as bait. Kelsey? To answer your question, no. I didn't see that in my research because it's not something I focused on necessarily in my research. But if I had to assume, if you go into warmer waters where gill nets probably are, then I'd have to assume that bycatch is probably greater there. Oh. The blue is winter. and the red is summer. Yes, ma'am. Yes. That migrations are extending due to warmer ocean. Yes, so if you go up north to Montauk, the majority of the species you'll see are great whites and mako sharks because they have something in their liver, I think, that allows them to process colder waters more efficiently. So like tiger sharks, hammerheads, all love Florida. Florida and the Bahamas, that's where you'll see them the most. So it's really interesting to see them closer in North Carolina. And yeah, that definitely increases the amount of shark attacks you'll see in North Carolina and eventually here, because most of the sharks here are going to be like sand tiger sharks. And they're not necessarily known for attacking humans like tiger sharks or bull sharks are. So yeah. Mm-hmm. That's actually a really great question. What we hear in the news nowadays during the summer is that sharks are coming closer to the shore than ever before, and that definitely has something to do with rising sea levels.
I don't know. What do you think about that?
I'm sorry, I wasn't. I don't know what the
If
question
she
was.
works on this side while they work on that side, so people can see what they're doing, or
I think we want to see her though. Oh,
you want
people
to see
do.
her instead.
What if we turn the table to this way and they could see down the table and see both of them?
Or do you think judges can just scoot stuff and do it at their tables?
I don't know. So what are you having them do? Because I don't know.
Plan C. I
Oh,
just
okay.
don't want the soil to get on all their stuff.
Oh, that's true.
They say they don't matter.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get your stuff dirty, so I think maybe up here.
Okay. Do you want a second table so they
Yeah,
can spread out?
probably.
I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna pinch it
Okay.
like this. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Does that feel okay?
Mhm.
Is that okay?
Mhm. Okay. I just have to get the rest
If
of
we
this.
just stick that right there, or do you need
Oh,
this?
I do,
Okay.
but you can pull it. Yeah. This is fine, right?
You can butt it.
Yeah.
And there's the-
Yeah.
closer this way.
No, I think that's okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Explain.
Okay.
Forward, backwards, right? If you pass your slide, just go back. If you want to point, it's the sunshine.
Okay. Forward, backwards.
Yeah, and
okay.
this is, you're not just talking to that. You should be fine just holding it and clicking it.
Mhm.
But if you have trouble, just point it at the computer and it'll
Okay.
talk better to itself. Again, this is closer than farther away.
Here.
Yourself together, ready to go.
And then just remember to breathe. Like, something happens that you don't like, it's okay. Take a deep breath. Move on.
Yes. They're asking you guys.
What helps you guys get through the AP bio exam? I heard practice tests.
Somebody said that earlier.
In videos, right?
On the videos. Yeah.
Do the practice quizzes. They really do.
Mhm.
Megan, let you kick off.
Okay.
Your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Megan Heyer, and my capstone project is on sustainable agriculture and nutrition. I wanted to first start my presentation with doing a quick interactive demonstration. I'd like to show the judges how to properly plant a seed. This is quite an easy task, but something most people do not know how to do. So if you would come up here, please. Thank you. On this side, perhaps. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this is a beet plant. We're actually planting lettuce seeds today, but this is just an example of what it will look like when it grows. In front of you have soil, some gloves, planter cups, and a napkin just for the mess afterwards. So yes, if you don't mind getting your hands dirty, you don't have to wear the gloves, but
I feel like you gotta touch the seed.
you do have to touch it. The seeds are very tiny. That reminds me, I'm gonna pass these out ahead of time because they're very tiny. But while I'm doing that, you guys can start with filling up the planter with the soil. It should be about almost full, about 3/4 to 4/5 full. Can you see this?
Yes, I got 5. How
Yep.
many you want?
You just need 3.
3?
Yep.
How far apart? How deep? What are we dealing
I'll
with
tell
here?
you 1 second.
All right, no instructions.
1, 2, 3. Do you see them? Yes, they're very tiny. 1, 2, 3. Or that's 4. But you only have to use 3. Mr. Harris?
I don't even see that. Oh, there we are.
Just use 3 of those.
How did you know I was going to be doing this?
You dropped one? That's okay. Gosh.
They're so tiny.
Yes, they're very tiny. Hang, yeah, don't put them in. Did you put them in?
Just the
It's okay, it's okay. Okay. Okay, so make a hole about 1/2 inch deep and spread them out evenly, and you should have about 3 seeds. So like, kind of like a triangle in the planter. Let's fill this up a little bit more.
You said 3/4.
I'm sorry.
All right.
There we go. And make.
Oh, 3 holes.
Yep.
Wait a second.
A
You said
seed.
1 hole.
Sorry, 3 holes.
3
a seed in
holes,
each hole.
Seed in each hole.
Yes.
Got it. This is why I'm not a successful gardener.
And then, yes, put the seeds in each hole.
Do we press? Do we cover?
Yep, you can cover it up once they're in the hole.
You guys are gonna keep them and see if they grow. I know. So lettuce seeds actually germinate over a span of 10 days. So put them in a window, either at your house or wherever you work, in the sun, and then they'll grow in a couple of days. And lettuce is pretty much indestructible, so you don't really have to worry about the care aspect of it. Miss Danny, my agriculture CTE mentor, informed me that a student poured Monster Energy on a lettuce plant and it survived. So yeah, no worries there. But yep, you can take those home with you. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you judges for participating, and congratulations for perhaps maybe your first time ever planting a seed properly. Planting seeds is one of many agricultural practices I completed and learned throughout the course of my project. However, prior to last summer, I had almost no experience with agriculture. My interest in sustainability and conservation motivated me to take on agriculture as my capstone project. Max Dupree once said, "We cannot become what we want by remaining what we are." This quote encouraged me to embrace this project with open arms and really push myself outside of my comfort zone. It reminded me that progress can only occur with taking those first few steps. I also felt that this quote reflected the topic of my presentation. As the world faces significant challenges as a result of climate change, sustainable agriculture offers solutions to these issues. However, we must start with taking smaller steps toward a cleaner earth. For my professional learning experience, I shadowed Miss Fiona Flynn at Morven Farm Kitchen Garden located in Charlottesville, Virginia. Over the 2 days I was there, she guided me throughout the garden and ensured I was always engaged in hands-on agricultural work. I chose to complete my internship at Morven Farm Kitchen Garden because they utilize a fully sustainable method of production through their crop rotation and no-till technique. My goal going into my professional learning experience was to learn more about how sustainable agriculture is applied in real-world farming and to gain practical experience. While I was there, I participated in a variety of tasks, including planting, harvesting, trellising, and inoculating mushrooms. These pictures demonstrate trellising and inoculating mushrooms. Trellising is seen on the left and the bottom here. It involves hanging string either from the roof of a greenhouse structure or from posts staked into the ground to support the future growth of climbing plants such as tomatoes. Inoculating mushrooms, which is seen in the top right, involves drilling a series of holes in a log, filling each hole with mushroom spawn, and then sealing each hole with wax to create optimum growing conditions. At the end of each day while I was at Morven Farm, I got to listen in on their business meetings regarding their community-supported agriculture program, in which their freshly farmed produce is distributed monthly to their subscribers. It was from this program that I gained inspiration to start a community garden at Louisa County High School for my community service. Overall, my internship deepened my understanding of how sustainable agriculture is utilized in real-world farming. It reinforced my appreciation for the dedication required to manage a garden, and it shaped my influence and influenced my research paper topic for the fall semester. For my research paper, when I was determining the central topic, I felt compelled to address a specific issue within my own community, which is food insecurity. While Louisa County is not classified as a food desert, many of its residents struggle to afford and access healthy and nutritious foods. At the same time, climate change threatens the future of agricultural production. My research explained how sustainable agriculture can help reduce malnutrition in these food insecure communities and address current environmental needs. Commercial agriculture, responsible for 15% of greenhouse gas emissions, utilizes harmful tactics such as tilling and synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. These practices have led to a 20% increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide in the last 44 years, worsening climate change as the agriculture sector attempts to keep up with their growing food demands. Food insecurity is defined as the insufficient access to healthy and nutritious food. As disadvantaged individuals struggle to afford healthy food for themselves and their family, they're forced to eat cheap and processed foods, contributing to malnutrition. Malnutrition lowers human productivity by 10 to 15% and increases health risks such as stunting, obesity, and weakened immune systems. Sustainable agriculture offers a solution to both of these issues. They're using beneficial practices such as crop rotation and no-till techniques. My research concluded that the switch to sustainable agriculture is crucial. Government funding can help farmers in this transition and help establish sustainable farming as the new wave of commercial agriculture. Consumers can also do their part by utilizing community-supported agriculture programs. For my community service, I shadowed Miss Elizabeth Daney, the CTE agriculture teacher here at Louisa County High School. She guided me through every step of building a community garden, and her support was invaluable to me throughout the entire process. My community service was the highlight of my project. While I understood that building a community garden would require a lot of work and effort, I was willing to put up against the challenge for the benefit of my community. These two pictures alone demonstrate the significant progress the garden has made already as it makes its way to fostering healthy bodies and minds. The picture on the left is the garden, the condition of the garden from August, and the picture on the right is from this month. After getting approval from Mr. Red, I started with soil tests in September. When the results came back clear from Virginia Tech, I then started to schedule a prescribed burn on the garden. The prescribed burn was to clear the affected area and to recycle nutrients back into soil. After many multiple weather delays and one failed attempt, we decided to be best to till the weeds into the garden instead. In October, Mr. Bunger taught me how to properly operate a Kubota tractor, and I was able to successfully till the garden myself, which is seen in the picture on the right. This was an extremely fun learning experience, and I got to do it again this February. After tilling, I reached out to our local Evergrow where I bought 10-10-10 fertilizer and cover crop wheat seeds, distributing these products evenly throughout the garden using a seed sprayer. Since we did not have an established water source, Mr. Bunger connected me with the local fire department, who was willing to use their fire truck to water the garden, providing an educational experience for the CTE fire class. Into December and through January, I worked in the greenhouse planting winter seeds such as lettuce, beets, and spinach. These plants were to be transferred this spring. In February, as I previously mentioned, I tilled the garden again to prep for the transfer. And this month, we're set to transfer these saplings from the greenhouse into the garden. The goal of the garden was to contribute fresh food to the Louisa County High School cafeteria in order to improve the nutritional quality of school-provided meals that support the 1,600 students who attend Louisa County High School. However, since the garden that I worked on this project is in its early stages, I decided to reach out to local elementary schools for their existing gardens and their experiences. In a survey I sent to the garden managers, they reported how much the students thoroughly enjoyed being a part of the program and learning more about where their food comes from. In a meeting I had with Ms. Randy Herman, the nutrition director of Louisa County Public Schools, she informed me that one year the 4 elementary schools combined produced a total of 400 pounds of produce. This garden shows some of the activities the students get to participate in during the garden, using footage from when I attended Moss Knuckles Elementary School. I'm seen in this video of my 2nd grade class, and now here I am years later completing my community service project, which has been a truly full circle moment. As for my personal impact, I learned the strength of resilience. Throughout my project, I faced multiple issues, and my ability to stay flexible and persevere through these challenges are what have allowed me to be so successful. I also found that being in charge of such a large project that requires you to stay connected with other schools, businesses, and officials has taught me the importance of networking. I feel confident leaving this project knowing I've gained the skill of professional communication, which will continue to benefit me in the future. Although I wholeheartedly enjoy learning about sustainability and the process of gardening, I will not be pursuing a career in this in the future. It's very hard. The main piece of advice I would give to rising BRGS seniors is to stay open and get comfortable being uncomfortable. I found that when I was pushing myself and putting myself in unfamiliar positions was when I was making the most out of my project. such as driving a tractor, which I had never done before until this project gave me the opportunity to do. For my future plans, I'll attend the University of Virginia this fall with a major in biology. I'd like to say a special thank you to my parents, Ms. King and Ms. Daney, for supporting me with all the resources necessary for me to succeed. And I'll now open the floor to questions. Yes, Mr. Harris.
I saw you did your internship at Mormon Garden.
Yes.
Where does their product, or where does that go? Does that go to restaurants? Do they sell it?
Yeah, so I believe I mentioned it, but they have a community-supported agriculture program. So subscribers that or members of the farm, customers that they have, the produce that they farm at Morven Farm is put in bushels and packages. So some customers have like a half bushel, and some other customers have like a pound bushel. So they get a variety of the crops that they plant and harvest there. It even goes to the University of Virginia as well, towards their food and cafeteria.
Is that all organic? Do they not use any pesticides and stuff?
They do not. They use fully sustainable method and organic production. Yeah.
And the other thing I have said, I was intrigued by the mushroom spores. So what happens to the wax that you put over the holes when you put the mushrooms?
Yeah, so the wax just keeps it from getting affected by water or getting washed out. They put the logs in kind of a moist area, and it's kind of like in a little path off the side of the farm. But the mushrooms just grow, and the wax allows the conditions to stay sustainable for the mushrooms.
So they'll just be down in the hole and then,
Yes.
and then you just pop up the wax?
Well, I guess the wax just goes away on its own. There's like, after putting on the wax, you just put the log away, and then the process occurs naturally. Yes, Connor? So that's an excellent question. The garden right now is up for grabs for rising VRHS seniors if anyone would like to make a capstone project of their own. In the meantime, it will be taken care of by Ms. Daney, my mentor, and Mr. Bundrick, who's the CTE director here at LCHS. It'll also offer interactive classes for the CTE classrooms and any other classrooms that choose to use it. Yes.
Can you tell us more about, you mentioned no-till techniques.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us more about what that looks like?
Yeah. So I think a big misconception about sustainable agriculture is that when you think of it, you think of hippies walking around barefoot and doing everything with their hands. No tilling just means less mechanized material, so no tractors and big tilling utensils, because it leads to the stirrup of soil and erosion and runoff and all the other environmental issues that come with that. Yeah. Yes, Jillian. Another excellent question. Unfortunately, over winter break, while the plants were in the greenhouse, the heaters died, and majority of the plants that I planted, which is probably close to 100, died with it. So this has been more of an introductory year, setting up the garden and making sure the soil is prepped and ready come summer so we can start planting and have food for the cafeteria in the fall. Yes. Mm. Yes. Mm-hmm. So in the survey I sent to the garden managers who control the elementary school gardens, there was a question at the end where I asked for any advice that they gave, and that was one of them, like having a specific club or like letting the grade levels take turns in controlling the garden. There's not a garden set up in place or a club set up in place now at this moment. I think ideally it would be classes taking turn, providing maintenance and controlling it, especially Ms. Daney's class, who's the horticulture and agriculture class here at the high school. Yes, Ms. King? There is an opportunity. I don't think you could do the same thing that I did. I think you would have to make it your own. But I am looking for anyone to pass that on to. before I graduate. Yes, Hurley.
So my AP biology project is on functional foods. Did you research about functional foods?
I did not research that. Is that just food that's,
Yeah. So
can you explain it?
It's basically foods that are very healthy. They have a lot of nutritional
Mhm.
benefit, especially the biomol.
Mhm.
That provides more nutritional benefits.
Mhm.
So, and some specific examples are like ginger, spinach, stuff that's very, very healthy.
Yeah.
So,
I did find in my research, which isn't exactly functional food, but a specific practice that's done by sustainable agriculture is biotechnology. That is when the nutritional component of foods is enhanced, significantly reducing malnutrition. So I did find that, but I have not heard of functional food before now. Any other questions?
Yeah, my throat's kind of like, we were screaming at the softball game yesterday. I was like, talk into it.
Okay, yeah. So you're okay. And so clicker forwards and backwards. Jump. So if you need to, when you go forward, you push this way. If you skip one, just go back. It's not a big deal, right? If you want to point, it's the sunshine right there. It's the pointer. I'm gonna clip this onto you. Okay. Is it okay if I clip it right there?
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna fall over.
No,
It's kind of
it's
flimsy.
okay.
Perfect.
It's good.
Testing.
If it flops a little bit, it's alright.
Can they hear me on the video? Hello, hello, hello.
Yep.
It's Courtney Kid in the house.
So here's this. Remember to breathe. We can't breathe.
Mhm.
Nobody will notice. Give your brain a relaxation.
Okay.
So
Is this on?
it's
Hello?
always on. But just know, you take a deep breath. It's okay.
Forward, backward.
Forward, backward.
Forward, backward. I'm not making it up, I promise. I'll just make it up.
Huh?
I think I remember. I just can't remember what points it was for.
Is that the right slide? It's blank?
Yeah, because it's a video. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's.
Does it need to have sound?
Yeah, probably all the way up because it is fairly quiet. Is that okay? Okay. Okay. No. So it starts with a blank slide, and then when I click next, it'll just automatically play. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way to check without showing her video? No.
It's okay if you do. It's totally fine. It'll just be like, hello, or whatever. It's just me talking to him.
Do you want to try it?
We can
Ask her what she
I can like introduce it, and if it doesn't work, or then we'll just be like, just sorry, 1 second.
Okay.
But it is fairly quiet, so.
It should be
No, you're
hooked up to
good.
your system, so it should
Okay.
work. We can actually test
I
it
just didn't want it to be like screaming.
We're solving some technical concerns at the moment.
This actually made me relax a few seconds because of there. I was like, sorry.
Okay, I could bring up a different video. That would be better. We just need time. Are we just running with it?
This Forbes doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just like look at you and be like, okay.
Right, so as we get ready, we are testing a technical function, and if it doesn't work, we can pause so that we can correct the problem again. Miss Kid, are you ready?
I am ready.
I would like to introduce Courtney Kid.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Courtney Kidd, and this is my inspiration for my project. As you can tell, this is a very emotional experience for me. Just give me a second. Okay, sorry. That was my grandpa. He's right here. He was also crying. He was also crying, which just made me lose it. But so he had a cerebrovascular accident, which is also known as a massive stroke, 3 years ago in January. This. I'm sorry. I practiced so many times and never cried. I didn't know how to do this right now. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. His journey. Oh my God. Get out of here. Okay. His journey has really inspired me because it affected my family greatly, and his recovery process has truly inspired me. I did my project around physical therapy, specifically neurological injuries such as stroke, traumatic brain injuries, and such, and the cognitive impairment that follows that, and how it affects the recovery process.
My quote is, "I'll never be perfect, but I can be better." Today, I'm focusing on improvement, not perfection, by Bonnie Feister. This quote inspires me because it describes how throughout my grandpa's recovery process, he never strove for perfection, but he always strove for improvement every single day in order to get back to where he was before his stroke. These are my mentors for my project. First was Miss Cameron Grimes, Doctor of Physical Therapy. She works at UVA Physical Therapy Unit in Fontaine in Charlottesville. She was amazing to work with, and she has over a decade of experience within the physical therapy realm. This is Pastor Matt Close. He is pastor of the Louisa location at the Point Church, and he was one of my community service mentors by allowing me to use the parking lot as a community service drop-off event. Next is Miss Amy Dodge. She is the co-founder and co-president of All Blessings Flow. If you haven't heard of All Blessings Flow, they are an amazing organization, and they're a nonprofit that allows and cleans and puts together equipment in order to give it to Central Virginia and all surrounding counties. Okay, sorry. Okay. My research question was, how do psychological disorders impact the effectiveness of physical therapy and influence the recovery process for brain injury patients? Sorry, excuse me. Oh, God. My first point was that physical therapy was the best method of therapy for stroke patients, specifically because of the comprehensive recovery process and techniques that it gives. I found that 12.4% of people who do follow physical therapy, physical therapist recommended regimens do not have a reoccurring injury. So that is based on either following that regimen or just going to sleep and sleeping it off and thinking it'll heal all by itself. My next point were the psychological disorders and their effects on recovery. The three disorders that I researched were depression, anxiety, and PTSD, and I found that 45% of ex-servicemen and ex-servicewomen in the military have a higher chance of experiencing a stroke due to their PTSD from service. My next point and last point were the effective treatment options and supportive tools to help treat stroke, and I found that the most prevalent and most important treatment and supportive option was being social. Having friends, having family members, and people that you are just familiar with is truly important, because since you are already familiar with them, you're more comfortable with them to interact with them and get back to where you were in your original state. And I also found that in a study of over 25,000 different stroke patients in a collection of over 61 studies, that post-stroke patients who receive 6 months of supportive tools versus a group that received 1 month of supportive tools after stroke, the group who received 6 months straight of supportive tools had a 65.5% higher score on a Barthel Index test. You might be wondering, what is a Barthel Index test? Barthel Index test is basically it's a test that is given to patients of stroke and other neurological disorders, and it's ultimately questions of your daily activities, such as brushing your teeth, brushing your hair, getting out of bed, and things like that. And you scale it on from 0 to 10 usually, and 0 being you are completely dependent on somebody to do it for you, and 10 being you're completely independent on doing it for you. Essentially, the higher score you have, the more independent you are. Next was my internship, and I did this at UVA Therapy Services in Fontaine in Charlottesville, Virginia. This is my mentor, Ms. Cameron Grimes, Doctor of Physical Therapy. Due to HIPAA restrictions, I was not able to take pictures with any other patients, but again, fortunate enough to have my grandpa as one of my patients the day that I did my internship. The first picture, we're doing a lateral movement. We are on this runway with bars and everything for safety reasons. And this is the same movement, just a better angle. And what I was doing, I was essentially holding a resistance band on his left side while he did a movement to the right, which essentially just makes it better for him when there's not a resistance band around his waist. Again, safety bars, the therapist, the wheelchair, and all of these safety measures are extremely important, especially this safety belt right here, because without that, in this specific care unit, there's a safety belt on every single patient that they do therapy with. And it is extremely important because it's just a simple grab that just pulls them all back. My grandfather's stroke affected the left side of his brain, which affected the right side of his body, which, as you can see here, his right hand is hanging down. He's not able to movement like on his own, and it also is also balled up right here. Yes, he does have fingers, I promise. But it is just, it's called spasticity, and it is extremely common within stroke patients, and it is basically just the stiffness and tightness of muscles when that side of your brain that works it doesn't essentially work. Ms. Cameron Grimes provided me with a lot of information, and the most important thing that she taught me was to have a connection with every patient that you have, because that allows them to trust you with their recovery process. Next was my community service event. I held this on December 28th of 2024 from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and it was essentially a medical drop-off event, and it was really inspiring to me of how it affected the community. I couldn't have done it without my supportive friends and family. Thank you. My dad drove our 37-foot trailer to the Point Church parking lot, as well as my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law made hot chocolate and cookies. Sorry. I held this around Christmas time, that's why I have a Christmas tree. But we collected over 130 medical equipment items and supplies, including gauze, adult diapers. We have walkers down here, portable commodes. We have canes, a hospital bed, a Steady, a Hoyer lift, and a CPAP machine, as well as many other. There's plenty of boxes behind those boxes as well, I promise. It was a lot of stuff. All Blessings Flow allowed me to donate this on December 30th, 2 days after I hosted this event, to drop off all the equipment, and they were extremely grateful for everything, and they were extremely helpful throughout the entire process. Personal impact, I'm sure you can already see it on me, but my personal impact this had on me, this was at All Blessings Flow. Their extremely supportive staff have really inspired me to help the community, especially families that are going through the same thing. Sorry. Not only because I understand what they're going through, but because it better helps me understand what my grandpa was going through at the time. Okay, got this. Okay, my advice to younger
to upcoming Blue Ridge Virtual Governor School, the Blue Ridge, Virginia Governor School students is to start early. It's always a good option. But more importantly, have a personal connection. It doesn't have to be this personal, but being personal will definitely help it be enjoyable and not just be a school project. Yay, future plans. I am attending the University of Lynchburg. I have an offer and I've been accepted to play softball there too, which I'm extremely excited about. I will major in biology my first 4 years and minor in neuroscience. And then go back for 3 more years to receive my doctor of physical therapy because of my grandpa. It feels like a second home to me. It's essentially another Louisa, just a longer L word. Thank you to everyone. Thank you all for having your patience with me, first of all. Thank you to my parents for helping me through this, guiding me through this. Thank you to Miss King for guiding me and providing me with all of the necessary tools and things that I needed to accomplish this. And most importantly, thank you to my Popo for allowing me to share his story. Do we have any questions? Miss King? Popo, do you have any tricks? Most importantly, I think, like Miss Cameron Grimes told me, the most important thing is to develop a healthy relationship with the therapist. Sorry. Especially if they're like a family member or something, which I mean is very rare. But developing a relationship with them is most important because that will allow the patient to trust them with their recovery and like prevent them from not wanting to go, if that makes sense. Mr. Harris?
I also have. And then fascinating when you said that it was 6 months or 1 month treatment. Because this was in the Roanoke Valley, and I don't remember anybody offering 6 months treatment. That seems like the success rate is so much higher. Why do you think that's not the universal?
I'm honestly not sure, probably because there's actually very little research on it. I've only found probably about 5 articles in total about social support specifically after stroke, or not a neurological injury in general, but stroke. The first 2 years after a stroke is when most of all recovery and improvement will occur, which is why I guess they did that study. There really isn't much research on it, and I think that's why that it's not really a known problem right now. Any more questions? Yeah.
So in your research, I will in your research on just blood sugar or other neurological that will come like drowning.
I focus specifically on stroke to further know what my grandpa specifically was going through, but I did have 9 patients at my internship. I had 5 stroke patients. As you can see, that's the most prevalent, but I had a traumatic brain injury, which ended up being a gunshot wound to the head. And then I also had a CIDP patient, can't pronounce the name, a ADEM patient, and a multiple sclerosis patient, which are all autoimmune diseases that directly affect the nervous system and spinal cord.
but in my research, I specifically focused on stroke. And I also found that it doesn't always have to just be stroke, because the brain works in so many different ways, but it's ultimately the same when it's affected the same way in different injuries, if that makes sense. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that was really good, guys. Thank you. Beautiful. It's
Just forward and backwards. If you want to point, it's the sunshine. You don't have to point if you don't want to. Is this for recording?
Yeah.
Let's take my tie, if that's okay. Right there. Okay. Just remember to breathe, right?
Yep.
Breathe in. Actually,
Do I have to turn this on?
nope, it stays on. So if you push this by accident, it'll start blinking. So just push it again. As long as the light's green and steady, it's on.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So it's on right now?
It's on right now.
All right, cool.
Yep, you're ready to go.
Can I get my slideshow, please?
Hi, my name is Gavin Myers, and my project was on designing for manufacturing. So when you have something important to write, something you can't change later, odds are you begin with some sort of pre-write or brainstorm phase, where you take what you know and you try to shape it to fit your final constraints. But what if I told you that this process isn't unique to writing, and that it's actually used by engineers around the world in their professional setting? I explored their methods in this project that I'm going to share with you today. You cannot predict the future, but you can create it, by Peter Drucker. I chose this quote because it reflected not only my initial interest in manufacturing design, but also some of my experiences during the project. There were several instances where I came across little bumps in the road, little points of conflict where I could sort of create a solution to get back on track and continue the way I wanted to. This also reflected my manufacturing interests because one of my favorite pieces about manufacturing and design is the fact that you can take a digital product, something that you spent time in the digital realm creating, and turn it into something real that can really affect the world around you. And I think this interest in manufacturing and its connection with design is what led me to choose to take my internship at 3D Design and Manufacturing in Powhatan, Virginia. 3D Design and Manufacturing is a local business that specializes in private and commercial contracts for metal and some plastic parts. During my time there, I got to see behind the scenes at every stage of their operation, from the accounting and management phases to the engineering and the manufacturing, and even to inspection, packaging, and shipping. And I think this comprehensive experience was my favorite part about being there. While I got to see plenty of the regular machining, like CNC milling and that sort of thing, I also got to speak with the people there and talk about various things. Like one manager I talked about one of the days was ISO standards in the manufacturing industry that govern, in order to be certified, they have to comply to certain standards, and he walked me through what they did to comply with them. I think my favorite individual day I spent there was with their in-house engineer, Mr. Arthur Stryker, and he took me through his work on a CAD software not too dissimilar to one I use in my own free time, and showed me several projects he was working on, including one he was coordinating work with another engineer at another company. And I think the similarities and even the differences between their work and what I enjoy about manufacturing and design were probably my biggest takeaway from this entire experience, because I got to see my ideas as compared to the realities. My mentor for this experience was Ms. Shirley Modlin, CEO of 3D Design and Manufacturing. I really appreciated her help in coordinating each of my days there and setting up a schedule that let me see each aspect of their operation. I also appreciated the final day I spent with her, where she went through her role in the company, especially in the recent transition to a new, larger location.
After my internship, my interest in the design phases led me to continue research looking at the designing for manufacturing and assembly aspect, or DFMA. DFMA is the term for an approach, a group of approaches towards design that takes specifically manufacturing concerns into account early in the design phases. There are many methods of this DFMA, from general methods such as the Lucas DFMA method shown here, which governs just general operations, to more specific certain manufacturing processes, specific methods that govern like additive manufacturing or CNC milling or other specific industries such as that. To analyze DFMA as a whole, I looked at its state in the industry on the basis of cost. What I found was that DFMA does indeed reduce costs in manufacturing through the reduction of materials and equipment costs, reduction in labor and time investment, and even higher likelihoods of product success. Additionally, in my research, as far as specifics go, I found that the institution of DFMA in typical manufacturing companies' processes reduced part count by 51%, and for assembly-based processes could cut their time to market by half. Additionally, the last bit of interesting information I found was that from literary analyses, research on DFMA appears to be expanding. It's being used in more papers, and it stands poised to potentially expand into further new industries. After my research, I knew I wanted to share a little bit more of what I had learned, but I also wanted to reflect some of my initial interests in design and share with a group that could maybe see the same passion I had. To accomplish this, I decided to teach a lesson to classes of 6th graders, totaling over 100 students, at the middle school, teaching them the basics of 3D design and DFMA principles. The basis of the lesson was a little bit on Tinkercad, a free 3D design, easy-to-use software that would guide them through the process of making a fully functional 3D printable whistle that they would monogram and customize, and eventually I was able to print and return them all to them. To give you some more context on what they were making, I actually brought a few replicas here with me today. I'd like to see them. Feel free to use one, Mr. Harris. The teacher absolutely loved when I gave them back to all the 6th graders. So going into my community service, my only goal was to provide a skill for these students that they would be able to use later in school, at home, or even beyond. And based on my responses, I believe I did accomplish that. The operation was physically a success. I was able to return all the functional whistles, but I also got 2/3 of the students gave full marks in their enjoyment of the experience, and 3/4 thought they would be very interested in seeing more of these kinds of lessons in the future for their classes. I also appreciated getting some additional insight from some students who talked about how they hoped to use their new skills in the future. My mentor for this community service endeavor was Ms. Nikki Wagner, technology coach here at the high school. Over the course of my project, I truly came to appreciate Ms. Wagner's expertise with both young kids and BRVGS students like myself. Throughout my meetings with her, she was really able to help me consolidate and synthesize my ideas into something that would be useful and meaningful for classes of 6th graders to use. I also appreciated her direction in helping guide me to who to contact for coordination of times, dates, places, and permissions. Going into this project, I already had an existing interest in manufacturing design, but this project really guided me deeper into this field than I had gone before. In my internship phases, I was able to see this principle in an industrial setting and how it's used in the real world. In my research, I was able to look into different methods to make this more efficient and more effective. And then finally, in my community service, I was able to turn around and sort of teach these same principles to a new group. And I think this teaching really gave me the biggest impact because I got to become sort of the expert on this subject that I enjoyed. I got to sort of pursue this experience and do the research and then teach this passion that I had to others who could learn about it kind of the same way that I did and hopefully enjoy it and take it into their future. My advice for upcoming seniors is to avoid the temptation to plan absolutely everything out ahead of time. I know when I was an upcoming senior, the idea of this project was certainly daunting, and the urge to plan out every last detail was certainly there. But what I really found was that when I was able to take my initial interest and let it guide me to my internship and let my experiences there guide me to my research topic and then to my community service, was that it was kind of an exciting process, and it gave me a special freedom that was really useful to me later on. For example, during my community service, it was initially intended to be a single-day event that lasted to take 2 days that I needed to fully cover the material. And in the end, I was able to work more one-on-one with certain students who wanted to finish out their designs but couldn't quite do it the way they wanted to. And I could work with them through the tools at their disposal to sort of perfect what they wanted to have done. This project only really reaffirmed my initial interest in engineering and engineering design, and as follows: after high school, I still plan on attending a 4-year university to study aerospace engineering and hopefully continue learning and continue my interests in design. I would like to thank both of my mentors again, Ms. Shirley Modlin and Ms. Nikki Wagner, for their help in helping me get the ball rolling on each stage of my project. I would also like to thank Ms. Robin Rupert at the middle school for lending her classes for my antics, and for Ms. Megan Heyer and Mr. Owen Harper for helping guide the students along during the lesson. I'll now open the floor for questions.
Gavin, most of what you said was gibberish to me. I don't have, I mean, you did great, but I don't have an engineering mind or a desire to design anything. And I'm just curious, where do you think this love and this passion that you have, where does it come from?
It honestly surprised me a little bit too, because I'm not necessarily a creative person, but it's kind of like applying math to a real sense. Like, if that makes sense, I can measure something that I could measure something out in the real world, and I'm like, it'd be cool if I could attach something to it or help it fit into this piece. I can measure it, take it into a digital environment, create something out of it that solves my problem, and sort of put it back, and it's going to fit. It's going to work with the original thing that I measured. It's a precise creativity, if that makes sense. I don't know, it's satisfying in that sense. Mr. Harris.
Yeah, what was the hardest part?
Commanding attention. That is the main thing. They are there and interested, and you just got to make sure that's still you. There were several points where we had to do a reset and get everyone to quiet back down and then go back to the lesson, because otherwise we'd start losing kids going behind, and I wanted to make sure everyone got through with their design. Mr. Robinson.
I'm interested in, so as far as manufacturing goes, like, you're trying to get the process down to the smallest, margin of error that's possible. At what point do you feel like skill comes into play versus like technology doing the work for you? Like, how would you manipulate that to make sure that you stay employed versus?
That's actually very close to the subject of a research paper I looked at for part of my research. They did an experiment using different dfma methods. There was simply a list mechanism where it's like gives you principles. This is what you're trying to avoid, bare bones. Don't design something with this. Don't design something with that. Don't design. And a computer program. And they tested a varied group of individuals. They had a bunch of students who were just learning design and a bunch of experienced professionals in the field. And what they found was that both made a difference. Both the program version that they were testing had a big effect. There were much more manufacturable designs, but also that experienced designers were able to use that program more effectively. So the experience still made a difference, if that makes sense. They were less likely to have errors with the specific thing they were looking at was sheet metal bending. And there were issues with some of the student designs where bending at a certain angle would mean it would run into the machine itself. So it's not effectively manufacturable. And the experienced designers were more able to sort of see that coming, and the tool still helped them, but they were still a little bit better at that. than the inexperienced ones.
Like a follow-up to that as well is like applying it to neuroscience. Do you think like necessarily perfecting something is more important, or like mass producing it more like manufacturing?
What am I more interested in?
Yeah, like you want to do neuroscience, would you rather
Oh,
make
no,
a
is
perfect
aerospace?
rocket,
Oh, aerospace, yeah. Well, honestly, the way the field in aerospace is going, interesting enough, is kind of a combination of both. Right now, some companies such as SpaceX or Blue Origin, I don't know if anyone's familiar with these, are looking to commercialize the space industry. So for a long time, NASA has been focused on single mission to the moon, Saturn V rocket, this mission go into this asteroid or whatever. And SpaceX is, for now, starting to make that a commercially mass-producible, viable option, where they're launching flights every week now. You can book a spot on their rocket and they'll take you to space if you want. Your product, whatever it is, you just give them the specifications. And so that leans a little bit more towards the manufacturing side. I think I'd still be interested in the more cutting edge front, the more specific use case, the one-offs. But I could see opportunities on both sides of that spectrum. Hurley. Oh, yeah, that was one I designed using Fusion 360, which is similar to Tinkercad, just a little bit more advanced. And it was one I was able to kind of I had an engine, and I wanted to make a model rocket engine, and I wanted to make a rocket that would make use of the power of the engine that I would be able to see. And I was able to collect, it was made of oat containers, I don't know, cardboard tubes that I was able to construct together, and I modeled it ahead of time in Fusion, as you saw there. I can back it up if anyone wants to see, but hopefully. Anyways, it was a rocket I was able to model up ahead of time in Fusion. And this is kind of ties back to what I was saying about my interest in design, is that I can create something that's balanced. So if a rocket needs to be balanced, I could create like a ovoid no shape, a sort of, and it would fit the rocket engine that I needed. And I was able to kind of make it into a flying creation that I could launch later. And that's what's shown in the video that's not playing. But that one was certainly a fun experience, and it's my favorite rocket that I've made, so I just chose it as my slideshow. Again. Thank you.
Okay, then come back to see me after are you handing it now? Or? Who?
I'll try to remember that.
You ask a question here. Going forward, going back. If you want to use the pointer, it's the sunshine.
Gotcha.
It talks to that, but if it should just work if you're
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, it's okay.
Gotcha. And then reset you and let you move on. Everybody knows what to say. Use your slides and the cheat sheet. And just talk about the pictures, right?
I'm the expert.
You're the expert. Nobody else knows. It doesn't have to be your do this. Okay?
I'm good. Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming to see the Blue Ridge Senior Capstone Projects. My name is Jackson Claypack, and I would like to talk to you about my senior capstone project on the topic of thermoplastics and recycling. So to start off, I would like to talk to you about my quote equality by Fred Rogers. Often when you think you're at the end of something, you're at the beginning of something else. And I think this describes my topic well, because when you think of recycling, you're at the end of a product's life and then you begin something new. For my professional learning experience, I spent 2 days at Klockner Penoplast in Gordonsville, Virginia. Klockner is a design and manufacturing facility that produces plastic sheeting and films for the demand of other companies. Klockner runs 24 hours, 7 days a week to keep up with the demand. In front of you are some examples of what Klockner makes. The black plastic sheet would be for cooling towers to dissipate heat, and the clear would have been used for credit cards or blister packs, or that really annoying plastic packaging that takes scissors and pliers to open. This is a picture of my PLE mentor, Mr. Joseph Perrin. He is a mechanical engineer and the business excellence manager at Klockner's Gordonsville campus. I was able to attend several trials at Klockner with Mr. Perrin, including one on calendar line 14, which produced that black plastic, where they mixed rework plastic with raw material plastic. And for those who don't know, rework plastic is plastic that's ground down from plastics that didn't pass their quality control tests. So they grind it down in-house and then remix it with raw materials. I was also able to attend several meetings with Mr. Perrin, including ones discussing the results of making that plastic that you have in front of you. So for my research paper, I decided to explore the expansion of plastic recycling. For some context, 460 million tons of plastic waste are produced each year, and of that, only 9% are recycled. For some more context, 460 million tons is the equivalent of 92 million Asian elephants. Yeah. So to figure out how to better recycle plastics, I first needed to figure out what restricted our abilities to recycle plastics, whether that being the chemical properties of the plastics themselves or the phenomenon known as downcycling. Downcycling occurs when plastics are remelted too many times and they lose some of their chemical properties and their bonds break up. So to avoid downcycling, I researched extended use products. Long-term use extended products could completely avoid downcycling in general, because you could recycle a product just 1 or 2 times and not need to continue to keep it in the loop. Some examples of these products would be recreational sports equipment, all the way to alternative plastic road surfaces, which I talked about in my research paper. Alternatively to these extended use products, I talked about new technologies and methods for recycling. 2 of the most prominent were biodegradable plastics, which could change how we recycle plastics in general, and then also chemical decomposition of plastics, which could help to eliminate plastics in the environment, but not necessarily aid in recycling. So for my community service, I worked with Ms. King and her ecology classes to provide a fun and engaging yet productive activity on 3D printing fishing lures. So I also worked with Ms. Forbes and the library staff in order to use the Impact Studio. So I had prepared designs for around 15 lures, which each student got to pick out one, and then we went into the Impact Studio and we printed them. After they were all printed, I primed them, and then we painted them in class. They painted them using their knowledge on coloration, which they had been learning at the time. And then once they were all painted, I sealed them in a UV cured resin so that they could use the lures in a field test in the pond right outside the high school. These are some examples of the lures, which you have in front of you. The white ones are primed, unpainted. The colorful ones are painted and sealed. I would like to point out that these lures themselves were not made from recycled plastics, but to tie it back into my research paper, recycled 3D filament does exist and is fairly common. So the ability to use recycled plastics to make these products is very achievable. So for my personal impact, I would say that this project impacted me because it solidified my desire to become a mechanical engineer and study mechanical engineering in college. And it also allowed me to share my passion of 3D printing with my peers and the students that I got to teach about 3D printing. So my advice to future students would be to look at the Capstone project as an opportunity to grow and learn and develop new skills. I know that I have, and other seniors that graduated that have done the Capstone project in the past, including my two older brothers, have gained and used skills in the real world that they developed doing the project. So rather than looking at the Capstone project as a chore or another grade in the grade book, I would look at it as an opportunity to grow and learn and better yourself. In the future, I plan on attending a four-year college with a degree in mechanical engineering. If you didn't know, I'm a track and field athlete, so I also plan on continuing my track and field career. I would like to give a special thank you to Ms. King, my mentor, Mr. Joseph Paring, Ms. King's ecology classes, my parents, and I will now take any questions you have.
What did they think about that, and like, did they get to take it home, or what did they do?
So each student got to make their own lure. We had to put them in groups when we did when we printed here, but I also printed at home around 100 or so lures. And yeah, so every student got to paint their own, and then if they wanted to take it home, they got to. Some of them did not want to take theirs home, so that's why we have these extras. So yeah, they did enjoy it. I released a survey to them, and all of them actually said that they enjoyed it. And then Ms. King has told me that students from her ecology classes this semester are asking on whether they will be able to do this project from what they were told from kids that took the class last semester.
How has this project modified your outlook on your own? It's something that you're interested in following up this direction or going a different direction?
What direction? Like,
So like following 3D and CAD, going into making plastics or working with Faulkner.
so
So mechanical engineering, I'm kind of interested in it's a big area.
yeah, I'm more leaning against the more manufacturing, more like towards the design. Klockner is like a very like it's a factory really. They make plastics. So I'm kind of more into the design aspect of it, not necessarily all the manufacturing. But I mean, I still enjoyed it. It was a good experience. And, oh yeah, we tested the lures, and okay, so we weren't able to use hooks, but to my knowledge, they did get bites until they broke the fishing rods. Was it? I'm really sure. I was pushing through.
I didn't think you were too fast. I think what you're starting to see is fatigue set into the judges. They're tired and you guys are tired. So you're buttoned up to hit all the points. You have good stuff. And you can pick those up if you like, or you can leave them and I can pick them up. It's up to you.
I'm gonna just put this on.
Okay. Is it on?
It is on.
Okay.
But it's not amplifying. It's just. Is that okay? Is that all right? It's just.
How long was the break again? I wasn't out here when she said it. What are we doing? Why is everybody getting up?
They only get about 5 minutes break after. Yes, I'm kind of trying to make sure Tucker ends everybody gets that 5-minute break.
You're starting back up at 2. No, less than 2, right? It's 1:53 right now.
It says 2. I'm supposed to present it 2.
Yeah.
So it's 1:55 to 2.
So that's the break. We have a 5-minute break at this point.
Can I go ahead and put these out?
So, ladies and gents, you guys have about a 5-minute break. If you'd like to get up and stretch your legs. Yes.
I need to get my papers back.
Oh, well then get your papers back. And I know you guys are
Yep.
So this is it going forward or backwards?
Okay.
Okay. Is that yours? Okay, good.
Yep.
And so if you skip a slide by accident or something, just go back. It's not a big deal. If you want to point at something, like
Okay.
it's the sunshine.
Okay.
Okay. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
And then keeping this close to your mouth so we can hear you. And then just remembering to breathe.
Okay.
Like truly. And I see it up here all the time. People get nervous, they get flustered, they can't think or can't catch our breath. Take a deep breath. Nobody's gonna know. And kids are doing it all day today. And it just gives you that reset and it gives your brain a little extra oxygen so that you can think. So it's okay to take a pause and collect yourself and then go on, right? Instead of just trying to push through and be like, right? It'll help you feel calmer and it'll get you back on track. Okay. So
she will wait. Like if she's got to wait, she wants it. She will sit. I know she has patience. Yes, ma'am. Great. Yep. In the words have power. There should be coffee in
I don't want to like put this over top of your stuff.
Ooh,
Sorry.
art class.
At 2.
Yes,
Yeah.
she's next. Can I get you all any
Merry Christmas, Mr. Harris.
I realize why 15 is bigger than
Yeah.
It just seems like, ooh, boy,
Yes,
I'm getting
that's-
tired now.
Yes. I've never done to 320 before.
Yeah.
And at 15, you can run now.
Yeah.
Whereas when you have enough
After me, three. Then we're done. Yeah, it's me and then Illy, Landon, and then Audrey. They haven't told me. They only told me like late April, beginning of May.
Will you just let me know, like at a game or whatever? I like to come.
Yeah, they haven't told me anything. It's kind of frustrating because I'm trying to plan, but they haven't told me anything. So I don't know.
They chose specific days for like National Signing Day.
Those are normally in the fall, like when Alyssa did hers.
But I think there's one in the fall and one
In the spring?
in the spring. Yeah. And there's like specific days. It's like Coach, all right? Has anybody heard from her?
They took her to Martha Jefferson last night, and they got CT scans, and they said that she was fine. They came back clear, but she's at home. She still has a knot, and it just hurts.
There was like days selected for both.
I don't know. They haven't told me anything. I keep asking, and they just don't tell me. I'm like, thanks, guys.
How you doing?
I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, okay. That's okay. It's only for 15 minutes, right? Can you just put hard for 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just know what I'm talking about. Like when I was really rehearsing in there, like I was just staring at the wall, and I was still forgetting stuff, and I wasn't even in front of people. So I'm like, I don't understand.
Do you know what? We don't know what you have forgotten or what you're supposed to tell us, right?
Yeah.
So even if you forget part of it, we don't know. We think it's
Yeah.
amazing, right? So use your pictures as cheat sheets, and if you can't remember what you're supposed to be saying, just talk about the picture, and some of it will come out. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect. Perfection. We cannot achieve perfection, right? If we aim for that, we are going to be frustrated and disappointed. Okay, but share your journey, right? This should be you on a plate. And it should be about your excitement and your passion and the things you've learned and the cool things you've done. Okay, so don't. The script is great, but if it's not exactly like the script, nobody's is. Like, I bet if you ask everybody in here, they'd be like, oh yeah, I forgot stuff. Or, I didn't say it the way I was planning on saying it, okay? So please breathe. It's the most important thing, honestly. Like, it's so amazing what a deep breath will do for our thinking and for our nerves. It tricks us, right? Just take it. So if you're feeling shaky, just slow it down and control your breath, okay? And that changes the whole situation for us. And everybody's cheering for you. And you have an amazing story to share. So, you know, like, that's the cool thing is, however you share it, it's going to be really cool to hear. Keep breathing. You're going to do great.
Lots of comments that I'm getting. This is from my seniors. I'm getting a lot of compliments about you all from judges and from staff. And if you did not hear earlier, Ms. Buddle has been watching the live stream. You guys are doing an excellent job, but she does really want to know why she did not. Smith, are you ready? I would like to introduce Ms.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Addison Smith, and for my senior capstone, I decided to focus on geriatric social isolation. You might be wondering, what in the world is geriatric social isolation? So geriatrics is just the focus on the elderly population, and I chose to focus most of my elderly population on residents in our local nursing home up at Louisa Health and Rehab, just up the road, right across from the Sheets in the town of Louisa. And social isolation is just what it sounds like, just the inability for specifically these residents to have the social isolation that they need to stay physically and mentally healthy. My quote of quality is, "To care for those who once cared for us is one of the highest honors," by T.O. Walker. I chose this quote because being able to care, especially for the elderly population, and the people that cared for me and care for a lot of the younger people in this room, is one of my favorite things to do in the world. I love taking care of the older adults in my life, and I find that to be one of the biggest things that bring me joy in my life. So for my internship, my mentor was Miss Rochelle Myers. She is the activities director at Louisa Health and Rehab, and in her day-to-day life at work, she plans all the activities that all the residents do to be able to stay healthy in their social lives. So this can be anything from planning bingo to going to the pumpkin patch during the fall, or Christmas trees, and decorating Halloween. Everything, anything that has to do with any sort of decoration or activities that are going on, Rochelle's the one that plans that. And then for my community service, my mentor was Nicole Wagner. She's the technology coach here at Louisa County High School, and she's also part of the community outreach program. And the community outreach program is it's kind of sort of a club, but it's also, we get grant money from different people in the government, and they allow us to do projects that reach in the community anywhere in the town of Louisa. So I use mine and use some of that money for my community service portion of my capstone. So for my research, I found that a lot of specifically residents in nursing homes don't have access to the socialization that they need to be able to stay healthy, and this is causing them to live in these nursing homes longer than they need to if they're not an actual resident there, if they're there for physical therapy, or if they're there for any sort of rehabilitation. And then also if they are an actual resident there and they live there like that's their home, they're starting to develop different disorders and diseases that they didn't have when they first came in. So I found that as a huge problem. Like, why is this happening? Why are these residents getting things that they didn't have when they first started coming in, just from not having the socialization that they needed and that they honestly deserved? So one of the biggest things that I found in my research is that there's a stereotype around nursing homes that people just, and this is going to sound harsh, but people just put people in nursing homes when they don't want to take care of them anymore, to let other people take care of them. And that was honestly one of the saddest things that I found. And I wanted to prove people wrong. And that was one of the most joyous parts of my project, was being able to go and talk to these residents. And they had some of the most amazing personalities that I've ever found so far in my journey. And it was amazing just to see how much life that they bring to everybody every day. And it was an honor to be able to meet all of them. And then also during my research, I wanted to find different treatments and ways that we could combat social isolation in these residents. and figure out a way to stop it before it ever happens. So once residents are put in nursing homes, there is a 110% increase in their possibility to get dementia, Alzheimer's, or depression. And I find that as a horrific statistic, and that should not be a thing just because they are put in a nursing home. And so I found that honestly, the best thing to do to combat social isolation is to sit down and talk to them. A lot of these residents do not have family members that come in to see them. They sit in their room alone all day. They have a TV, but that's about it. They just sit in there. They might talk to their CNA or their nurse that comes in. But other than that, they really don't have any more social isolation or socialization than what they get during those couple interactions with the employees there. So being able to just sit down and talk to them was really what fueled my internship, and getting to know these residents was a big part of my capstone. So like I said, my internship was focused around really getting to know these residents and figuring out what they enjoyed, what they liked doing, what they hated doing, and getting to know all 90 of these residents and finding what each of them loved doing and getting to know every single one of them personally. So I wanted to go ahead and point out this gentleman here. This is Mr. Mallory. I met Mr. Mallory on my second day of my internship, and he is blind. He can't see. And unfortunately, I found out that he did not know of any of the activities that were going on in the nursing home. And so every day I would go in there and I would talk to him and I would ask him, what do you want to do today? What do you want to do, Mr. Mallory? They have bingo, they have cornhole, they have all this other stuff. And he'd be like, oh, I didn't even know they had that. So honestly, once again, just going in and talking to them and letting them know what's available to them was one of the biggest things I found in my research. And so during my internship, I worked on planning these different activities and getting to know, what the residents enjoyed doing. And it was just an overall amazing experience. So here are just some examples of what I did during my internship. The residents really enjoy police officers. They love seeing law enforcement. Every single time a police officer comes in the building to say hi to them, they love it. So they wanted to give back to the police officers. So we made goodie bags just filled with candy and just a couple other goodies for them, and they love to help. And then we also had a couple more. This was bingo down here. We had a bunch of residents that came and played bingo, and so was the top picture. They love bingo. They're so competitive. They will literally fight you if they don't get a prize. But they love bingo as well. That was another one of their top picks. And then a couple that I organized during my internship was we had some painting. Oh, hold on. We did some painting, and there's actually, I think I put it right there. There's a painting that me and one of the residents painted. You can pass it around to the audience if you want, or to the other judges, that they helped me paint. We just gave them some blank canvases, and they went ahead at it and just painted, and they loved it. And then the guys at the nursing home here wanted to play cornhole. That was their big. They didn't want to sit down and play bingo with all the ladies. They wanted to get out and do some manly stuff, so they went out and did some cornhole, and eventually some of the ladies started getting into it too, and they absolutely loved it. So now it's an actual thing. Every Thursday, rain or shine, they go out and they play cornhole. It doesn't matter how cold it is or if it's raining or whatever, they're going out and they're playing cornhole. They don't care. They'll move it inside if they have to. So for my community service, I really wanted to get the community involved in this community service. I got to get to know all these residents myself, but I was like, I want other people to get to know these residents. It's not just me, because I might know how special they are, but everybody else needs to know as well. So I made a field trip for about 25 high school students, and they came with me, and we planned an event for these residents. So my mentor, Miss Nicole Wagner, she helped me 3D print some stencils that you have. These are actually used stencils. You can still see the paint on them from the residents that I couldn't get off. And we did it around Christmas time, so that's why everything's Christmas themed. Merry Christmas, everybody. And we got to just sit down and have these fun activities. We did some bookmarks with a sublimation printer, and all of these are 3D printed with the help of Ms. Wagner and Ms. Forbes. And it was really interesting to see how much they enjoyed just the simple things. So here are some pictures of the residents interacting with the high school students. And they honestly loved it. They could care less about the painting, if I'm being completely honest. They just wanted to sit there and talk to you. And I was like, okay, you're halfway done with your painting. You need to keep going. You can't just sit there and talk the whole time. But they loved it. So they had the absolute time of their life. And I really got to see how much this impacted the students as well. Because I still have students coming back to me to this day, because I took freshmen all the way up to seniors asking when we could come back and do it again. And the residents are also asking me as well. So my impact and my why for why I did this project. My grandparents are here. They are a huge part of my life, and I love them so much. I'm over there. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm good now. My grandparents are one of the biggest supporters in my life, as well as my parents, and I would hate to see them be treated some of the ways that these residents are being treated, and so I really wanted to stop that happening from other people's grandparents and loved ones and parents and great-grandparents, and I didn't want to see that happening to anybody else, so that was my main reason for this project. And also, during the time of my internship in my community service, I was also working through the school to get my CNA, my certified nurse aide, so that I could also spend time with these residents on a daily basis. And in December, I received my CNA license. I tested through Miss Spencer's class, and I received it, and now I work at the same nursing home as a CNA, and I get to work with these residents every day. And it's absolutely amazing because I get to know them on a more personal level than even some of their family members know them, and it's absolutely amazing. So my advice for future governor school students or rising governor school seniors is to learn how to learn. And I know that sounds weird, but a lot of people go into this project thinking they know how to do everything and how everything is going to go. But you have to learn how to be able to adapt and to be flexible throughout your project, because without that, it's not going to happen. It's not going to finish, and it's not going to look the way you want it to look. So just try your best to learn how to learn and be flexible and adapt to the best that you can. So my future plans, I will be continuing my academic and athletic career at Shenandoah University. I've been accepted into nursing school, and my honors application is pending. I should be finding out in the next week or so. And I also will be playing softball there as well. And I wanted to thank everybody for listening. I'm sorry I got a little emotional. But I want to thank Ms. King for helping, and my parents and my grandparents for coming. And now I'm opening the floor to questions. Go ahead. Yeah, so at the nursing home, there's only a couple people that are part of the activities department, and so it's really hard for them. They do the best that they can, but it's really hard for them to go from each room and be like, hey, we have this going on. Hey, we have this going on. Do you want to come? And so a lot of the times they do announce it over the intercom system they have, but if residents are hard of hearing or they're busy or they're asleep, they don't hear it. So it was really important to go into rooms and be like, hey, so and so, we have this going on. Would you like to come? And it just we saw a huge turnout compared to when it just was announced over the speaker on residents who would come out. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
How hard was it to balance different personalities?
It was interesting to say the least, especially with the different memory care patients that we had in there. I would go in there one day and they would tell me the story, and I would come back the same day and they would have no idea who I was and tell me the same story again, and I would just sit there and listen to them like it was the first time I heard it. But it was interesting, but at the same time I enjoyed every single second of it. At first I was a little overwhelmed because I was like, oh my gosh, I don't remember her name. I don't remember what she said to me. And I would get them mixed up. But now, especially since I work there part-time, I know, I think, almost every single resident by name, and I could tell you who they were if you pointed them out to me. And it was honestly a blessing to get to know them all, and I hope to continue getting to know them more and more the longer I'm there. Go ahead, Connor. Oh, that's a good question. There is one resident that I see every morning, every single time I go in for a shift. She always rings her call light for me. She asks me every single time I leave from my shift when I'm working next, and she writes it down in her little notebook. And every single morning she rings her call light for me, and she calls me in there, and I get her. She always asks me for coffee, and every single morning she sits down and she tells me about her last couple days, however long it's been since I've seen her, and it's really just nice to take the first couple minutes of my shift. I'm filling out my paperwork while I'm sitting down in there with her, and she's drinking her coffee, and we're just chatting, and then I go along with my shift. But I really enjoy getting to talk to her every morning. Kelsey? Right, so the activities department at Louisa Health and Rehab has a program called one-on-ones. So with that, they have a list, and they go through and they speak to each individual resident, all 90 of them, and they go in and they just talk to them and ask them if they want to do an activity. They have card games, puzzles, coloring books, everything you could possibly imagine, and they want to go in and they just want to talk to them and see how they're doing. And so I think that really helps. And we also they do mental evaluations each time. I think it's bi-weekly. They go in and just talk to them. The nurses do, and see how they're feeling and anything like that. And if there are any red flags thrown up, then they chart that and let the right people know. Yes, Courtney? Yes, so everybody from activities always participates in the activities we do, and mine would probably be karaoke. These residents pick some gnarly songs that you get to sit there and listen to them sing, and it is quite interesting. So yeah, and you can hear it all the way down in the second unit. You can hear it all the way at the end of the building, and you're like, yep, they're doing karaoke. Is that it?
You take a deep breath. Slow it down a little bit. Okay. And change what you're saying to yourself. Like we're gonna do right. It's not gonna be perfect, and that's okay. Right? There's no perfection. We're just looking for something amazing to share. And we are so proud of you. Okay. We've seen that today, right? And it's okay to share that with it. Because we relate to that. We all have felt that. We've all been there. And so we need you to keep breathing, because when you stop breathing, that's when we go, I can't breathe, right? Like, so keep focusing on it. That's going to help you have some control of your emotions. You don't have to control all of your emotions, just be that you can talk and share your story.
Science part of my brain is going, you are stimulating the parasympathetic portion of your nervous system, which helps you calm down.
I'm like, I don't know what she just said.
It basically means your brain can't freak out and breathe at the same time.
And giving ourselves extra oxygen, like, helps our brain, helps us, it fakes it. It fakes it all. I don't know the science. All those words she said.
So, is Emma your person? Does she know where to be?
Emma.
Where do you want
Emma. Walk. Can you walk? Can you walk?
So, will you be able to see me if I go behind the desk? Because if I go here, I'm on camera.
Yeah.
The other option is you can stick her right in the middle where I've been standing and you just lock eyes.
Like, just right in the middle?
Right in the middle of that.
Where they're hugging?
Right where they're hugging.
All right.
I'll just stand right there and watch, and you just
Okay.
don't make me.
Seriously, don't.
Do you want me to look at you, or just eye contact?
I don't know. I don't know. Do what makes you happy.
Maybe it.
No, literally, bring the cat back. If I could have held the cat while I was presenting. No. I've got too many things in my hands.
Do you know this? So forward, backwards, okay? And if you want to point at something, it's the sunshine.
Okay.
If you miss a slide, just go back. It's not a big deal. Right?
And if I need to accidentally close out of my presentation for technical issues, is that a thing?
You can take a deep breath.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ileana Pierce, and my project is titled Baby Steps. Before I get into the project itself, I'd like to tell you all about the baby that you see on the screen. This beautiful baby is my baby sister, Hadley. She was born in 2014, a happy and healthy baby. She was the sweetest little baby you'd ever met, never cried. Unfortunately, 4.5 months later, in 2014, Hadley died of sudden infant death syndrome. Sudden infant death syndrome, also known as SIDS, is the sudden, unexpected, and unexplained death of a baby between the ages of 1 month and 1 year. SIDS occurs in 1/3 of American babies, and there's no known cause or treatment, so that's why I decided to dedicate my project to my baby sister, Hadley, so that hopefully I can find out a little bit more about what was going on with her. So for my quote of quality, I chose a line from the kids' TV show, Winnie the Pooh. This line says, "Sometimes the littlest things take up the most room in your heart." And I feel that this quote truly guided my project, as I knew from the second Hadley was born that I would never love anyone as much as I loved her, even if she was only 7 pounds. And I found that this was true with most babies. As I met them, I just couldn't help but to love them.
For my professional learning experience, I spent a weekend shadowing at Henrico Doctors Hospital in Richmond, which just so happens to be the same hospital that me and my sister were born at so many years ago. I spent my days cleaning, feeding, tending to, and changing newborn babies, as well as assisting in multiple medical procedures such as a circumcision, an umbilical cord clipping, and a So my mentors were Miss Kimmy Point and Mrs. Miranda Tigner. They were both registered nurses at Henrico Doctors Hospital. They were both wonderful women, and Miss Point taught me the logistics of nursing and how to chart, how to spend my days, while Miss Tigner taught me more of the more specialized procedures. She is the one who performed the medical procedures that I observed in. I'm very grateful for all their help throughout this experience. Throughout my experience in my professional learning, I learned what it was like to be a nurse. And I learned that nursing is more than just doing the job and getting it done. I learned that nursing is about helping people feel comfortable and loved and valued, which is what led me to my idea for my community service, a community baby shower. I spent weeks gathering up over 100 items for donation to give away at my community baby shower, as well as emailed numerous vendors to attend, to distribute information to new mothers that would have been otherwise harder to access. There were over 20 vendors there, including Planned Parenthood, Louisa County Sheriff's Department, Child Health Partnership, and so much more. Some of the items that I gave away included diapers, wipes, baby clothes, and even a full-sized car seat. At the end of the night, I held an attendance raffle for free. I raffled off 3 crocheted baby hats made by our very own Miss Aubrey Pickett. They're in the back. I raffled off a free mini newborn photo shoot by Louisa photographer Denise Fagans, and I raffled off a full-sized baby crib. My mentor for this experience was Dr. Carla Alpert. Good. I'm sorry. Dr. Alpert was very valuable in helping me with my project. She is the assistant superintendent of Louisa County, so her networking skills really helped me out, and she really showed how well she knew me when she brought me McDonald's for lunch, knowing I was getting very hangry. So thank you, Dr. Alpern. My burning question for my research, based on my little sister Hadley, was, what is the unexpected link between postpartum depression and sudden infant death syndrome? I found that when paired with other factors, postpartum depression can raise the risk of sudden infant death syndrome tenfold. Postpartum depression has been shown in a National Health Institute study. 1 in 20 new mothers were shown to have signs of postpartum depression. Some of the factors I found that really influenced the rate of SIDS in mothers with postpartum depression include poverty, the young maternal age, and exposure to maternal smoking. Poverty can increase the rate of SIDS by limiting mothers' access to resources that are crucial to infant development, which is really the one
problem that led me to my community service. Originally, I was originally looking into the lack of maternal attention on development of babies, but I later found that a young maternal age fits that scope better, as a young maternal age can lead to a mother being unprepared for a baby, which can lead to them giving them less resources and being less attuned, which can play a crucial role on infant development. The last factor is exposure to maternal smoking. Smoking is one of the biggest causes of sudden infant death syndrome, and as it can affect neurological development, this project clearly had a huge impact on me, as I was crying from the moment I got up here. I found, like I said earlier, that being a nurse is not just about getting the job done. It's about helping people and going out of your way to make people feel seen. People are coming to you in one of the most crucial points in their life, one of the most vulnerable points in their life, when they've just brought a new life into this world. That new life is fresh, and that new life is delicate. So nurses have to be there for the mother. They have to be the person making them feel comfortable. For my future plans, I've decided to go to Piedmont, Virginia Community College through the Earn While You Learn program. I will begin as an emergency medical technician on the ambulances, and then I will later move into the nursing program, where I hope to become an RN, a registered nurse, in the mother-baby unit or the nursery of UVA, just as I interned at Henrico. My advice for future students would be, number one, take a deep breath. I'm going to reiterate what you've heard everyone tell you today, and that is to pick a topic that you're passionate about. Without being passionate about your topic, this project is just downright miserable. It is so many huge parts that you have to break up and complete for months. But if you really love what you're doing and you're passionate about what you're doing, it makes it all worth it. And my second piece of advice would be to persevere. Throughout the course of my experience, I hit quite a few roadblocks that set back my progress. Specifically, during my internship, I had an an unexpected trip to the hospital for a medical emergency, which caused me to be set back a week in my progress. I missed my first appointment, my first internship day, and I ultimately got rescheduled on a completely different unit than what I had originally planned for, which was honestly devastating to me at first. But I realized as I finished my project that if that wouldn't have happened, I never would have learned as much as I did, and I never would have gotten as broad of a view as of the hospital as I had planned. I would like to thank my grandparents, James and Lonnie Hamilton, for all the help that you've given me throughout this project. I'd like to thank my peers in Governor School, specifically these three young ladies, Miss Emma Alpern, Miss Aubrey Pickett, wherever you are, Aubrey, and Miss Danielle Gordon. I really wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys either. And my biggest thanks goes to one of the smartest women I know, my advisor, Miss King. Don't shake your head at me, Miss King. I really didn't know where to start with this project, as it was quite a hefty workload, and you helped me navigate through it all. And I'm here now presenting, so obviously I did it. I would like to now open the floor for any questions. Yes, Emma? It was actually really touching. Ms. Alpern asked that what was the reaction of some of the participants at my event. Their reactions were honestly truly touching. Every single one of them came up to me at some point throughout the day and thanked me for what I was doing. There was one specific conversation that I had with one woman from Child Health Partnership in which she came up to me and she told me that she was grateful for everything I was doing, that she had been through not having access to the supplies she needed to take care of her baby in the past. And she told me that I was doing, and I quote, God's work with that event. And that she actually said when I was in the womb, that's what they were planning for me, that community baby shower. I was quite literally born to do that. Anyone else? Yes?
Can you tell me about the Earn While You Learn program that you plan on? I've just never heard of it.
Yeah, so the Earn While You Learn program is a program through PVCC and UVA where you attend classes at PVCC while working in a UVA facility. And once you've been working at the UVA facility for so long, they will pay for your tuition for your classes at Piedmont and also pay you salary for working there. Yes, Abby. So this event was actually completely money-free. I didn't spend any money on anything except maybe a couple last-minute supplies, an extra diaper. All the supplies that I gathered were from donations from the community. I reached out to a lot of businesses to see if they wanted to attend or if they wanted to donate, and usually, like for the most part, they did one or the other. They attended my event, and if they couldn't, they sent boxes of 10 baby blankets or something. So at the end of the night, every supply that I had left over ended up being donated to the Louisa County Resource Council. Yes. That's a really great question. I think it may be a little bit on the nose, but honestly, when I found out that postpartum depression did actually have an effect on infant development and it could ultimately lead to sudden infant death syndrome, I felt like all my questions had been answered. I finally found a reason that may have caused what happened. So that was my biggest light bulb moment, I think.
Is this the right one? This is not. This is it.
I put the second one.
Okay.
We renamed it. All right. All right. How are you feeling? You okay?
So
It's a kid.
it's another day.
Just another day.
I do this in my sleep.
You do anything hard for 15 minutes, right?
Yeah. A few minutes.
This is your chance to brag.
That's true.
You've done some amazing things. Are you excited about what you did?
Yeah. I have a video.
Do you have it shared?
Oh, it's a freaking. That's the. I don't need it. I mean, it's an interview, so no, I don't have it shared.
I mean, you can.
I can. I know what the interview says. It was just audio. Yeah. Yeah. I
You
mean,
can hop on the computer real quick.
no, it's fine. It's okay. Okay. I'll just explain it.
That's right. You got it. You gotta roll with it. That's what you're doing. You're
Roll with the
awesome.
flow.
That's it. So forward,
Okay.
backwards.
Okay.
If you want to point at something, it's a little sunshine.
Cool.
Okay. If you miss something, you need to go back. Just push back. This doesn't matter, right? Like go forward. And
Okay.
backwards.
Forward, backwards.
Yeah. But if
Forward, backwards.
you need to go backwards, it's okay. Just remember, keep kind of close to your mouth so we can hear you.
Mhm.
Okay? Make sure you breathe. Okay. If we get up there and you can't, if you can't get your breath,
Just breathe.
take a deep breath. Take a moment. Okay. It gives you a little extra oxygen to your brain,
This
which
is
helps you just it makes it makes your body calm down.
Mhm.
You can't take a deep controlled breath and not calm down.
Okay.
So up there, share your journey. I need to hear
My
it. It's
journey.
amazing.
My journey. Okay. Do I wait for Miss King to introduce me? She's over there.
I don't want to
Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good. What's up? Yeah. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Landon Mormon, and I'll be presenting the future of automotive suspension technology. Going into this project, I had a career in mind, but as a child, I've explored many different careers, even being a football player, basketball player, or even a doctor. I think this was for Halloween, though. But ultimately, I landed on, I wanted to become a dad, work on a garage, similar to what my dad has done, where he has a garage full of tools, and I use them almost every day for my car. On the right, top right, you can see my car. I take a lot of pride in my car. I've modified it. In the bottom right, you can see a project I've done in the summer where I swapped the springs. You can see I'm compressing my original springs to eventually swap them to lower my car. So that kind of encouraged me to do this project on suspension with the help of Mr. Robertson, my automotive teacher. And it also encouraged me to do my internship at Subaru of Charlottesville. Going into this internship, I wanted to see how a mechanic field was like. I didn't know if it was really personal or if a mechanic would suit my interests as it did when I was a little child. I quickly learned that it is very personal. I found myself going out to lunch with the mechanics almost every day, and they always went out to lunch in a group. And I didn't even realize that. I see this all mechanic work as like a strict car rolling in basis, and just nobody really got to know each other. They all were just coworkers. But I found it very personal, which I found surprising, and I really like that type of environment. As you can see here, I'm taking off a wheel, filling up tires, which was just basic day-to-day service. I learned how to do really quick oil changes, super fast. I learned how to do brake changes, inspect suspensions. I even did a state inspection. Don't tell anybody because that might not have been legal. Just kidding. But I was able to inspect suspensions and do all that kind of stuff. I was even able to look at old, like 2005 Subaru suspensions, modified Subarus, which a lot of people do apparently. And then I was even looking at like 2025 vehicles who are still on the lot, look at their suspensions, which have been quite updated since 2005. My mentor is Chaz Kingera. He's been a Subaru tech for around 8 years now. He drove me around vehicles. He showed me the shop environment. I was able to use some of his tools, which he did not like, but very expensive tools. Anyways, yeah, so I was able to go in his bay, work on cars for him. He led me through this projects, and he invited me to lunches, and I was able to meet all the techs there, which I took away as the most important part because I learned how personal this all this mechanic work was and how working at a dealership was. Going into my research, I focused more on suspension, but I wanted to specifically look at electric vehicles because, as you know, our future is going into electric vehicles. Proven by California's mandate, by 2035, they want to have all gasoline sales terminated. So we are proven to go towards electric vehicles. So I focused on how these suspension systems were focused more on the individual aspect, how they're going to improve your comfort and drivability in the future. And we all start buying new cars, and ultimately they're all going to be electric. So I focused on two main suspension types, air suspension and electromagnetic suspension. I determined that in my research that we're probably going towards both of those. Air suspension is more favorable for electric vehicle range. You can lower vehicles to save yourself some of that air drag. Electromagnetic improves comfort and drivability like exponentially. To prove this, I have a video I'm going to show you. It was made by Bose in 2008, so it was a while ago. They modified an old Lexus. I want you to pay attention to the body roll of this. They're going to show a standard car with standard little suspensions. They're going to take a sharp turn, hard brake, and they're going to go over a few maneuvers of road type. They're going to do the exact same thing, exact same car, except they modified the suspension to fix the electromagnetic aspect of it. So just pay attention to the vehicle, or the video, and just watch the body roll. So this is the standard vehicle. So they take the hard brake, and the whole car kind of moves forward, jerks. And during this, it shakes back and forth quite a bit. So that's not feeling we all want to feel when we're hard braking. But going into the Bose suspension, it looks like it's not even doing anything. The car stays steady the entire way, which is fairly impressive. And going over the bumps, I mean, the wheels move independently. It's almost like it didn't even take those bumps at all. So that proves why we're going towards electromagnetic. It's going to increasingly improve every single comfort of vehicles, electric vehicles, gasoline vehicles. And going into my community service, I wanted to give thanks to my mentors, Mr. Robertson. He's been an automotive technical teacher for 7 years at the high school. He's taught now all Automotive 1, 2, and 3. And he helped me use the shop at the school to do my community service project through Giving Words, which you can see Eddie Brown on the right. He is the founder of Giving Words, and Giving Words is a group that specializes in donating cars to single mothers. It gives maintenance for free to these single mothers, buys parts for the single mothers, and overall it's just a very good group that single mothers can go to get their cars worked on, get a free car if they're struggling. And it was just all in all a company that I felt that I wanted to work for to make an impact in our community. Going into my community service, I did 2 projects, both with Giving Words. The first one, Eddie Brown supplied me with a donated Ultima, and with Mr. Robertson's help, he was able to provide me 2 students that I led in brake changes, and they inspected the vehicle for safety. And I was able to teach them a little bit about brakes and how to inspect. They were both Automotive 1 students who were just starting their class, so going into it was a bit challenging because they didn't know much about vehicles, but I was able to teach them how to do these brake changes. So I asked them both at the end of it if they were more confident in their ability to work on vehicles, and both their responses were yes. So I was able to make an impact in their learning, and they were a bit ahead in the class. But yeah. And the second one, that's my second one, community service. I did free oil changes for a total of 7 single mothers. I sent out a survey asking mothers if they want a free oil change, and all replied yes. I got 8 responses. We had 8 slots, and with the help of Mr. Glenn Thompson and Mr. Kevin Nieto, Mr. Kevin Nieto is currently in my automotive class, and Mr. Glenn Thompson was in my previous automotive class, we were able to provide 7 free oil changes for these mothers. Eddie Brown provided the free oil, and me, Mr. Glenn Thompson, Mr. Kevin Nieto, Mr. Robertson all performed these oil changes. I had an audio, but it didn't seem to work for here. It wasn't shared, but I'll provide it. So Miss Chumley, I interviewed. She was a single mother who got an oil change. And she stated how this oil change helped her financially. Now she wasn't able to get it on her own. So that proves my impact that my project have. In another interview I had with Mrs. Tiffany, she said that once she gets back on her feet, she'll be happy to provide the same services to other single mothers. So my project alone has kind of created a domino effect, and these single mothers are now going to start helping each other, and hopefully they can spend their money somewhere else where they don't even have to worry about maintaining their vehicles, which I think is great with giving words, and that really motivated me to work with them because they helped in a lot of ways. For my personal impact, I ultimately learned that I didn't really want to become a mechanic, but I want to keep it as a hobby. In the future, I kind of want to keep it as a hobby and have my own personal garage, hopefully in the back of my house, that I can modify my own vehicles, keep 1,000 vehicles at a time, I don't know. But I want to go into mechanical engineering. I really like the design aspect. As a child, I've always designed, so that my mother has told me. I have no memory on this, but I also learned the importance of planning. I am not a good planner. I will openly admit that, but this project has gotten me motivation to plan better. When doing my community service, I sort of planned correctly, except I emailed Mr. Robertson 4 days in advance to open the shop on a Saturday when he already had plans. So I really want to thank him for kind of pushing along his plans because my planning didn't do great. But I've definitely learned how to increase my planning and do better with that. My advice to BRVGS people is do something you're interested in. I thought I wanted to become a mechanic. I took all the auto tech classes, and I was kind of iffy-ish about doing mechanical engineering, but after working in a shop environment, as great as it was, I've realized it wasn't for me. I really like the design aspect, and I'm not somebody who will work for 40 hours and with my hands and get tired. I'd really like to design and actually create stuff that I can see in the world. So pick something you're interested in. That's my only advice I can give to you. Your project will go so much more smoother if you pick something you're interested in. Where now, I'm hoping to go to PVCC for 2 years. They just opened a new engineering program that I'm interested in, so I'll be attending that. And then after those 2 years, I want to continue my 2 years at Virginia Tech. As you've seen, I've kind of planned that since I was a little kid. I want to give a big thanks to everybody who helped me with my project. Mr. Glenn Thompson, Mr. Kevin Nieto, all the people that helped me that you can see there. I want to give a big thanks to my dad and mom who've supported me through this whole thing and argued with me day and night about what to do. And especially Mr. Robertson, who promoted this idea of suspension and all that. And Mr. Eddie Brown and Ms. King. Too many things. All right, I'll now open the floor to any questions. Mr. Harris.
Yeah, with electric cars, and from your research, and with the mandates coming out, electric cars, do the suspensions have to be much more substantial since there's so much more heavier than cars?
I don't think they have to be much technological advanced, if that's what you're asking. We can still use the common strut spring method, except we'll have to put a lot of load on that. But it would be better to use stuff like air suspension and electromagnetic because they can support those higher weights much easier and much less space. Except if we just intensified a spring, it might cause more issues. It might cause more suspension stuff needed to be added. But I do believe we can still use the basic strut spring method for now until electric vehicles become more electrical, have more technological things involved in it. Does that answer your question?
Well, and I guess the other side of that, how much more expensive than conventional gas?
I did not look at that in my research.
Would they be more expensive?
Oh, yeah. They're definitely going to be more expensive. These electromagnetics require so much more stuff involved in them. I mean, with the strut, it's just oil and air, and it gets a piston, and it just contracts and stuff like that. With a spring, it's just a spring. Electromagnetic, you have to have so much technology in it. And so it will eventually be a lot more expensive for the suspensions, but I believe in the future they're going to try to compact that to make it more affordable to the common public. Yes? No. So, and that bow suspension that was made in 2008. So we haven't fully incorporated it into it because bows determined it was too heavy. It took up 10% of the vehicle's whole weight. That was the only suspension, and it was just too costly for that time period. I mean, in 2008 we had the market collapse in that time period, so they couldn't implement that. But over and all, it's just too heavy, too expensive. So yeah, price is accountable. But today, if they tried it again, I'm sure it would work pretty good. Oh, yes, yes. So my code of quality was that a mechanic who wants to perfect his work must first sharpen his tools. I believe that fit my project pretty well because first it's dealing with mechanic work, but it also goes on the goal. It doesn't focus more on the goal. It goes on the process to the goal. It says you must sharpen your tools, meaning you have to first put work into the progress to overall achieve your goal. So I believe that this project definitely taught me how to work more towards the goal than just actually the goal itself. Yes.
As I stated before, I have no engineering. Again, some of what you talked about I get, but is there a way to marry your desire to go into a mechanical engineering, passion for modifying cars, suspension?
Oh yeah. I'm planning on focusing more on the automotive engineering aspects. I would ultimately like to design these suspension types. I really like working with suspensions. Like on my own car, that's the main thing I've done. Overall, I think suspensions and engine work are my two favorable, except engines kind of going away. So suspensions kind of my number one. So I want to kind of engineer those suspensions. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna put it right here. Okay. All right. This is the clicker. So forward, backwards, pretty simple. If you go past your slide, you can always go back. It's not a big deal. If you want to point at something, it's the little sunshine right there. You don't have to. So I'll give that to you. And then just remember to hold this close enough so we can hear you. Okay. And remember to breathe. My brain can't function without oxygen. And if you get up there, you can't think what to say, or you're out of breath. Just pause. It's okay to take a moment. Take a deep breath. Everybody, so many people have done it today. You probably haven't even noticed it, right? But it's important to do because it'll trick you into kind of calming down, and it gives your brain a little boost of oxygen that helps it function. Does that make sense? So go up there, share your story. You have done an amazing job. You truly have done an amazing job. You have so much to be proud of. So brag about it a little bit, right? Let us know. Just tell us your story. If you can't remember what you're going to say, look at that as a cheat sheet, and just tell us about the picture because we don't know what you were planning to say anyways. Does that make sense? Yeah. So breathe. Just take a deep breath anytime you need it. Okay. That's good. 15 minutes. You can do something hard for 15 minutes. Okay. Right here. Rub right here for me. Rub right here on your eye. Like up by your eyebrow. There you go. You got it. Perfect. Okay. Now you're perfect. No, we are not perfect. We're not seeking perfection because we'll be disappointed, right?
I hope I talk loud enough in the microphone.
You'll hear yourself. Do you remember? Good. Go ahead, practice.
Test. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you fine. Okay. All right. Any? You can have one after you're done.
Okay. Yeah, afterwards.
It'll be there.
I'll get one later.
Miss Gordon. Miss Gordon. Vanilla here.
I think so.
Just take a deep breath. Keep breathing.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
us all day. Yay! I'd like to offer a round of applause for everybody. Right up to 3:20, just to let everybody know. So I don't know. What I would ask is that I know everybody's going to answer once head the buses, but you not start packing until you have kind of finished this one out because it's very nerve-wracking. Watch everybody. Ms. Fletcher.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Audrey Fletcher. Thank you so much for being here. Today I'm going to talk about modern journalism and media. Judges, in front of you, I have placed a paper from our local publication here in Louisa County. Although many of you, like myself, may be unaware that we even have a newspaper here because so many of us consume our media online, on our phones through social media and the internet. So I really wanted to focus on the traditional forms of media such as print and newspaper. This is the quote that I've chosen to represent my project today. I think it's important because it discusses journalism's role in society and how true journalism, unlike all journalism, is important because it speaks the truth. Not necessarily all journalism does this. A lot of it focuses on views and likes and publicity rather than actual telling the truth, whether it's good or bad. So I wanted to differentiate the two. My mentors for this project were Mitchell Sazzer and Sophie Varndell. Mitchell is the editor of the Central Virginia newspaper, and he is the main journalist and reporter. He oversees the entire process and is probably one of their only employees. He runs it almost all by himself. My other mentor was Sophie Varndell. She is a social media marketing strategist. She is based in Chicago, Illinois, so I never got to meet her in person. She focuses on advertising, helping insurance companies advertise themselves online through social media. For my internship over the course of several days, I spent time at the Central Virginian attending several community events, including a Mineral Town Council meeting, a Louisa County School Board meeting, as well as a Louisa County public hearing where I got to talk to community members, hear their grievances, and what they felt was important that should be shared with the rest of the county in the newspaper. Going into this project, I was familiar with journalism. I am an editor on the yearbook staff here at Louisa County High School, but I was unfamiliar with the territory of newspaper, and so I wanted to learn more about something that I was potentially interested in doing in the future. One of the most significant parts of my internship was that I was able to write my own story for the paper. This was on the Louisa County Pickleball Ambassador, Annette Hayes, who had recently passed away. So I attended her memorial here at the Betty Queen Center. I got to talk to friends and family and talk to them about her legacy that she left behind, as well as the impact she had on her community. Judges, if you haven't already noticed, it is on the front page of that issue, as well as on the following page, if you flip it over. The biggest challenge for me during this process was that I found it very easy to stick to my mentor's shadow and stand to the side and just observe. So I really challenged myself throughout the process to be engaged in the conversation, open myself up more to new people. Overall, it was a great experience. I don't think I will continue in the newspaper portion of journalism, but I will take these skills with me as I continue. For my research, I focused mainly on social media's increase and the decline of print media and how this affects the journalism profession and its role in society. Because of this increase in the internet as the main source of news, misinformation has been spread so widely and the general public has become increasingly distrustful of journalism as a whole. So I wanted to differentiate the difference between what fake journalism is and what anyone can just post online from true journalism that journalists who do this their entire lives and they learn, go to school for what they do. After a conversation I had with my mentor, Mitchell, when we were discussing the future of what journalism would look like in the next 10 years due to developments in technology, ultimately, he taught me a new term called news deserts, which are local rural communities such as Louisa County, who, similar to Louisa County, who do not have local publications or broadcasts that share local information and rely solely on national publications or news outlets such as the New York Times and CNN to provide them information so they don't know what's going on in their community. Overall, I think that journalism will have to evolve as technology continues to increase in our society and its role in our society, but it won't go away altogether. For my community service, I wanted to create a resource that would be used by future Governor School seniors to help introduce them to the capstone process. From my own experience, I found this entire process kind of overwhelming, especially being first introduced as a freshman. So I wanted to be able to make it easier for future students. After talking with all of my classmates, I ended up deciding on creating a digital guide that would be visually easy to understand, as well as using students' perspectives rather than just general information, and from my own experience as well. To do this, I used the FlipSnack software, which created a digital flipbook guide. And then to create it, I documented the entire process. I took photographs, I interviewed them, as well as taking my own words and composing it into a complete digital guide. With the help of Ms. Bonovich, I sent out the resource along with a survey where I was able to hear feedback and how helpful it was. Overall, the majority of them found it very useful, especially the juniors who, as it served a good introduction to them, and they learned a lot, and it was very helpful. This project has meant so much to me, and it has pushed me to do things I didn't know I was capable of doing. It's also taught me to be more confident and assertive with myself and in conversations. And it's also provided me opportunities. Mitchell from the Central Virginian has asked me to return there after I graduate high school to continue working with them and building my journalism resume before I go off to college, as well as this has taught me so many skills that I will continue to learn, not just in journalism, but through life. I have two pieces of advice to future Governor School students. One is to create something that is reflective of who you are authentically, not necessarily take the easiest path, but something that when you look back on represents a true version of yourself. I think that journalism represents me as a person. I love telling stories, and so it may not be the easiest, they might not always be the easiest topic to create into a project, but it's always good to, but the best thing to do is to pick something that represents you. My second piece of advice would be to be flexible, especially in my project. My plans were always changing and evolving, so just go with the flow, don't stick to one idea or become attached to one plan, as it's always going to change, and that's okay. In the future, after I graduate, I will be attending a four-year university where I will study journalism and communications. I'm unaware of which school I will be attending. I'm still waiting on some of my letters back, but these are one of the schools that I will hopefully be attending. I want to thank everyone who helped me during this process, my parents, Ms. Shannon King, both my mentors, Mitchell and Sophie, my classmates, especially those who helped share their story with me so that I could put it in my resource. Thank you, Connor, Kelsey, Megan, everyone else who helped me, as well as the Governor School admin who helped distribute my resource, Ms. Bonovich, Ms. Elliott, Ms. Outen, and Mr. Ryan. Before I take questions, this is a QR code to my resource, so if you want to go ahead and scan it with your phones, you will actually see what this looks like, and I will show you up here as well. I don't know if the clicker will work. Okay. So here is my table of contents as well as an overall introduction. Anything that isn't in quotes is my own words that I summarize. So here is just a brief summary of the entire Capstone project. Here is a note from me about why I felt this was important and why it should be made, why there was a need for it, as well as I broke down the project into 3 key steps that I felt were the most important to cover. So I covered the PLE, the research paper, and the community service portion. The first part is why this project matters and why we're even doing it in the first place. The next one is selecting a topic and why it's important to select a topic that you are interested in. Then I talked about the professional learning experience. This is a student from Greene County. Not all of the students in this guide were from Louisa. I reached out to all the counties who are in the Louisa County or are in the Governor's School program, and these were the students who got back to me and I was able to talk to about their projects. Here's that. Then I talked about the research paper and how you should connect it to your actual topic. And then I talked about the community service and how you should leave an impact with it. And then I ended with the overall impact and why this matters. Right? And then a closing on, again, why this is important. Thank you. Yes.
Do you have any potential solutions for these news deserts?
I think that the Central Virginian does a good job of this because they are a dual publication, which means that they are a physical paper as well as an online newspaper. So not necessarily making a physical newspaper, but an online one that still shares local information, I think is a great way to do that. Daniel? Oh, that's a great question. So I started taking pictures back before I had a plan on what I wanted to do for my community service. I started documenting the process of other people's capstone projects in August, and then the final digital guide did not get completed until the end of February. Yeah, it was a long time. Ms. King. Mm-hmm. A lot of times the sites that are free, you cannot necessarily trust the information that they're providing. The reason that those paywalls are there is because they have to make a profit somehow. And if you're not a physical publication, it's hard to do that. I would suggest maybe lowering the price to like 99 cents a month or something. I think that's somewhere around what the Central Virginian does. That way it's still accessible, but you know that it's a trustworthy source. I don't know. And they're not necessarily publications if it's free. It could just be anyone uploading that information. So again, you don't know how trustworthy it could be. Yes.
Yeah, the one that I'm glad you, I love that book today. My question to you is, when you were talking about social media, and I just heard the pay up front and those things. Come across, as someone who's constantly searching for unbiased news in this day and time, difficult to do. Did you come across certain sites that you found more reputable than others?
I didn't look specifically at sites that I do. I would say that the ones that are more reputable, you have to look at the authors. And so a lot of times if you look at the person who wrote it, if they're a reliable journalist and they've done this for a long time, or if that's their profession, I would trust that. A lot of times if it's a unanimous author, you can't necessarily trust who wrote it or if the information is accurate.
What is unanimous?
I'm sorry, anonymous. No. Yes, ma'am.
Where do you see the with internet and everything, even just like news?
It's a great question. I see it online a lot more than we see physical. It will definitely translate how we use these traditional forms of media. They probably will go away eventually. The Central Virginian is trying to translate all of their media online digitally so that eventually they will become a solely digital platform. And I think that will eventually happen to everyone as long as the quality of the work is still the same. Any other questions?